The world where the strongest swordsmen and wizards rule is called the Continent of Courage. A large-scale war is currently taking place there, as the Demon Queen has challenged all the races. The Demon Queen's army is very powerful. They are like a hurricane, destroying everything in their path. The cities of all races were destroyed one after another, and soon only the human race remained. But after the human race rebelled in Nejeong, the last line of defense fell. Humanity was defeated. This led to the rise of Elizabeth, the strongest demon queen in history, who became the sole ruler of the world. At that time, in the capital of the human race, the king told Elizabeth not to think that she had won. The future is still on his side, and the legendary hero will defeat her once and for all. But then a guy jumped on him and kicked the king. The boy turned to Mr. Baroy and asked him to explain more clearly. The queen isn't asking for his opinion right now. Is he hearing me? It was the Prince of Humanity, Vis Malfoy. Baroy said he was stupid. Malfoy was a traitor to humanity. He had wasted his time training and raising him to be a legendary hero. Malfoy changed half his body and told Baroy what nonsense he was talking. If he missed his worthless father so much, then he would send him to him now. Elizabeth immediately went down to them and ordered the man to stop. She asked Baroy what he said, that the future was on his side, and that she would be defeated. She called him a worthless man and ordered him to tell her everything in detail. The Demon Queen Elizabeth said that she would make him feel pain worse than death. Baroy replied that the vision said that when the legendary hero draws the holy sword, it will be the end of the demon's reign. The sword is the same one that was stuck in the stone platform in the main hall. He would never tell her, and he would never betray the human race. Elizabeth looked closer and saw that next to her stood the golden sword Excalibur. Elizabeth asked, "Who is the brave hero who pulled out this sword and can challenge the king?" She walked next to the sword and said that it was interesting. She said that she would wait for him here. Elizabeth's reign lasted for years, but the people serving remained the same. After 15 years in the city, Goblin greeted Mr. Pete and said that the magic oxen in his shop today are very good, so let him come. Pete listened to him attentively and replied that he would, of course, drop in to see him that day. Under the Demon Queen's rule, all the old and unfair rules between the different races were gotten rid of, and everyone was able to live together as equals. Conflicts ended, and everyone was able to live and develop in peace. As a result, the Continent of Courage entered a period of unprecedented prosperity. Soon, the Alliance Against the Legendary Heroes was formed. This group was against the arrival of the so-called heroes. They were afraid that the fragile peace would be destroyed. At that time, in the territory of Elizabeth Castle in the capital of the human race, she gathered everyone and asked, "Nothing is known about the legendary hero yet. Do you have any news?" The elven minister Twila replied that the elves had sent out all the trees and insects to search, and there were still no traces. The minister of the dwarf race, Heimerdinger, said that they weren't very good at collecting information, but according to the data they received from the weapon shops, they hadn't found any suspicious people. The minister of the human race, Aristotle, said that even if this brave man appeared, he would try to fight them all using only his own strength, and that would not be enough. Minister of the demon race Lim said that Aristotle is new here, so she doesn't know. She isn't afraid of the legendary warrior, she wants him to come. To understand the prophecy, she carefully studied all kinds of ancient magic and martial arts. The minister of the orc race, Mughal, said that if Her Majesty wanted, she could destroy the entire continent of courage in an instant. Twyla said this was silly. She blamed it on Barlow. They were all lucky that Her Majesty was in charge. They would kill this hero. At that moment, someone came into the meeting and started shouting, "Down with the heroes," Heimerdinger said. "And here comes Barlow himself." Barlow said that he supports the reign of the Demon Queen and opposes the arrival of the legendary brave hero. Elizabeth used her powers to grab him and demand that he explain the prophecy to her. "Where is the hero?" Barlow replied that it was impossible to say exactly when an object surpasses the understanding of prophecy, just like Her Majesty. Malfoy joined the conversation and said that it was very stupid to believe his prophecies. He told Elizabeth not to worry because he was working on a new study. Elizabeth didn't want anyone to interrupt when she was talking to someone, and she punched him in the face and told him to shut up. Malfoy, with a bruise on his face, realized his mistake and asked the mistress for forgiveness. He understood that he had done something wrong. Elizabeth didn't stop there. She also hit Barlow, calling him a horrible person. She said that she was a queen, that she had reached the top of this world and ruled over it. She is waiting for a hero to come and fight with her, to make him the next step on the path to her glory. She studied the most ancient magic books of the continent of courage, and after countless hours of painstaking work, she created divine magic, waiting for him to challenge her. But this hero is nowhere to be seen. Where could he be? Since he's not coming to her, she'll go to him. Elizabeth immediately picked up her sword. The servants were frightened and told the mistress, "But she's not going to. Don't let her." Elizabeth used her magic to say that she would go to him. The energy was very strong, and the sword also felt it. Lim used his defense technique and shielded everyone from the energy. Barlow shouted at the lizard to protect him too. Twyla said that this couldn't be happening. The Demon Queen is going to pull out the holy sword. Elizabeth's energy began to merge with the sword's energy, but she managed to do so and pulled out the sword. Elizabeth said, "Who said that only a legendary hero could pull him out?" But at that moment, she stopped and felt that someone was approaching from far away. Elizabeth smiled and said, "So this is where the hero is hiding." She immediately used a type of magic called abyssal magic. She forced teleportation. Malfay turned to the queen and asked her to let him continue serving her, but he didn't have time, and Elizabeth disappeared. At that moment, the newcomer village was quiet. The legendary hero said that farming was so calming for him. His name is Lei Ping. He works in an office and has a boring life. He doesn't like anime or games. He probably likes watching videos on the way to work the most. He used to run his own channel, where he taught kids how to fertilize soil. He also taught the kids about making lasophen. Pin watched the video the whole way, and sometimes he felt so excited that he wanted to live like that too. Then suddenly he found himself in this world. With the help of the beginner's system, he learned how to survive in this world. He didn't know anything about this world, but that didn't matter. Isn't this the life he dreamed of? He felt his body getting healthier and healthier. The system greeted him and said that by completing the training, he had fulfilled all the conditions to leave the newbie village. Pin was surprised and asked, "Isn't everything fine now? Why should he leave?" The system warned him that after leaving the newbie village, he would meet many different people. He could learn sword and magic skills from them to become a legendary hero and kill the Demon Queen. Pin responded that he didn't want to kill any Demon Queens, and he asked if he could just continue living there. The system refused him. After all, the player's mission is to kill the Demon Queen. Let him begin his adventure. Pin said the system kept trying to persuade him to leave the village and go on an adventure. But it only sent him messages, and it wouldn't stop. He refused and told the Demon Queen to go to hell. He just wants to live like this forever. However, there's a time barrier here because of a special time barrier. This barrier hides the newcomer village to protect it. Inside him, the day lasts much longer than 24 hours, which allows him to do what he likes best. His work includes farming, hunting, crafting, and meditation. He doesn't know anything about swords and magic, but that's okay because he hasn't gone on an adventure yet. He used the points he earned from completing beginner quests to gradually build his ideal farmhouse. But then something bad happened. One day, the system suddenly stopped working. Pin was thrilled and said it was great. He worked all day and was very hungry. It looked like his supply of firewood was running low, so he decided to prepare a little. But then he stopped and said that he had forgotten to take Zhuang's axe from the forest when he went to chop wood in the morning. The weather quickly changed, and the clouds turned different colors. Pin was surprised and immediately raised his head. Pin realized that something was wrong and that it must be Elizabeth. Elizabeth came down from the clouds and said that she had finally found him, the legendary hero. Pin got scared and started running, saying that for no apparent reason he flew out of the water. He had clothes and dried fish. Elizabeth did not understand what was happening and why the hero was running away. She stared at him as he ran towards the house. Pin collected his fish and sighed, saying that he was lucky he got there in time. Otherwise, his fish and sausages would have gone bad. But Van Kai, the mechanical house dog, came up to him. Pin told Van Kai to stop because it was going to rain and to run into the house. Ping raised his head sharply and asked Van Kai, "What was that in the sky?" Elizabeth said he was stupid. How dare he address her that? Pin apologized and said that he just didn't see it. In his head, he was thinking, why would someone appear here? Shouldn't the newbie village be completely safe? Elizabeth told the guy that they would check first. Pin raised his hands in fear, throwing away the fish, and asked what she was talking about. Pin felt like he was getting harder to look at her. Elizabeth used teleportation and gave him a sword. Pin saw the sword and became scared and started waving it around, saying that it had flown straight into his hands. Pin asked the lady what was going on. Elizabeth said that the confession of the holy martyr could not be mistaken. His susceptibility to magic is so low that even ordinary soldiers are superior to him. Can he hide his true power? Elizabeth introduced herself and said that she was the strongest demon queen in history, and today she would destroy him. Pin was surprised and asked in surprise, "The demon queen? Why is she here? He didn't leave this place." The dog started barking and wouldn't stop. Pin got angry and told him to stop provoking him. Elizabeth didn't stop and used the abyssal magic attack extermination. Pin remembered that there was a girl. As the system said, the hero's encounter with the demon queen was inevitable, even if he never left the newbie village. Pin threw away his sword and said that there was nothing more to talk about then, and then he headed into the houses. He knew he was just a noob until now, but the final boss was already knocking on his door. So what else could he do except accept his freedom? Standing in front of the door, he thought that he had no regrets. He had been able to spend his time here happily. At least let him turn into nothing along with this house. Pin didn't stop and entered the house. Elizabeth wondered what this guy wanted to say with that smile. Pin hid behind the door and told her to show him everything she could do, as Elizabeth saw it. Elizabeth got angry and said that it was unbelievable. She aimed the attack scale at the house and screamed for it to die. Large stones were heading towards the house, but the dog turned out to be not simple and began to calculate everything. And then the system told the dog that the calculation was complete. Slowly he began to evolve and turned into a single weapon and turned on the combat mode. She didn't wait and fired several missiles directly at these stones, which caused a large explosion. Elizabeth began to laugh and said that, as expected, the legendary hero dared to look down on her. And it seems like he relies on a high-level magical device with consciousness. However, they are no match for her. She used all her powers and released a large energy cloud from the sky, which was the magic of the apocalypse. Elizabeth said she was no longer interested in checking him out. It was time to end it. She immediately used the Earth Remake attack. The dog analyzed everything again and gained energy. She slowly began to gather strength into one huge ball, and with the power of sound, she sent her straight into this ball. Elizabeth saw everything and said that it was useless. Let them just obediently disappear from this earth. She didn't stop there and used a quantum black hole, but the dog's power was greater and swallowed the entire ball. Elizabeth was shocked by this and did not believe that her divine magic was completely absorbed. She wondered what he had done there. Pin was already in bed at that moment, telling her to come for him. He was ready. He was ready to die. Elizabeth came down to the ground and the dog was not happy with her and kept barking. She looked at him and started laughing. She said it was unexpected and she underestimated him. In that moment, she used her magic and released her demon wings. Elizabeth told him not to be so self-indulgent. Until now, she had used only a third of her power. Let her show him what real terror was. Releasing her demonic abilities, she attacked the dog with her highest demonic form. But the dog was already ready to counterattack. An hour later, Pin was already asleep in bed, waiting for his death. He suddenly got up from the bed and wondered if he was dead. Looking around, he didn't understand why he was still in the house. Coming to the door, he heard that it was quiet outside. He thought that demon queen wouldn't wait for him like a maniac, right? He slowly poked his head out into the street like a cat and watched. He saw that something was happening in the street because the smoke was raised so high that only silhouettes were visible. Elizabeth was already close and grabbed the dog by the head because it stood in her way to victory. Pin saw all this and immediately shouted to Vankai. Elizabeth did not spare him and broke his head. Throwing it aside, she said that she was very sorry. She had completely destroyed the magical device he was so proud of. Pin replied that everything was fine. Could they just sit down and talk? He didn't want any trouble. Elizabeth smiled and replied that she agreed, but immediately after she killed him. But suddenly her eyes darkened, and she said that it was unbelievable. He had brought her to such a state. It turns out that such an end was destined for her by fate. She couldn't stay on her feet, and as she fell, Pin caught her so that she wouldn't get hurt and asked if she was okay. Slowly, her wings and horns started to disappear, but it didn't stop there, and all her clothes disappeared. Pin asked what she was doing. Seeing her body, Pin was scared and shocked by what he saw, because before this, he had never seen girls. It was midnight and Pin, being a good guy, decided to put her on the bed and tied her hands for safety. She slept for a few hours and immediately came to her senses. Opening her eyes, they said that the Demon Queen had suffered a humiliating defeat, and instead of taking the chance to kill her, he tied her hands. Did he do this to demonstrate his power? She tried to free herself with her magic, but something went wrong and it didn't work. Elizabeth realized that this was another legendary class item that she had never encountered before. She thought very hard about what kind of power this guy was hiding. She began to look around the room and figure it out. Elizabeth said that all these strange things definitely happened for a reason. It seems that this hero is much more cunning than she imagined. She underestimated him. Pin was preparing food all this time, and entering the room asked the lady if she had woken up yet. Elizabeth answered the guy that if he wanted to kill her, let him do it. Let him not expect her to beg for mercy. Pin felt that the Demon Queen was truly terrifying, but this was his only chance to survive. He had to take it. Pin asked if they could talk, and seeing the handcuffs, he said he put them on just in case. She knows how scary she is, but he realized he had said something wrong and said that he meant how strong she was. Elizabeth was surprised and remained silent the whole time. Pin relented and said he thought there had been a misunderstanding. He would remove the handcuffs and they would talk. Elizabeth realized everything and saw everything differently. At this time, Pin apologized in her head and said that she had misunderstood everything from the very beginning. Did she really think she was strong enough to challenge him? Out of the question. If she wanted to live, she would have to use all his requests. Elizabeth asked the guy if he was threatening the Demon Queen. Pin replied that he unfastened the handcuffs to prove that he had no bad intentions. So we can talk. Elizabeth knew in her head that she was at a disadvantage. Strong personalities knew when to give in. She would tolerate him for now, but later he would regret being so arrogant. Pin said that they should rest first then. He was sure she was wondering why he didn't kill the Demon Queen while she was unconscious. In this world of swords and magic, it's only natural for her, as the Demon Queen, to have the resurrection skill. Killing chickens and fish for soup is one thing, but he could never kill a human. The Demon Queen. However, to resolve the conflict between the hero and the queen, it is not necessary to resort to murder or fighting. If he can kill her, which is not a threat and can be her friend, then he will live happily. After these words, Pin began to laugh loudly, and Elizabeth thought that he was making fun of her. The guy took his dog and said that he turned into a pile of trash, and he felt so sorry for him. Elizabeth was surprised by his words and asked if this thing was his most powerful magical device. Pin thought, what other magical device? He made it out of boredom while he lived here. He answered the lady that you could say so. It was created by him. Elizabeth thought that he was too careless this time. Since he was released, she could secretly use the abyss magic to recover in an instant. Losing her most powerful magical device was like losing her right arm. The scales tipped in her favor. The girl stood up and said that she apologized for breaking his thing. Pin replied that it was okay. The memory card was still intact. Elizabeth thought it was the perfect moment to get rid of him. She slowly approached him from behind and used apocalypse magic. Pin was saying at that moment that it was impossible to fix. But then he opened the closet and said that he was prepared, so there was no need to worry about it. Elizabeth was surprised and asked what he said. Pin slowly put the card on the other dog and it turned on. Pin said it's more fun with a companion, but sometimes he doesn't listen, so he usually only includes one. Elizabeth began to see them in front of her in a different form, ready to kill her. She sat on the bed and said that it was impossible, but her receptors caught the scent and she asked what it smelled like. Pin replied that she had passed out, so he cooked some food to warm her up. Pin said that these were ordinary dumplings and ordinary porridge. Elizabeth said that only weaklings needed food. She had reached the highest state and did not need such things. She looked at this food like a living person and slowly swallowed her saliva because she was very hungry. Pin knew that any conflict could be resolved with delicious food. He said that he cooked everything from vegetables and grains that he grew himself, all natural. Let her try it. Elizabeth slowly picked up her fork and bit into one dumpling. She was shocked by the taste. Pin thought that even though he was confident in his cooking skills, would the Demon Queen appreciate the food from the newbie village? She couldn't stop and ate the whole plate. She felt that with each bite, the meat revealed its natural taste. And she also feels a high concentration of magical energy. In this world, such a delicacy really exists. But it's so delicious that she, the queen of demons, can't bring herself to swallow the last piece. But her expression changed from the last dumpling, and she started screaming that it was very spicy. She asked the guy what he put in it. Pin replied, "A little chili." Does the demon queen really not like spicy food? Elizabeth thought she knew he was up to something. This villain had locked her up here just to experiment on her. Pin told the lady to try rice porridge with century eggs and lean meat. It reduces the burning sensation and neutralizes the spiciness. Elizabeth laughed and thought that the guy first poisoned her and then gave her the antidote. He was just playing with her. There was nothing to be done. This strange feeling was too unpleasant. And then the lady couldn't resist and started eating. She tried the porridge and was in seventh heaven. In her heart, she knew that this was bliss. The quest for world domination, the fight between the demon queen and the hero, all of that no longer mattered to her. Let go of everything, live carefree, and it was thanks to this that he discovered how insignificant she was. She was able to move to a new level. It's amazing, thanks to food, she was transported to a completely different world. Under the influence of two stimulants, her strength increased. Elizabeth told the boy to stop pretending. What does he really want? Pin asked what she was talking about. He just wants to find out how the demon queen and the hero can coexist. And then she realized that the guy had finally revealed his true intentions. And Pin in her eyes said that she was the only one in this world who is suitable for his research. Let her help him make her stronger, and then let her defeat him. Pin asked her, "Is this acceptable?" He will continue to cook delicious food for him. Elizabeth understood that a knight can be killed, but not disgraced. She is the queen of demons. Pin said that if she wanted to become stronger, he would help her. He also looked forward to the moment when she could defeat him. Elizabeth refused him and told him to forget. Pin asked in surprise, "Forget?" She still wanted to kill him? The girl climbed onto the bed and told the guy to listen to her. She would accept his conditions, but let him know that she was not doing this out of fear, but to increase her strength. Pin was surprised and thought, what fear? What does he have to be afraid of? She is the queen of demons, who already has enormous power. She can do whatever she wants. Elizabeth said that besides, he must not think that she would bow her head and obey him as long as she lived here. She could not lose her dignity. Otherwise, even if she had to sacrifice everything, she would wipe him off the face of the earth. Pin replied that he understood and suggested that they try to get along. Elizabeth said if he was going to do research, he should feel free to come over. And if there is something tasty left, she wants it all. Pin was surprised by her words and replied that he understood everything. And at that time, the sword was standing on the street. A year later, Ping began using the sword to chop wood. He wondered what he should do. The situation had become more complicated. Ever since the Demon Queen invaded here and destroyed the barrier protecting the newbie village, the time here has quickly synchronized with the time of the outside world. But that's not the problem. The village has lost its protective function and has become completely open to wild inhabitants. And the monsters that appeared nearby did not seem so simple, but he did not stop and continued to use the sword as a tool. But because of the presence of the Demon Queen, they dare not approach. Does this mean that only she will leave the village? But then Elizabeth shouted to Pin that it was lunchtime, and why wasn't anything ready yet? Pin replied that he was on his way. Pin knew in his head that he needed the mistress's protection. At that time, Elizabeth sat on the sofa and ate all day long. In a year, she had grown a belly with 20 kilograms of fat. The girl said that she was tired of watching the same thing. Can't he get something new in the system? Pin replied that the system had long since disappeared, and it was time to go. He had prepared lunch for them. Elizabeth licked her lips when she heard about dinner and slowly stood up on the bed and replied that she would come right now. She, as the demon lord, used her wing magic and immediately went to the dining room like a fairy. Elizabeth asked what kind of poison he put in the chips. It seems the more he eats them, the lazier she becomes. She thought that the guy had masked a slow-acting poison with tasty food to weaken her and finally destroy her, and let her not dream. Pin replied that these chips are high in calories, and if you eat too many of them, you can easily gain weight. Elizabeth asked, what about the weight? She grabbed her stomach and used her abyss magic. And in the moment, I used the transformation of the negative attribute, and I became the same as before. Elizabeth apologized and said that all the fat accumulated in her body was converted into magical power. Pin found this amazing and didn't think that magic could be used like that. Elizabeth smiled and told the guy that another one of his tricks had been foiled. How was he feeling? Disappointed, perhaps? Pin replied that she was right, but it was time to eat. Elizabeth drooled and said that she really liked today's dinner too. Time to get started. Pin was surprised by her hunger and told her not to hurry, to eat more slowly. Pin said that if it wasn't enough, he could make more. It wouldn't affect her anyway. The guy already had a feeling that he had been living with the Demon Queen for many years. Elizabeth was thinking at this time, what was the guy saying? Before her eyes, she saw Pin saying that she was still too weak. Let him corrode before he killed her. The guy got up from the table and said he would bring dessert. Elizabeth was already angry and thought she had had enough. He really was treating her like a pig. She's leveled up over a dozen times in the past year, so she can challenge now. It's time to fight to the death. Pin opened the fridge and said it was her favorite pudding. When she saw the plate, she was just in seventh heaven. She was very happy and replied that it was wonderful. Let him give it to her right now. Luckily, Ping thought, she wasn't that hard to deal with. She could be easily calmed down with some tasty food. At this time, on the territory of this land, a man and a girl were running away from villains. They were being followed by demons. The demon turned to goo and Sveik and used a space rupture attack. After catching up with the guys, he opened the second phase of the attack, a claw trap. The man turned to a girl named Ilif and said that he would detain them, and she should run to the city because she would be safe there. Ilif cried and replied that she could not leave him. The man said that he had promised her mother that he would protect her no matter what. But the demons were already on the offensive and used the ghost flame attack. It was something huge, similar to the planet Earth. Seeing this, the man said that we need to quickly end this with the help of the most powerful technique. He didn't stop and used the hero strike attack. Throwing out warm energy at the demons, he hit one of them. The chief demon was surprised to see that Goo was dead. He used his techniques and merged Goo into one. Ilif also stayed to fight, and using her bow said that she would never leave her father. She shot an arrow of nature at the demons from a distance of several meters. But the demon used goo and reflected these arrows. The man told the demon that they couldn't handle the apostles of the Dark Guild, and he didn't know how long he could hold out. Let Ilif run away. The demon did not stop there, and having transformed into a monster, he attacked the man. The demons were of a higher level than this man, and they dealt with his attack and delivered their own. Ilif was upset because her father was wounded. The man saw her face and told her not to worry about him, let him go. The demons did not stop there, and united another brother into one, and became even more powerful than before. Ilif told the demons that she would go with them if they let her father go. She would listen to them completely. Hearing these words, the demons were furious and used their weapons, from which Ilif thought she would die. But suddenly dust rose up, and Ilf protected her father from the stone fragments. She opened her eyes wide and saw that Mamung the chieftain had come to their aid and defeated the demons. But he was not alone. An immortal toad came with him and told his brother that the danger had passed. And what should they do with these harmless people? But then Vankai came out and replied that he would not harm them. He would take them to the owner, let him decide what to do with them. Ilif suddenly came to her senses and began to scream in fear. Where are the monsters? Looking around, she thought, what kind of place is this? And where is her father? And then she remembered that he was seriously injured. And if he doesn't get treatment in time, she immediately threw off the blanket and ran away screaming that she needed to save her father, let him hold on. She went outside and was shocked to see that her father was still alive, showing off in front of the boy. Pin told his uncle that he must have trained a lot to look like this, right? The man replied that for a warrior, training is the foundation of foundations. Pin heard this and asked, is there really a warrior class in this world? Unbelievable. The dogs were happy and running around Pin at this time. Elizabeth couldn't stand such sounds and hit one of them. The girl asked who told him to drag all that rabble here, the stupid dog? But the dog didn't answer and started whining. Pin slowly touched the man's hand and was surprised, saying that he had muscles. The man said that since Mr. Pin liked them, he wouldn't hide them either. The man did not stop there and applied his technique of the flaming soul of a warrior to 100%. Seeing this, the Pin was very surprised and very happy. While the guy was posing all this time, Elif asked her father what he was doing. The man was surprised to see his daughter and said that she had finally woken up. And he told the girl that her father was trying to please their savior. Elizabeth immediately joined the conversation and said that since she had come to her senses, they should get out of here. Elizabeth stepped on the girl with her chest and said that she was warning them. After all, she came here first. Pin entered into the dialogue and said that they rarely had guests. It would be better to go into the house and talk there. The guy set the table and apologized to the guests and said that he could not offer them anything in this village. This is a barley tea which he himself prepared, and he asked them to try it with great pleasure. Elif asked her father if this was the magic potion he had spoken of, the one that would cure him as soon as he drank it. Pin smiled and replied that she was exaggerating. He had simply given them cold well water to drink. Elizabeth was drinking her lemonade at the time and thought that the dog had brought these weak horses here. But what experiment was he planning to conduct? The man said that although he had lost consciousness at the time, he vaguely remembered it. At the time, Pin was working outside and saw the dog bring them to him. The guy saw that they were both wounded and gave them water to drink. Then the man started attacking with yellow flames from his eyes. The man said that if it weren't for Mr. Ping's help, he was afraid he would never see his daughter again. Elif asked that such a valuable drink, could they really drink it? Pin was happy and said that it was so nice to talk to them. The boys thanked him and began to drink tea. Having taken the first sips of tea, they were very surprised and could not believe it. Their energy was at its limit from this tea. They were shining on the stars, shining at night in the sky. And they were happy with the moments. The guys were able to move to a new level. The man turned to his daughter and said that their level of magic had increased. Elif replied that it was so. Even her mother's elven blood had awakened and her ears had become pointed. They both said that after seeing another world like this, nothing else mattered. Pin told them to let him pour them more. The man stood there and said that was enough. The man thought, who is Mr. Ping? They are worthless people, unable to bear this kind of shock. Pin knew that he had served drinks and snacks, but Elizabeth had taken them. If he tried to take them away, it might anger the demon queen. Elizabeth said that everything else was hers. Let him not even think about it. And then Pin turned to the boys and said that he had nothing more to offer them. Pin remembered and asked Burrs why they were attacked. Burrs replied that it was because of the elven blood in Elif's body. Elif said that her mother, a holy elf, fell in love with his father and gave birth to her. But according to the laws of the elves, they are forbidden to enter into interracial marriages. Pin asked, did it mean that the elves were trying to capture them? Elizabeth replied that this was some kind of nonsense. The marriages were long ago removed after the demon queen united the world. Burrs said it was a long story. After Elif's mother was forced to return to the holy land of the elves, he took his daughter and hid. Pin understood and said that it turns out that the elves found out about their existence and sent people to capture them. Burrs replied that thanks to the sacrifice of her wife, who returned to the elf tribe, they decided to spare them. They are being pursued by envoys of the Dark Guild from the demon realm. And then Pin asked, the demon kingdom? The Dark Guild? Is it possible? And then Elizabeth flushed and asked him what he meant by that. Pin was scared and said that he was sorry. Let her forgive him. Elizabeth turned to the man and asked him to explain to her in more detail, where in the demon kingdom did the Dark Guild come from, and why are they hunting elves? Burrs replied that they said that a Dark Guild was conducting strange experiments on people, trying to resurrect Elizabeth, the demon queen who once united the world. Elif said that elves are one of their materials. Even she, who did not awaken her blood, became their target. Pin knew they had named Elizabeth. Was she going to continue denying everything? The girl had threatened him and told him not to think she didn't know what he was thinking. Pin answered the lady that he knew everything. She had been here for a long time. Let her cool down. Elif asked her father what they were talking about. Burrs answered that she should not disturb them. Elizabeth said that it seemed like a huge change had happened outside in just 1 year. Who told them that the demon queen was dead? Burrs asked, isn't that true? The demon queen hasn't been heard from for 500 years. If she were still alive, she would have returned much sooner to rule the world. Pin was very surprised when he heard about a life of 500 years. After all, Elizabeth has been living here for a little over a year. Elizabeth asked if the rumors said how she died. Elif replied that according to the records, the demon queen was killed by a legendary hero. Burrs said that it is said that the battle lasted for a whole month, and in the end, the legendary hero sacrificed himself and died along with the Demon Queen. Elizabeth got angry and asked how dare they. She couldn't control her magic and moved everyone to another world. Elif asked what kind of peace this was. Burrs replied that this was not peace, it was pure murderous lust. She said that these rumors were lies. The guys immediately heard her order to be scared and answered that everything was correct. Pin also joined the conversation and said that she was right, because he was the legendary hero. The boys couldn't take it all in at once and were beating themselves on the head. Pin continued and said that this was the Demon Queen they were talking about. Elizabeth. They said it was too much information and they couldn't take it all in at once. Elizabeth looked at the guy and saw him laughing and saying that the Demon Queen was imprisoned here. What a laugh! Elizabeth got angry and slammed her hand on the table and said that she had had enough, and she was not going to entertain them anymore. Elizabeth thought Pin was a stinker, and she realized that he had saved those humans to humiliate her. She had gone too far. Burrs turned to Mr. Ping and apologized for disturbing him. But what does he plan to do next? Pin replied that he didn't know and suggested that they calm down first. And then he realized that it seemed that after Elizabeth destroyed the time barrier, time here became chaotic and remained so until synchronization occurred. And that was 500 years ago. At night, Ilif said that she did not expect the story of 200 years ago to be like this. The Queen of Demons fell in love with the legendary hero, renounced the world and decided to hide, just like he did. Burrs replied that they had no right to compare themselves with them. Mr. Pin said to calm down first. He must be thinking about whether to spare them or not. Let him stop talking nonsense. Elif said that if Mr. Ping wanted to kill them, then why would he save them? Burrs replied that they accidentally helped them move to the next level with sacred tea, and then almost killed them. In their eyes, they are no different from insects. Whether to kill or spare them depends on their mood. And then Pin came in and said that they were still awake, and what were they doing here so late? Elif, hearing such words, was in fear and could not calm down because she saw something completely different. Pin came to them and asked if they were asleep and suggested playing cards. Burrs was surprised and asked in surprise, "Cards?" They didn't turn on the lights throughout the house, and Pin told them that these were all the rules and asked if they understood everything. Burrs replied that everything was perfectly clear. Elif thought that, as her father had said, Mr. Ping had given them a test to decide whether to kill them or not. Pin said that he would then deal them cards. Elif asked Mr. Pin what the game was called, for she felt that the cards emanated an ominous aura. Pin was surprised and replied that she had taken him by surprise. He understood that the name was Landlord and thought that the people of this world would not understand. Pin came up with an idea and said that they would call it a battle with a dragon. The guys were scared by such words. Elizabeth heard all this with her ear and used high-level magical concealment. She watched the game and thought, what the hell does he want to do? Pin said that they are like two brave heroes. They should unite and defeat the dragon. They will decide who will be the hero and who will be the dragon, using cards. Burrs thought that he was definitely testing them. They see the guy differently and heard from Pin's lips that he will deal them cards and let them think carefully before making a choice. Pin smiled and said that he would look at his cards and let them look at theirs too. Burrs told Elif that there was no hesitation. Let her take the cards. Elif immediately felt something strange when she touched them. In a moment, they were in another world. Elif said that it was not good. All her magic power was exhausted just because she took the cards. And then she realized something and apologized to her father. Burrs replied that everything was fine. Let her rely on him. Pin looked at his cards and stuck out his tongue and asked, "Who wants to be a dragon?" He knew that even though he didn't have many strong cards, it was still a good set. He has both big cards and small ones. Not bad, in a word worth trying. The guys refused such an offer. Pin thought at that moment that if he got another 4 and 2 aces, the victory would be in his pocket. Pin asked, "Are they sure they don't want to?" Then he won't stand on ceremony. And then he pulled one card towards himself. He instantly threw the card on the table and was very upset because he lost. Elif saw that Mr. Pin was upset because of their game. Pin said that he is moving now, and so he puts down the 8, and the next move is left to Burrs. Burrs thought that if they passed this test, Mr. Ping would spare them. They can't give up. Taking hold of one card, Burrs realized that for each move, he would have to pay a part of their life force. But he still did not stop and put the jack on the table. Elif saw her father's hand and turned to him. But Burrs replied that he was fine. Let her leave it to him. Elif got scared and said she was missing. Pin saw that in addition to a pair of jokers, he had a straight from 7 to queen, 3 fours, a pair of 5s. That leaves 10s and a jack. Should he split the pair? If he does, they'll play a deuce and he'll be at a disadvantage. He weighed everything fully and said that he was also skipping. And then Burrs was surprised and asked what. He asked the guy if he really wasn't going to go. Pin thought about it and said no. Burrs understood that Mr. Ping was forcing him to continue playing in order to absorb his life force. In that case, he had to get rid of all his cards as soon as possible. Burrs said that according to the rules, this combination of cards is called a flying dragon. After these words, Burrs felt even worse, and he repeated to himself that he had to endure it. After all, the price for this was his leg. The more cards he played, the greater the price. In addition, a dragon appeared above them. Who was going to devour them to the last? The boys were surprised and did not understand what was happening. The dragon didn't hesitate long and released a barrage of fire at Ping. Elizabeth watched the game closely, wondering what was going on. Burrs thought it looked like playing a combination of cards would trigger an attack. He had just insulted a legendary hero. Pin had been watching the game the whole time and said it was well played. Burrs was surprised and turned to him. Pin said that he was skipping. Let them move. Burrs thought and replied that he would move now. At the moment of throwing out the card, he said that he was betting a 3. But from this move, he again lost control of his limbs. Elif said that she was skipping again. Pin was happy and said that it was his turn, and here was the 10. The guys were surprised and said that they had nothing to beat with. Pin started to pull out all his cards and finally said that, here is their straight. Burrs immediately saw a giant wave coming towards them. He shouted at Elif to hold on. The boys dived into the water and said he couldn't do it. Pin said there would be a 3 and a pair next. And then, with the help of magic, a chariot with fire came out and headed towards the boys. And then Burrs shouted that he had nothing to hit with again. Elif pulled herself together and told them to stop because she was walking. Burrs told her not to go because she would pay with her life force. Elif answered her father that she could not hide all the time. She wanted to defend herself. Elif immediately threw away the cards and said that here were 3 and a pair. Their strengths were equal and she moved confidently. The collision of the 2 attacks caused a big explosion. Everyone was surprised and tried to figure out who had won. Burrs asked his daughter if she was okay. Elif replied that she was fine. There was no need to worry. Pin said that you have to protect your comrades even if you have to break your own cards. The most important thing is determination. In his head, the boy thought that he didn't expect them to master the cards so quickly. Burrs raised his hand and asked, determination? Pin replied that it was, but it was too late. Elif was surprised and turned to him. Elizabeth saw and understood that this was not good, this ominous feeling. Pin immediately put the cards on the table and said that he had a pair of jokers. And at that moment, a monster appeared, which came out of the portal. And then Elizabeth also got scared and asked who he called. It was the highest joker with 3 stars. But in the middle of the attack, the joker stopped and asked Elizabeth what she was looking at. She should be careful. He might just kill her. Elizabeth was not afraid and asked who he thought he was looking down on. She knew she was a queen, swallowed her pride, ate food containing magic all this time, and barely reached the stage of a 3-star demon. And Ping accidentally summoned this? Burrs apologized and said that he had no strength left. Elif answered her father, how can he say that? It was all her fault. She made Mr. Ping angry. Burrs felt at that moment that his life force was being depleted at a furious speed. And then he threw away his cards. Pin asked Burrs if he was okay. He saw that his uncle's wounds were still not healed. He saw his cards and knew he could have won a long time ago. He just let him play with him. He was naive and thought he was good at it, but in reality he was preventing his recovery. He decided it was time to wrap things up and gathered all the cards. And in a moment, everything disappeared. He told the guys that he had a lot of fun, let him rest. He was completely exhausted and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him. Burrs said that the legendary hero is so difficult to understand. And are they still alive? Elizabeth was surprised and said that playing cards with these little people was just a ploy to hit the Demon Queen. The next morning, Pin asked Burrs if he really didn't want to stay for a few more days. since the fruits he was growing were almost ripe. Burrs replied that they could not bother them anymore. They had shown them a great favor. They would never forget it. Pin was upset and told them not to be so serious. Burrs replied that he should be sure that after they left, they would not say a bad word about them. Elif told Mr. Ping that he had given them such valuable gifts. The boy replied that it was ordinary barley tea, nothing special. Pin gave something to his uncle and said that this was also a keepsake for them. Burrs looked at his hand and saw those same cards. Pin told his uncle that he could take them. After all, he was a lousy card player and wouldn't need them. And then Elizabeth entered the conversation and told them to leave already. And quickly. The boys got scared and instantly disappeared on the road. Pin waved his hand and shouted that he was saying goodbye to them. Elizabeth said that since everything was back to normal, let him prepare something for the great queen. Burrs did not stop during all this and shouted for his daughter to run. Elif answered her father to stop at least for a second. She could not do it anymore. Burrs stopped abruptly and said that first there would be a test from the legendary hero, then threats from the demon queen. Last night they met the lady and were in danger. She left marks on their necks with her attack. She said that she was the demon queen and ordered them to leave this place tomorrow. They must not spread the information that the legendary hero and the demon queen were here. Burrs replied that everything would be done. Elizabeth said that if they thought for a second about disobeying the order, the curse mark on their necks would instantly decapitate them. Burrs said that the truth was that the demon queen who ruled the world and the legendary hero Pin were tired of the world's conflicts and did not want to be disturbed anymore. Elif turned to her father and said that this place looked familiar. Burrs looked around and asked if he had really run that far. The little dog was saying at this time that he had brought them back so that they should no longer bother their master and that fierce woman. Burrs saw the hole and said that the corpses of the apostles of the Dark Guild are still here. There are probably high-level demons nearby. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. The dog looked into the distance and asked what was coming, but he forgot about it and said that it was better than going back and being beaten by that evil woman. At this time, the demons caught up with the guys, but there were several times more of them than last time. The demons started laughing and couldn't stop. Burrs was scared and said that this was the great apostle. Elif asked, "Who is this great apostle?" The apostle smiled and began to mock the boys. Elif said that the difference in strength was too great. Just let her father let her go with them and let him leave here. Burrs said that it was true, it was really huge. But after seeing the worlds, these apostles were nothing. As Mr. Ping said, the most important thing in playing cards is determination. Burrs used the cards and said that her father was once called the brave warrior bearers with an iron heart. Ever since her mother returned to the Elven tribe, he took her and went into hiding. He was wrong. Running away doesn't solve the problem. And if they can overcome this difficulty, they will go with her to the Elven tribe and bring her mother back. So, like many years ago, long before she was born, Burrs showed the cards and said that he was calling them to his submission. The card of the coming of the god of arrows. Elif was immediately surprised to see her mother and asked, "Is it her?" Burrs did not hesitate and used the card draw. The woman immediately took up her weapon and fired several arrows at the spirits of the apostle. She couldn't stop there and continued killing. The apostle also received an arrow but easily parried it. He defended himself, and at that moment he began to feel that everything was not going as he expected, and the arrow pierced his hands. Burrs, seeing that he had won, gathered everything and fell to his knee. Elif was frightened by this and ran up to him. Burrs said that he thought he should change classes, and he seemed to understand what Mr. Ping meant. Determination is the key element to unlocking the true power of the cards. At this moment, a new class of card master appeared on the continent of courage, and Burrs was one of them. After a week, Pin was able to grow his own vegetables and cut up watermelon wedges to taste the nectar. He said that the world of magic was amazing. His method of breeding hybrid fruits was successful. But when there is no one to share the joy of the harvest with, there is a feeling that something is missing. Demon Queen, Warrior, Elf. He originally thought that he would be content with just farming, but after coming into contact with the outside world, he wanted to see more. It's the nature of people. Sometimes they change their minds. But he's so weak, so he'd better forget about it. But suddenly Elizabeth came out of the house on a bench and said that Pin looked upset. What was he thinking about? Pin replied that he wanted to go out into the outside world, but he was too weak. Let her not pay attention to it. Elizabeth asked if he had finally decided to leave this place. Well, maybe they could go on a trip together. She knew the outside world was not comparable to his, but he was acting too arrogant. Pin was surprised and asked, "Really?" He thought and was glad that it was a different matter when he was under the protection of the Demon Queen. Elizabeth told him to stop talking and get changed. Pin ran sharply and quickly changed his clothes. The girl saw him and said that his cooking and sewing skills were impressive. Pin smiled and replied that, of course, that's what he does best. The dog immediately started barking and opened a portal for them. Elizabeth told them to go because they could get to the nearest town there. Pin was delighted and replied that it was so convenient. But on the way to the portal, Pin stopped her and said that he had a couple of questions. Pin said after they exited the portal, first, she wouldn't leave him alone, right? Second, would she be able to control her emotions? At this time, Elizabeth saw everything differently and perceived it all in a different conversational way. Pin said that even after their journey in the outside world, would she come back with him? He understood that now that the barrier of the newcomer village was broken, without the protection of the Demon Queen, he would become food for monsters in an instant. Elizabeth said she could handle it. Where the outside world wouldn't matter to her until she crushed him, the evil hero. Pin was surprised and asked her if it was true. Elizabeth said that the guy should agree to fulfill his request. Pin asked what other request he had. Elizabeth replied that when they returned, she wanted him to make a pudding out of a pile of fruit. Pin asked her in surprise, "Pudding?" Elizabeth replied that it was true, it was a problem for him. Pin was delighted and replied that of course not. It was time to hit the road. They left but forgot that they had another dog and he was left alone. As he passed through the portal, Pin saw a strong light that affected his eyes, but he was happy to see the world. In the city of Boster, in neutral territory, an idyll reigned. All people and creatures were friends with each other. Pin was on cloud 7 and said, "This place is incredible. It's like another world." He turned to Elizabeth and told him to look there. There was an equipment store there. And over there they sell ingredients. But isn't that just ordinary pork? He didn't know where to stop and ran in different directions. Elizabeth said that 500 years had passed and the changes did not seem significant. Pin said that everything was not as bad as Uncle Burr said. The lady just walked with him at that time and listened to him. Elizabeth told the boy that it was because she had laid a solid foundation during her reign. Let him allow it, and she would tell him. There were constant conflicts then, and the situation was dire. She used her power to suppress all those in conflict and to establish a set of rules according to which everyone was equal. So the one who really saved the world was she, not he, the so-called legendary hero. But all this time, Pin was no longer listening to her and was running along the road. Elizabeth was surprised and said that she couldn't believe it. He didn't care about her past achievements. Pin saw the toys and said that they were so well sewn, the stitches were neat. Did his sister really make this? The girl replied that everything was so, and if he liked it, she could lower the price a little. But then Pig came up to her and asked who gave her the right to open a store here. And then he destroyed the girl's store. Pig took her hand and told her that her church owed his gang protection money. How dare she open a store on his property? The children were very frightened and turned to Sister Anna to do something and help them. Pig grabbed Anna, and the girls said that they never protected them. Why should they pay them? Pig insulted her and said that since last month, this street belonged to their gang. If she wanted to survive here, she had to pay rent every month. Anna said that the church belongs to the nuns, and when they return, they will have problems. Pig asked, does she not get it at all? Great, today he will drive them away and tear down their old church. But then Ping stepped in and told him to stop. Pig asked the boy what he was thinking of doing this for, but Ping couldn't answer him because he doubted it. Elizabeth knew he shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Or did he want to play with those people again? Pin asked the girl to help him. Elizabeth refused and replied that she did not want to stoop to his level. Pig turned to him again and asked what he wanted. Pig was already very angry and did not understand what to do. He immediately started shouting that this pig-headed guy was hurting a little girl. Let them arrest him. But no one paid attention to him and just watched the performance of Pig making fun of everyone. The pig started laughing and asked the guy. He didn't think anyone would actually help him, did he? Everyone here knows their gang. Judging by his clothes, he's from the South, and the girl next to him is not bad. Pin suggested that they discuss everything. He has food in his backpack. Does he want to share it with him? The pig told him to stop talking nonsense. Let the others teach this boy a lesson and take the girl to their gang and lock her up. Elizabeth asked if he seriously thought anyone here could stop her. He tugged the tiger's whiskers. She didn't play with them and used the sky in captivity. Pig was surprised and asked why the hell the weather suddenly changed. Pin told her not to do it because she would destroy the whole city. Let her cool down and they would scare them. She wouldn't fight the common people at full strength, would she? Elizabeth replied that she would spare them only because he asked. Anna saw everything and understood that this girl's magic was simply incredible. Pig asked, "Is it really going to rain?" Spin asked them, "Do they want to stand up for these orphans?" But he didn't understand what was happening to him, and why was he so uneasy. Ping asked him to divulge how much he wanted for protection. Pig replied that it was 10 gold pieces for 2 months. Elizabeth started laughing and said that he understood the fuss because of some pennies. What a fool. Pin turned to Elizabeth and said that she must have a lot of gold coins, right? The girl replied that she had so many that she couldn't count them. Pin asked if she could lend him some. He would sell his vegetables and return them a little later. Elizabeth said, "What a fool. He wants to use her food to exchange for these trinkets. That won't do." Besides, she didn't take them with her when she came in. Pig asked, "So they have money?" Pin replied that he had no gold coins. Could he pay with farm produce? The pig got angry and asked the boy, "Is he trying to play with him?" "That's enough." But then someone threw a bag of coins in his face. The pig asked, "Who else is he?" But then he saw a bag of coins in front of him, and he couldn't say another word. A guy named Shatsy Terry said, "Stop bullying his friend. They got the money, now let them get out of here." The pig began to laugh and said that it seemed like the thunderous Shaji from the Holy Sword Guild was in front of him. So let it be as he said. He said they were leaving, but next time he wouldn't get off so easily. Anna immediately thanked Taris. Pin also thanked him and said that he had some fruit. Let him take it in honor of his kindness. Taris laughed and told them not to worry. It was a normal thing for him. But if they didn't mind, he would like them to help him with something. Anna asked how she could help him. Taris replied that they should talk somewhere else. If everything worked out, he thought it would also solve their money problems. Elizabeth said that they were not interested and ordered Pin to go. Pin replied that they should not go. He had helped them. It was better to listen to him. The child asked Anna if she would go too. Anna answered yes and sent the children to church, saying that she would be back soon. Taris called them into the pub and told them to stick close to him once they entered. As they entered, the men told Elizabeth that he was being followed by some trash. Would he like to join them? Elizabeth used her gaze and asked what he said. At that moment, the guys calmed down and kept quiet. She told Pin that it was his fault for dragging her to this lousy place and wasting her time. Pin said that they had come. Tari said that they should go into this room so that no one would disturb them. Entering the room, he said that he had returned. The girls immediately surrounded him and said that he had finally arrived. They were worried and were about to go looking for him. Tari said that he forgot to warn them that his wives were in this room. Pin was surprised and asked, "His wives?" Terry sat everyone down at the table and told them to allow him to introduce them. And next to him is Gasha. She is a warrior with a shield. These girls are Assassin Loloka and Mag Gelly. And finally, the last one is Gloria. She is an incredible elven archer. He met a girl of elven blood not long ago. Elizabeth told them to stop wasting time on idle chatter. Why did he call them? It was time for them to leave. Gasha turned to the gentleman and asked, "Who is this woman? Her behavior is irritating." Elizabeth said that this is the queen's nature. Any problems? The assassin replied that it was funny. She seriously calls herself a queen. Is everything all right in her head? Gloria told them to look at her ears. She's probably a half-breed with some elven blood, right? What is she even doing here? Elizabeth told her that if she was so eager to get into trouble, she should not blame this queen later. And then Pin pulled out the food and told the girl that here it is. Elizabeth turned into a kitten seeing the pudding in front of her eyes. Pin sighed and said that thank God he was prepared for this. He said that they actually came from a distant and nameless tribe. And she is the princess of this tribe, Elizabeth, and he is her servant Pin. The assassin said that it is not surprising that he behaves so strangely. So this is the princess of the tribe, who has never seen another life. Gally asked, and her name is Elizabeth, right? She's from the tribe that worships the demon queen, right? Pin said that since everything was new to her, she was still getting used to the differences in cultures. He thought that this explanation should be enough. Terry said they needed to get to the point. He wanted the three of them to go with them to the treasure dungeon. He thought that it didn't seem like the terrifying demonic power that was present on the street could be possessed by the princess of a remote tribe. Pin asked in surprise, "A dungeon with treasures?" He turned to Anna and asked if she knew anything about it. Anna replied that they say that such dungeons are magical places that ancient people created to hide valuable things there. Terry said that it was true. He had put a lot of effort into getting information about the dungeon. But to get through the barrier, 8 people are needed. Pin said that everything was clear, so he wanted to use them to recruit the required number of people. And then Anna counted everyone and asked, maybe she wouldn't go. Pin asked, what's the matter? It seems like these dungeons are valuable. Shouldn't she be happy to go there? Anna told Pin that he might not know, but they are very complicated, and she is just an ordinary 4-star mage. She will die there. Pin was surprised and asked, is that so? Actually, he is not very familiar with the levels of magical power. Terry's told him not to worry. They just needed to gather the necessary number of men. They would participate in the battle themselves. Their reward will be no less. He thinks they will be able to get at least several tens of thousands of gold coins. Gasha said that the master single-handedly repelled the attack of several apostles of the Dark Guild who wanted to capture Gloria a few days ago, if the strength is obvious. Anna asked in surprise, several tens of thousands of gold coins? Really? Then the money problem in the church will be solved. Pin turned to Elizabeth and told them to help them, okay? Elizabeth replied that he had already decided everything. Let him not disturb this queen who was enjoying a wonderful pudding. And at that moment, Gale pulled out a ball and put it on the table. Pin asked in surprise, a crystal ball? Terry's replied that it was a crystal ball for measuring the magic of Geli. They just needed to put their hand on it, and it would determine the level of their magical power. Pin said it was amazing. But what does 8769 mean? Anna replied that this ball can measure magic power in numbers. 8769 must be the level of a demon's deha. Terry said that he is a 4-star demon spirit. His wives are 4 or 5-star archmages. Since they are going to cooperate, they should get to know each other better. Anna thought for a long time whether to put her hand on the ball, and in a moment she decided and put it. Gally was surprised and asked, what, only 300? She had more when she first changed classes. Anna said that she was very sorry. She could not increase the level of her magical power. Pin started laughing and said that they should let him try it too. Even though he hadn't learned magic all these years, his potential strength as a legendary hero shouldn't be low. Pin had the most confidence and confidently placed his hand on the ball. And then they saw nothing and the ball did not show. Taris asked in surprise, 0? Even masters of the arts couldn't have that. Pin thought that someone like him, who had been a farmer all his life, couldn't have magical powers. He immediately sat down on the table and said that he was doomed to be a mage in this life. The assassin asked him what he could do. He couldn't be completely useless, right? Pin replied that he was good at farming. By the way, these are the fruits he picked recently. They can try them. Gelly said that he was a typical villager from a remote area. Let him keep them. Assassin asked him if he was really an ordinary servant. Terry's approached Princess Elizabeth and told her that she should try too. Pin told her to just cooperate with them. Elizabeth thought, this is infuriating. He wants this queen to accompany them to mock these ignorant mortals? She slowly put her hand on the ball, and the color of the ball changed in an instant and was so bright that everyone was blinded. Pin immediately thought that if it turned out that Elizabeth was the demon queen, it would definitely cause a huge stir. And then Pin said to Elizabeth, she immediately replied that she knew everything and understood that they rarely went anywhere, so she would play with them. At that moment, the ball showed an indicator of 8,768. Anna was surprised and said that this was the spirit of a demon, just like the centaur's brother. Gelly said it was impossible. Is this woman also a 4-star demon spirit? Terry said it was amazing. They were truly worthy of being the princess of the tribe. If they join them, their chances of getting the treasure will increase significantly several times. Anna asked him how they could get to the treasure. Pin thought that he had just stepped out into the outside world for the first time and had immediately encountered something like this. He needed to find out more. Terry's turned to Gailey. She immediately understood his hint and used the creation of a teleportation scroll. The energy engulfed the entire room, and in an instant a seal appeared, which transported them to another world. Pin was surprised and said it was teleportation magic. It was just unbelievable. Anna said she felt dizzy. Elizabeth understood what it was. But then Terry said that they would not waste time and would go to the dungeon. Elizabeth said that she did not want to go there and asked Pin to let them go home. Gasha turned to her and asked what she was doing. She dragged herself here and decided to change her mind at the last minute. Gally asked her if she had any idea how many crystals and magical power it took to create a teleportation scroll. Gloria also got angry and said that if she didn't go with them, she shouldn't even think that she could leave here so easily. Elizabeth asked, and who would stop her? Pin immediately entered the dialogue and said that they should not quarrel and just listen to him. Pin clasped his hands and told Elizabeth that this kind of chance didn't come around often. She should just let him take a look. Anna asked Princess Elizabeth if she had noticed. Inside the cave was a magical power similar to hers. Pin asked, is the magic similar to Elizabeth's power? What does she mean? And then Terry's pushed the guy and said that he was asking for forgiveness. Let them trust him. Whatever danger they face inside, he will protect them. Let Elizabeth go with him. Elizabeth walked alongside him and told Pin that she would go with him since they rarely went out. She took matters into her own hands and headed there first. Terry's was very angry, but he knew that he shouldn't ruin everything. Entering the cave, they saw something strange and beautiful. Pin asked, did the barrier go down again? Couldn't they go back the way they came? Elizabeth replied that was nonsense. After all, in this special magical space, if he is weaker than the person who set up the barrier, it will not be possible to leave using teleportation. So, until all the necessary conditions are met, no one will be able to leave here. Gally was delighted and said that as long as the master was with them, they would definitely be able to get that thing. Gasha heard her words and told him not to talk nonsense. Anna asked Gloria what he meant by that. Gloria replied that of course she was talking about gold coins. Not to worry, she would get some too. Pin said that they were already at a crossroads. Where should they go? He knew that in any case, Elizabeth was with them, so there should be no problems. The game was officially starting. The assassin asked the master if they should split up. Terry's replied that they should not yet, and ordered Gaily to use her skill. Gaily immediately pulled out her staff and slammed it onto the ground, releasing her magic net. She said she would find the shortest route to the treasure in no time. Elizabeth replied, how arrogant. Sir went through all the paths, but Gaily was already at her limit and could not stay in this position for long. Terry's asked Gaily how things were in the labyrinth. Gaily replied that it seemed to have no end or edge. She had used all her powers and could not find it. Gasha said that it couldn't be. Gally's skill covers 3 kilometers. Gloria asked if they could use her fortune-telling, but the accuracy would only be 34%. Assassin replied that she was suggesting that they split up. She could use the cloning technique for support. Pin whispered to Elizabeth, she knows how to get through it, right? She replied that everything is correct. This labyrinth is just an illusion. These arrogant little people will never get out if they look for his end. Pin asked, then why not help her? That way they could pay them back. Elizabeth said no. She had changed her mind. She wanted to see how they would fight with him. And then Anna said that if they went to the 3rd cave, they might find what they were looking for. Pin asked Anna how she knew. The girl replied that in fact she just assumed, because special magic comes from that place. Gaily got angry and said how could she not feel it? A 4-star mage shouldn't throw words around thoughtlessly. And then Anna asked her for forgiveness. Gaily said that although she had not managed to find the end of the labyrinth, according to her research, the last cave had the fewest monsters, and they should go that way. Terry's asked the others what they thought. The assassin replied that she still thought it was best to split up. Gasha said she thought it was better to listen to Gaily. Even if they chose the wrong path, they could just go back. It would be safer that way. Gaily shouted to the master to trust him. Tari said that then they would go to the last cave together. Anna immediately screamed that number. They could go anywhere, but not to the last one. And then she used the summoning of the enchanted doll. The doll slowly walked into the last cave, but halfway there it was torn into small pieces. There was a mimic worm there. Pin was surprised and asked what this thing was. Elizabeth replied that it was a parasite. They are usually found in the bodies of huge monsters. The assassin turned to Gaily and said that she had said earlier that there were fewer monsters there. Just don't tell her that she examined the corpse in his stomach. Elizabeth told him to just leave them here, and they would go to the cave together. Pin said it would be great if she went first. They didn't tell anyone and set off. Anna told Elizabeth that she was not sure that this was the right way. Let them wait for her too. Assassin asked Terry's if she should use a clone to go after them and get information. The gentleman replied that there was no need for that. She would not have been able to make a choice so calmly if she had seen that worm. It seemed that Elizabeth's past was not so simple. Terry's said that they would follow them. The cave was not simple. The beast living in it immediately felt their smell. It all started very quickly and the boys started fighting the beasts. Taris asked if they had dealt with them all. Gasha said yes. But the monsters keep coming. There's no end to them. Pin hid behind Elizabeth and asked, "Is it safe here now?" Elizabeth said the guy was faking it really badly. Gail said it was all her fault. The cave she chose was just crawling with monsters. Elizabeth replied that the greater the concentration of magic, the more monsters gather there. As a mana, she should know this, right? Geely replied that she naturally knew it. She, a 4-star demon spirit, had the ability to do so, but she just stood aside and watched. Elizabeth said that before they set out, she said she would deal with the monsters they encountered. Terry's turned to Gelly and told her to calm down. The girl replied that she was very angry. He turned to Elizabeth and said the same, that everything was fine and it was an honor for him to accompany her. Gally understood in her head that this lady had not only made her look bad, but had also seduced the gentleman. Gloria asked the master why they shouldn't rest here for a while. Gasha supported him and also said that they needed rest after such a long battle. Elizabeth said no and said that this queen doesn't have time to spare. The assassin asked if she is so good, why isn't she leading the way? Gloria said that it was true. If they hadn't killed all the monsters, would she have been so calm? Terry's turned to Elizabeth and told her to listen to him. They should all rest first. The elven potion would help them recover. Pin was surprised and asked, "Elven potion?" Elizabeth asked him. Did he want to drink it? Pin replied that he had never used it and wanted to try it. The guy replied that he didn't know what it tasted like. Maybe it would inspire him to make new dishes. Elizabeth thought that Pin had eaten too much good food and now wanted to try something ordinary. She had no choice but to agree. They all sat in a circle and lit a fire and warmed themselves in the cave. Gally told Gloria that the potion was really great. Gasha also supported her and said that she had finally recovered, but she couldn't even imagine how long it would take to find the treasure. Gloria said it was her special elven potion. It can restore all stats. She's so strong she doesn't need it, right? Terry's told Gloria not to be rude. The girl realized her mistake and replied that she was asking for an apology. She couldn't help herself and threw the potion at her. Elizabeth saw everything and caught it right in her hands. Pin asked Elizabeth, "She won't? Then she shouldn't complain later." He immediately opened it and started drinking. Pin drank it and began to say that the herbal taste of the ingredients was too strong for him. He couldn't drink it. Would Anna like to finish it? Anna thanked him and replied that she had only used a little magic power, so there was no need for that. Gloria said that giving them the potion to an idiot apparently made no sense. It was just a waste of ingredients. Elizabeth said that she would just drink it then, and without any hesitation, she poured it out. Gloria was very angry and asked, "What do you mean just pour it out?" Elizabeth asked what she was saying. Pin said that they shouldn't quarrel. He had something too. He would find it now. They shouldn't have been damaged. He immediately took out some regular bananas from his bag. He wanted to share them earlier, and finally he got his chance. Pin came up to Anna and said that he had run out of bananas. Would she like an apple? Anna started crying and asked if he was really giving it to her. Pin replied that it was true, but what was wrong with that? It was just an apple, why cry? Anna asked if she could give it to her brothers and sisters. The orphans at the shelter had not eaten fresh fruit for a long time. Pin replied that he understood everything, and of course he could. As soon as he got home, he would collect more for her, and there would be enough for everyone. Gally threw the banana away and asked who would need this rotten fruit anyway. Gloria supported her words and asked how it could be compared to her potion. Terry's told them to have a snack of this for now. When she found the treasure, he would treat them to something tasty. Having bitten these bananas, everyone was surprised and did not understand where this banana got such a taste and powerful energy from. They were instantly transported to another world. Terry's asked, "Where are they? And how did they get here?" And then music turned on in front of them, and live grasshoppers began to sing songs to them so that they would have fun. They turned into domestic animals and did not understand what they were doing. After all, the bananas clouded their minds. At this time, their thoughts and minds were in another world, but their bodies remained in the present and all movements continued. Gloria asked the gentleman what they were doing, and then Tares came to his senses and said that he was asking for forgiveness. He had fallen out of reality for a second. Pin asked if this was some kind of performance. Elizabeth said she understood his intentions. Terry saw that his level had increased and asked what had happened. The others also asked, was the magic level constantly increasing? Pin said that this campfire show was amazing. The culture and customs of another world are really interesting. Seeing the centaurs dance is worth it. Elizabeth thought that Pin knew they would die if they went any further, so he raised their level in advance so that this game could continue. Gloria asked, what's going on? How could the mania level have gotten so high? Anna replied that it was because they ate Pin's brother's bananas. Gally asked, what kind of nonsense is that? Were those bananas bathed in holy water? Gasha told Gally that it was the bananas that allowed them to increase their magic power. Did she really get a level 2 demon star spirit? The assassins said that after eating the bananas, they were transported to another world. Were they enchanted by a demon lord level mage? Terry said that even he had jumped 3 levels, becoming a 3-star great demon spirit. It was simply unbelievable. He immediately turned to Mr. Ping and asked what the origin of the bananas was. What did he give them? And then Pin didn't know what to answer. Terry's asked what was the matter. Pin answered that everything was fine. He just asked a question that he finds difficult to answer. They're just regular bananas. Terry's asked in surprise, ordinary bananas? That's impossible. Pin remembered and said that it was a hybrid crop. But let them believe him. Even though it is a hybrid, the growing process is completely organic. He knew that only in this magical world could he use such a productive method. Gally took the banana and said that since the master said it worked, maybe they could eat it and level up. They opened the banana peels and saw that they were already rotten. Gailey said that it was just disgusting. Anna replied that it was synchronization. Elizabeth asked the girl with glasses that she knew quite a lot, right? Anna answered Elizabeth that she was too kind. She learned all this from books. Terry's asked what it meant. Anna replied that the nun's magic books mentioned that special treasures usually needed to be used under special conditions in order for them to have an effect. She thinks that 3 or more people would have to eat Ping's brother's bananas at the same time for that to happen. Gally got angry and told her not to pretend to know something she didn't know. Did she actually see her eating it? How would she explain that? Anna apologized and replied that she didn't know either. Unless the power of the person exceeded the power of the treasure, then it was nothing more than an ordinary thing for such people. Then Elizabeth told her not to look at her like that. Anna got scared and asked her for forgiveness. Gloria asked if it was because of her potion, the effects of which accumulated and then manifested themselves. Tyrese asked Pin if he could share some fruit from his backpack with him. Gloria asked the gentleman if he really believed this nonsense. Pin replied that of course he would be happy to share with him, and then he began to pull out his fruits. Elizabeth threw away her banana peel and picked up her backpack, saying that she was going to eat it later. And if they were all rested, it was time to get up, because they were already at their destination. Pin apologized and told the guy that he would treat them when he had the chance. Terry said that everything was fine. The guys should go ahead, and he and his wives would catch up with them later. Pin asked, why aren't they going together? Elizabeth was already on her way and telling him to get moving. The assassin asked the gentleman, maybe they'll just steal this backpack. Gasha said, who knows? Maybe they're hiding something much more valuable. Terry's told them not to worry. The time was not right yet. Normally, people would not carry something valuable so carelessly, so she was definitely not just a princess from some distant tribe. Recently, one of the 4 major powers, Aristotle's kingdom, offered a huge reward for information on the missing princess. If he was not mistaken, she was right in front of him right now. If he can use this chance to turn the princess into his wife, he will gain power over Aristotle's kingdom. And then he will get more than just magical fruits. And he will use this to conquer her completely. The assassin said, suddenly, the pheromone of charm began to come from the master. Gilly said that it was their fault that they could not satisfy the master, and then they laid their hands on Terry's. In the depths of the labyrinth, the Shadow Wolf leader smelled the scent of people heading their way and called upon all his brothers. Pin told Elizabeth that it was getting darker and darker. Was this really the exit from the labyrinth? Elizabeth replied that she had already said that the maze was an illusion. They were almost there. At this point, they were already being watched, and animals were slowly examining them. Anna told Pin that something was coming. Pin asked what it was, and then in a moment, dust rose and they stopped abruptly. And then Terry's apologized and said that they had kept them waiting, and he was a little late too. And Itari's turned to Elizabeth and said that he should allow him to serve him the rest of the way. If he wanted, he could even sit on his back. Elizabeth told him to get lost. He was not good enough to carry her. Gloria got angry and said that she was an arrogant girl, and how could she be so shameless? But it didn't last long, and Gloria lost her head in a second. Everyone was shocked and didn't understand what had happened. Pin saw stones falling from above. He instantly raised his head and saw strange creatures. Pin asked the boys what this was. These creatures are called dragon fleas. They didn't waste much time, and the fleas attacked Elizabeth while she stood still. Elizabeth was not afraid, and with just one look, she destroyed the creature called fleas. Anna immediately covered her head and said that they were finished and they would all die. Pin was also scared and hugged Elizabeth. He was telling her that their lives were at stake. What should they do now? She knew that this was a test of human nature. First, she would let the selfish and arrogant creatures kill each other. Gasha did not stand aside and used her shield blade transformation technique. Gailey also used her magic shield, but she only protected her own, while Elizabeth and the others stood with the creatures. Pin asked the others what about them. Tari's replied that he was sure they would find a way to protect themselves. He knew this was a great opportunity to find out what kind of power this woman had. If she didn't do anything, her servant and that girl would be eaten by monsters. Gasha asked, "Who needs them now?" Their cooperation was over. Gailey smiled and said that they should be bait for a while. But the creatures did not attack the boys, but immediately attacked others. And Terry's had to act and fight. Terry's decided to show his abilities and used a flash of lightning, and began to exterminate the creatures. Gasha was very angry and shouted that she would show the creatures what she was capable of, and she used a shield strike. The assassin also did not stand aside and used the technique of the killer. With her knife, she cut the creatures. But at that moment she fell and said that no matter how many of them she killed, there was no end to them. At this rate, they would die. The assassin was distracted for a moment and did not foresee the situation that the creatures pounced on her. But Terry saw this and managed to use his thunder strike. Elizabeth said that now that they have shown their true colors, does he still want to play this adventure game with them? Pin replied that she should forget. They had come here to repay him, and as they had said, it was time to split up. He realized that the outside world was indeed unpredictable. Perhaps farming was more suited to him. Elizabeth knew she had to make them show their true colors first, and then decide if they were worth saving. Elizabeth told him to get ready to go out. Pin was surprised and asked if they had already arrived. Elizabeth took his hand and said that they were going this way. Anna did not stand aside and also fought with the creatures. She used her hair, which destroyed the monsters. Anna asked what happened. Pin told the girl to follow them. Anna immediately said that she was going. Elizabeth walked up to the portal and touched it with her hands a few times and said a few words. In that moment, a door appeared in front of them, which was so big that Pin had never seen it in his life. Pin said that means the exit is a hidden giant door, and immediately they opened it and saw a white light. Elizabeth came through the door first and told them to get moving. Tari saw them leaving, and Ping looked at him at that moment too. Terry saw that the others had already left and ordered his wives to climb on him and hold on tighter. Terry's got angry and asked what they thought, that they could just leave them here? The doors were not open for long and closed in a second, but Terry's and his girls managed to get through. Pin came inside and started saying that there were a lot of gold coins. They were rich. Anna was also surprised and asked if they could really take them, but Terry's came up to them and pushed Pin aside, telling him to step aside. Gasha also pushed Anna and harshly told her to get out of the way. Terry's looked at the coins and said that the treasure really did exist. But the most important thing was the devil's nectar that stood in the middle of the room. Pin said that now, they don't owe each other anything. They don't ask them to be grateful, but let them not go too far. Terry said that they did not expect them to help them so much, and as a thank you, they would let them die quickly. But suddenly one of the coins fell out, and a devilish gaze opened up, ready to devour them. Slowly, a golden dragon rose up in front of them, and everyone was surprised and did not understand what was happening here. Pin was very scared and turned to Elizabeth, and he shouted to her that it was a dragon and let her look. Anna said that no, and that something more terrible was hidden here. The dragon did not look at them for long and was ready to fight. Gasha asked the master what they should do. Tari's replied that they needed to buy some time, and he would accumulate strength to deal with him in one blow. The assassin said that she understood, and in that moment they began to fight with this dragon to buy time. Gasha told the girl to distract him. The assassin heard her words and told her to rely on her. The assassin used the cloning technique and sent her fighters to the dragon to help the employee. Terry's thought that now this huge dragon is the only problem. He needs to put all his magic power into one powerful blow. He raised his sword above his head and used his energy to make the sword pierce the dragon in one blow. The assassin began to attack the dragon from different sides and used the assassin technique. She understood that it helps to strike at a weak point, but it did not even scratch him. Gasha said she would deal with him and use the flamethrower shield transformation. But it was all useless because fire was like empty space against the dragon, and there was zero damage. Gasha was delighted and said that it worked for her, and she learned this new technique after becoming a 3-star demon spirit. But the dragon did not leave this unpunished and immediately struck hard with its paws towards Gasha. Gasha was unable to do anything against the dragon's attack and said goodbye to her life in that very second. Assassin saw that Gasha was defeated and used her technique, thousands of clones. But even though she can't do much damage to him, at least she can distract him. The dragon saw that this would not work and used the golden hurricane technique to remove all the clones. At this time, Pin looked at the dragon and did not move from his place. Elizabeth said that the guy was calm, but this was expected. Pin knew he had just died. Anna decided to join the fight and use the summoning of an enchanted doll, called a bear. Mishka stood in defense of the boys and did not allow the coins to cause damage, while Terry's was gaining energy. The assassin said that she needed to protect the master, and she began to repel all the attacks of the dragon with coins. Asai was delighted and said that it was great. She was able to withstand the dragon's attack, but it didn't last long, and in a second the assassin lost her head. After all, the attack was still going on. Terry said that his power accumulation was complete, and then he used a 300% lightning flash attack. Terry said that even someone with demon sect level strength wouldn't be able to block this attack. But everything turned out differently. The dragon remained whole and unwounded, and Terry's sword broke into small pieces. Terry's held his broken sword in his hand and said that this simply couldn't be. The dragon didn't play with him for long and immediately hit the guy with his tail. Terry's couldn't even dodge the attack. It was a golden dragon, which is the level of a 4-star demon sect. But Ping and the guys were not afraid and stood still. Pin turned to Elizabeth and immediately thought that the centaur had just died from a blow from a dragon's tail, and it seemed that they would have to use their trump card. Elizabeth asked him what he was going to do next. Pin replied that it was her turn to act. And then Elizabeth asked in surprise, "What?" Pin replied that otherwise he was afraid that they would die here. Elizabeth got angry and told him not to dare order him around in front of strangers. Did he really want to use her to threaten her? No way. Anna said that the real nightmare was yet to come, and they might never get out of here. Elizabeth approached a member of the Jimji clan to allow her to see what her magical power was. And then Anna's memories of the time when she was entertaining children at the church opened up before her, and how one night she was sleeping with her mother, and demons burst in on them and began to destroy everyone. At the last minute, Anna used her abilities on the toy and decided to fight for herself. There were a lot of deaths that day, both from the demons and from Anna's side. Elizabeth said that Anna forcibly suppressed her own magic to change her memories. She immediately used her powers against her and turned her off, saying that it was very stupid. Anna said it was all her fault. Let her brothers and sisters forgive her for her decision that day. Elizabeth said she was insulting the Jimji clan. If she wanted to escape the prison of regret, she should stand up and fight for it. Anna replied that she agreed, and at least this time she wanted to protect her brother Pin. She immediately gained another power and rose into the sky. In that very second, everything changed. Pin shouted at Anna because he did not understand what she was doing. Anna raised her hand to the sky and said that she was calling the enchanted doll, but this time she called all her toys. The dragon saw that everything was not so simple and began to attack, but he hit Mishka's body, from which he received no damage. The bear did not stop and sucked on the dragon's leg to prevent him from moving. Then the rabbit ran with his mighty blows, causing the dragon to take damage. The dragon did not come to life at this turn of events and did not have time to react. But the wounds were so painful that he even cowered. Pin asked Elizabeth what she had just done to Anya. The girl replied that nothing, she had simply helped her accept reality. The dragon saw that this would not work and attacked the bunny. Anna saw that everything was going as it should and ordered the animals to grab him. This time the bunny did not have time to react and fell under the dragon's paws. He could not move because he was under the pressure of the dragon's paw. At that very second, a snake ran up and curled up on the dragon's body, preventing him from continuing to move. The dragon immediately used a golden hurricane attack, but the enchanted bird used wing magic and repelled the attack. Pin looked at this and said that Anya was amazing, and then he remembered something and asked, "What kind of Jimji clan is she from?" At that moment he turned around and was very scared. It was Taris who attacked them with a flash of lightning. He was badly wounded and could barely stand on his feet. His face was completely bloody. He asked the boys if they had received it. Elizabeth asked, "Is that idiot still alive?" Pin was screaming at him to give his backpack back. Pin opened his backpack and said that his trump card was these fruits, and now they were only in his hands. Terry started eating all the fruits and wouldn't stop. Pin asked him what he was doing. It wouldn't work anymore, but he still wanted to eat them. Terry's did not stop, and in a second he turned into something terrible. His eyes began to glow. He said, "This is it." His muscles began to expand and slowly began to turn into a monster. Terry said that the power that overflows never felt so powerful. Terry said that with this power, he no longer feared the members of the Holy Sword Guild. The dragon saw this terrible man and used the breath of the golden dragon. Terry's left the battlefield at that very moment and somehow found himself next to the dragon, and he shouted for him to stop bothering him. Terry's did not stop and used the thunderclap attack. The dragon did not have time to react and was caught in a thunder barrage. Terry's knocked out the dragon with his attack and went to the statue. He said that if he drank this, he couldn't imagine how strong he would become. He did what he wanted and drank the whole cup. His eyes instantly shrank to little red dots. He grew to a demonic form. Terry said that he now realized the full value of the devil's nectar. Pin said this guy's getting weirder and weirder. Elizabeth should do something soon. Anna told them not to worry, she wouldn't let him get close to them. She used a magic summon, but Terry's got there first and dug his claws into her. Tari said that he would get rid of her first. Pin immediately burst into tears and screamed Anna's name. Terry's killed her and threw her aside. Heading towards the boys, he said that now it was Pina's turn. Pin ran up to Anna and told her to hold on and not pass out. Elizabeth would help her soon. Terry's approached Elizabeth and said that he knew she was hiding her power, but it didn't matter. She only had two options. Become his woman and let her take him into her kingdom on the condition that she will help him inherit everything, or he'll play with her until she's useless. And then he'll turn her into bargaining chips so he can get what he wants. Pin insulted Terry's and said that Elizabeth would kill him. He immediately turned around and asked if he was talking to him. Trash? And then he used thunderclap. But the dragon did not allow this to happen, and through the dust he launched his attack on Terry's. And then Pin came to his senses and said that he was not going to pretend anymore. After all, everything had already gone beyond the limits. And suddenly the dragon appears smoothly. And then Terry's was surprised and asked, "The true form of the dragon?" Then the one he killed was another dragon. Elizabeth realized that he was using his tail as bait, a little trick she had played on him before. The dragon at this time moved to the Void Realm. It was the queen of the golden dragons, with the level of a one-star king. Terry said it was impossible. He was at the level of a demon king. He couldn't lose to that dragon. But suddenly something impossible began to happen, and Therese began to transform into something powerful. Pin asked Elizabeth if he was imagining it, was he? The girl replied that she was sure he had realized it long ago. This place doesn't exist. Pin immediately rose into the air and began to shout that they were flying. Elizabeth said that even if magic was his weak point, he couldn't help but feel such power. The dragon began to speak his own language to Elizabeth, while the girl responded in kind. But suddenly there was a flash, and the dragon turned into a little girl. She asked the lady that it was really her. Emilia was waiting for her return. Elizabeth said that she had already reached the level of the Demon King, but she was still so naive. Initially, she didn't want to come here and wake her up because she was too clingy. Emilia denied it and said that the lady had disappeared for 500 years without saying a word. Did she know how much she was missed? Emilia began to tell that she was born between heaven and earth, and the lady found her in a hidden kingdom and helped her hatch with the help of her magic. Elizabeth found her and said that they would make a contract with her. Not only did she name her Emilia, but she also personally trained her and played with her. She swore that she would protect it and serve her mistress. As she grew older, she began to transport it everywhere to fight vile creatures. Later, the gentleman, in order to put an end to endless wars, decided to become the ruler of this world. She was happy to see herself step by step achieving world domination, but since then she began to smile less and less. She told the lady that she was growing stronger every day, and she was too weak to help her. And unexpectedly, when she went to patrol the territory, she wanted to draw the holy sword to find the legendary hero. But since then, there has been no news from her. Aristotle said that 10 years had passed. The reputation of Her Majesty instilled terror in the people, but could hardly provide stability. In fact, strange changes are taking place, and the crime rate continues to rise. Mughal said that it was all true. Several great orc chieftains had already declared their separation from the tribe. They could not be suppressed without the help of Her Majesty. Heimerdinger replied that they could not remain idle, because the more the latent threat grew, the more damage it would cause when it broke out. Twyla turned to Jimji, that he had been with Her Majesty the longest. Did he think Her Majesty really had some problems with this legendary hero? Jimji replied that it was impossible. He had witnessed the terrifying power of Her Majesty. There was no one in the world who could compare with her. They could do what they wanted, but he himself would find the queen. Malfay said that he agreed, and it was time to return to his domain, and he would personally find Her Majesty. And finally, the ministers returned to their territories. She was not interested in all this, so she took only the unfinished glass of wine, and she returned to where the Lord had found her, believing that one day she would come to this place. She waited and waited for her to return. She waited for several years, and now finally she returned. Elizabeth replied, "Isn't it great? It seems that the long wait has forced her to put aside her playfulness and master meditation, which is the key step to reaching the level of the Demon King." Emilia turned to the mistress and asked her not to leave her again. It turns out that the mistress left for 500 years only so that she could master meditation and reach the level of the Demon King. It was all for her. Pin turned to Elizabeth and told him to stop remembering the past. He needed to save Anya quickly. Anna immediately turned to her brother Pin and asked where they were. Pin was surprised and asked if she was okay. Anna replied that everything was fine. She reached into her pocket and said that the apple her brother had given her was crushed. Pin replied that it was okay, she shouldn't worry. Elizabeth realized that he had everything under control. He had foreseen this outcome even when he was distributing the bananas. Amelia was enjoying herself with the mistress at this time and did not leave her side for a single step. But then she wondered why the mistress continued to look at this little man, but only glanced at her once. Emily asked the lady who he was. Elizabeth replied that he was the legendary hero. She had been living with him all this time. Emilia thought that this was also a legendary hero. Not only had he stolen her mistress for 500 years, but he wanted to take her heart too. She would get rid of him, and with him, all her grievances, once and for all. Pin introduced himself to her, and introduced himself by saying his name. Emilia thought that now that she had reached the level of the Demon King, she could match the strength of the Queen. If they join forces, they will definitely kill him, the legendary hero. She immediately attacked the guy with the claws of the Dragon Queen and shouted that she was also glad to meet him. But then she collided with Pin and fell to the ground. Pin apologized and said that he didn't have time to react in time. Emilia thought that this attack could have destroyed an entire city, and he just repelled it. Pin said it was his turn now. Emilia thought he was no less terrifying than the lady. He can actually suppress her who has reached the level of the Demon King. Emilia immediately took cover and said that it was not necessary. Pin took her hand and said he was really sorry he didn't get to shake her hand. No wonder she was so calm. And it turns out that this dragon girl was her friend. Emily was surprised and asked, "Shake hands? Friend?" Elizabeth said that you could say that, but to be precise, she was her riding animal. Pin asked in surprise, "A riding animal?" and immediately imagined Elizabeth riding on Emilia. Elizabeth immediately waved her fingers and said that was enough for today and moved them to the city. Emilia was surprised and said that her mistress was incredible. She thought that she was only able to create that place after reaching the level of the Demon King. The lady absorbed him in an instant, without making any effort. She is truly worthy of being called a queen. Pin was surprised and asked what it meant to come back was so easy. He thought that as long as Elizabeth was by his side, all his problems didn't matter. Anna immediately grabbed her stomach and said that it was too much, and then she collapsed on Pin's lap, spitting out the food. Her last words before passing out were that she was losing consciousness from teleportation. Elizabeth told Pin to take her into the house so she could rest, and she needed to talk to Amelia. Amelia turned to the lady and asked if she wanted to tell her something. Let her command her. She was impatiently waiting for her to be able to serve her. Elizabeth asked her if she had heard anything about the Dark Guild of the Demon Realm. Amelia replied that although she had not been in the outside world for 500 years, she had heard some news from the demonic realm before she went into hibernation. And then she said she remembered. It was founded by that guy, Malfoy, a human prince. Did the lady know him? And then Elizabeth replied that it seemed there was such a person. Emily asked, what was the matter? She wanted to ask him to do something? Was it something she couldn't do? She could learn. Elizabeth replied that she heard that this dark guild had committed a huge amount of murder under the resurrection limit of her. This made her displeased. Emilia asked what did it mean to resurrect? Wasn't she alive and well? That was just disrespectful to her. What did she want her to do? Elizabeth replied that she must make them disappear from this world completely, but must not reveal any information about her or this place. Emilia replied that everything would be as the mistress ordered. Elizabeth said that she was so obedient. When she finished with this, she would release her, and then she could do whatever she wanted. Emilia told the lady to rely on her. She is going to destroy the Dark Guild. She thought that the mistress would set her free and let her do whatever she wanted, so she could climb into the mistress's bed every night, just like when she was a child. Emilia flew into the sky, but suddenly there was an explosion. She asked, what the hell? How dare he attack her? To penetrate her skin, he must be at least a demon lord level. He is extremely dangerous. She must get rid of the potential threat to the mistress. And then the dog said that the target is still alive, and the protection level increases to the second. Emilia was surprised, and then the dog used a large rocket and aimed it straight at the girl. Emilia decided not to take risks and use the wings of the Dragon Queen. Did he really choose her as his opponent? He attacked the wrong one. But at that moment, she was even more surprised because she saw that several missiles were being sent towards her. The missiles collided with her, Emilia, and a big explosion occurred, but she was able to resist it. The dog said that the target is still alive. The protection level is increased to 3. But then Elizabeth came and said that this is her subject. Let him get away from her. The dog replied that it was accepted. This person was added to the white list. Emilia was offended and said that this place was terrible. Meanwhile, Pin was cutting up some fruit and decided to make Anna some fresh juice. He told the girl that if she felt dizzy, she should try drinking orange juice. It helps clear the mind. Anna took the glass and thanked Brother Pin. After drinking the juice, her wounds began to heal in an instant. But she knew that each piece of fruit pulp contains magical power. When it bursts, a stream of magical power is formed, which activates all the nerve cells in the body and relieves fatigue. Anna said that this feeling is high-level divine magic, and then the mind was cleared. The girl's mind began to tell her that it was she, and stopped suppressing her true nature. Pin lay down and started saying that he was so happy to lie around on the couch at home. Going for walks was clearly not for him. And then Elizabeth came in and told Anna that she seemed to have remembered everything. Her ancestors had once sworn an oath to her that the Jimji clan would always be faithful to her. If her blood had fully awakened, then the power of the oath should have been as well. Anna immediately used her mind and saw herself standing in Elizabeth's arms. Anna asked Elizabeth that she was the legendary demon queen. Elizabeth replied that she was the ruler of this world. Anna said that according to historical records, didn't she die with the hero? Then who is Brother Ping? Pin replied that he felt a little embarrassed to say it, but he must be a hero. Anna said she understood everything. Then it was supposed to be like this. Brother Pin and Sister Elizabeth fought to the death, but after a month they developed feelings for each other. And in the end, they gave up the fight for the title of the strongest and joined in. And since then, they have lived in solitude for 500 years. Elizabeth said that it was okay to say that. Pin turned to Anya and told her not to say stupid things. She would hurt Elizabeth. Elizabeth said that being a descendant of a demonic line of the strongest warriors, she had fallen to this state. She was a disgrace to the demon clan. Pin asked, Anya belongs to the demon clan? Elizabeth asked, what should it be? It was about 600 years ago, right? The child named Jimji awakened, his eyes glowing red as he used magical power, and his fighting skills greatly improved. However, as his power grew at an incredible rate, he became incredibly cruel. Only constant killing could satisfy him. In just a few years, he plunged her northern territories into chaos, and over 100 elite warriors under her command were killed by him. This only increased his ambitions, and he came to her castle, trying to challenge her, and use the seal. Naturally, she quickly defeated him and sealed away his cruel side. From then on, he swore that his line would be loyal to her. Anna said she knew nothing. She remembers living in a church orphanage, and the nuns' brothers and sisters were her family. Eliabeth said that Anna killed everyone in her shelter when she went crazy, couldn't come to terms with reality, and therefore made up for herself that she was waiting for the nun to return. Elizabeth knew that with such power, Jimji could seize power. Why did he retreat? Was it about the others? It seemed there was much she didn't know. And then Anna replied that it was not so, her brothers and sisters, and then shed a tear. Pin turned to Elizabeth and asked, hadn't they met her brothers and sister at the market? Elizabeth told him to forget. She used a portal and told them to just expose the lie and see who her so-called younger brothers and sister were. She opened a portal and revealed that these were not her brothers and sisters, but simple soft toys. Elizabeth asked Anna, did she understand? She uses her magic power to support the dolls and therefore cannot rise above the level of a magician. Pin asked, is that what it is? Elizabeth said that she tried her power to protect her loved ones from the dark apostles, then went crazy and killed her family. This is the reality she is avoiding. Anna denied everything in her head and screamed that this couldn't be, and her head was splitting badly. Elizabeth stopped listening to all this and hit Anna. She couldn't hold back and lost consciousness. Elizabeth said that she knew Pin wanted to help her, but she was only temporarily knocked unconscious. She must remind him that if she cannot control herself and loses her mind again, she is afraid the entire city will be destroyed. Pin replied that he understood everything and let Elizabeth let him fix everything. After all, he couldn't leave everything like this. Pin decided to bring Anna to her place of life. He decided to look after her and tidy her up. Opening her eyes, Anna asked Pin if he had brought her back. Had she caused him trouble? Pin replied that it was not so. He did it with the help of Elizabeth's portal. Is she better yet? Anna replied that she remembered everything. There was no nun. In fact, she was the murderer. Pin said it wasn't true. She was trying to protect her brothers and sister. She's not a killer. Anna started denying everything and said that it was all her fault. It was her fault that she ran away after she lost control. Pin said it was the Dark Guild's fault. She didn't want to lose control after waking up, so she should stop blaming herself. There's still a shortage of materials. Anna said that she killed them. That can't be changed. Pin said that details are important, just like in making dolls. She makes them very well, but she is afraid that the stuffing will come out somewhere, so she ties a lot of knots. As a result, the doll loses its soul. Pin asked Anna to let him help untangle the knots and remake it. He immediately tore it into pieces. Anna, seeing this, asked the guy what he had done to her brothers and sister, and then she turned into something terrible. Pin said Shakespeare once wrote, "Let them not be afraid. The island is full of sounds and rustlings and whispers and singings. They are pleasant, they do no harm." Pin said that sometimes it was as if hundreds of instruments were ringing in her ears. And then she found herself in the water and asked, "Where is she?" But suddenly a portal opened in the sky, and Pin extended his hand to her, saying that he was dreaming of golden clouds, and a rain of treasures was pouring down on him, and he was crying that he had woken up. Pin told her to look at that clear sky and let her decide. She immediately climbed onto Pin's hand. Anna came to her senses and asked where she had just been. Pin said that he had remade this doll for her. His name was Raphael, and he hopes that he will help her heal. Anna took it in her hands and thought that she had this feeling. She couldn't be wrong. She immediately began to cry and realized in her head that these were her brothers and sister. She saw that they had wrapped themselves around Pin and were shouting that they were free. Anna started crying really hard and said that she would protect the church. Pin replied that the sky always clears up after it rains. And then Pin thought about it and realized that, fortunately, he had learned about psychotherapy from the books he had received from the system earlier, but just in case he would still have to reread them regularly in the future. Emilia at this time arrived in the kingdom of demons, the swamp of death. She slowly flew over them and was surprised. Emilia said that it was unacceptable to turn the mistress's lands into such a mess, and then she began to look around. And then someone in the fog started saying that the food had come into their hands. Whoever kills her first will get the chance to dismember her. He wants her soul. Emilia saw them and asked, "Does this guy treat the mistress lands like a garbage dump?" The leaders of the monsters saw that their subordinates had lost. Everyone was surprised and could not believe it. But in the distance, she saw someone standing with a pacifier in their mouth. The leader of the monsters asked who she was, and how dare she come to the Dark Guild to sow discord on her own. This was one of the 6 pillars of the Dark Guild Kurtuzad. Let the girl approach him immediately. Emilia walked forward and began to see something impossible. There were bottles with monsters giving birth everywhere. In the hall of the Dark Guild, the man said that someone powerful had come to him. Farazdag Samawi said that the Ghanaian troops were completely destroyed when they invaded the Holy Sword Guild. Maybe they came for revenge? The girl Rug replied that it was not a problem. Kurtuzad would meet them to find out and teach them a lesson. Experiment number 24 asked, "Does William want to have fun?" William got angry and told him to shut up. Dago said that whoever it was, even the master of the sword himself, if he dared to come here, he would never return. The guy said he was worried about the missing materials and they came to him. It was the head of the Dark Guild, Vis Malfoy. Kerr was defeated and asked, how is this possible? His abyssal mania was useless. Even his magic tools did not work. He knew it was no good. Her power was limitless. The best solution would be to use teleportation to return to the hall and pass on the information to the others. Emilia didn't stand on ceremony with him for long and attacked with the claws of the Dragon Queen. The girl-like creature asked if Mr. Kerr was really defeated by a child. Then wouldn't there be 2 empty spots for the guild pillar? The great apostle replied that they had had a hard battle. It was definitely seriously injured. They should take advantage of this chance. The monster said that all the apostles simply had to unite and overwhelm her with numbers. Emilia turned to the nightmare and said that there was another pile of garbage here. And then the roar of the Golden Dragon Queen occurred. The monsters immediately began to explode from such a roar and cover their ears, because it was unbearable. She destroyed all the monsters with one roar and said that that was it. The path was completely clear. Elizabeth crossed to the other side of the land, and the creature met her and told her that if she wanted to enter, she had to answer his questions. The price for a wrong answer was her life. And then he began to ask a question, but Emilia did not let him speak and launched her attack on him. Emilia blew up everything in her path and said that she found him. Viz, has he really become that ugly? Viz started laughing and said that it was all true. He was quite old after all, and they hadn't seen Lady Emilia for a long time. Emilia didn't chat with him for long and cut him into small pieces with her own hands. The others said there was no need to worry. Did her attack work on the master? Emilia pulled herself up and said that they would be done for today. Shattered Weiss said that, as expected of Lady Emilia, she had become much stronger. Viz asked her why she suddenly woke up from a deep sleep. Perhaps she had found Mistress Elizabeth? Dago decided to take action, and slowly through the ground, he used the forbidden tentacles that grabbed Emilia. Dago said that once he defeats her, the Demon Queen's pet Elizabeth, and the Golden Dragon Queen, the position of Demon Lord will be his. And now that her magical power is sealed in the Sea of Darkness, no matter how strong it is, she cannot escape its grip. Emilia asked in surprise, "Get out? What does he mean?" She decided to taste the tentacles and lick them. Dago said that it was useless to resist, but Emilia began to bite him, and in a moment began to swallow him into her body. Dago said she was an idiot. Is she really going to swallow him? Does she even know how big his body is? She's overestimating herself. But Emilia didn't stop and swallowed it straight. Dago was screaming at that moment for the chief to help him. Emilia swallowed it whole and said she hadn't eaten since she woke up. Rug came up to her and said she gave in. She had to join them against her will. She used her technique and sent a seductive kiss to Emilia. And if the attack didn't work, then this would. Rune told the girl that from now on she was in her power. And then Emilia simply burped in Rune's direction in response. Rune didn't expect this and her sound sent her straight to the sky. Emilia said that this is a stupid octopus Does it want to reproduce in her stomach? Then she will digest it in one sitting. William started laughing and said that she not only killed the deputy chief, but also wounded her father. Funny. And then the guy used the Demon King's power to release, but Elizabeth used her claws and tied the guy up. Elizabeth got rid of him and told him to step aside. Number 24 decided to use his full energy release in the unification of full muscle use. Emilia got rid of them in a second and asked Vis, he doesn't think he can take the place of the mistress. Did he bring this trash with him? Emilia said that he wasn't strong enough to even be her opponent right now. Whis replied that she was at the level of a demon king, and he congratulated her on reaching that level. Vis said he was so jealous of her. He, as a human, didn't have a long enough life to achieve it. Emilia told him to stop talking nonsense. Is he going to end his life, or does he still think he can beat her? Vis started laughing and replied that no. How could he, Vis Malfoy, dare to be her opponent? But if she joins them, it will change everything. Emilia did not tolerate such humiliation and called him a bastard. And then he saw the body of Mrs. Elizabeth in front of him. Vis began at that moment to repeat all the time that a little more. A month later, Pin lived his life in the same area, and he still worked every day. He tried to survive and grew all his own fruits. They grew in this world every minute. After a fruitful day, he would fill his basket and head home with his pet. But suddenly he stopped unexpectedly, and the dog saw that he was not walking and turned around and began to bark. Pin heard her voice and said that he was coming. When he got home, he started chopping wood with his sword. Elizabeth had been eating all this time, and at one point she stopped and thought, what was happening to him? Pin couldn't even sleep at night. Something was bothering him. And suddenly he got up and said that he had decided. Pin apologized to Elizabeth the next day for disturbing her so early. This is today's breakfast. Let her enjoy it. Elizabeth told the boy that if he had something to say, let him say it. She didn't like it when people beat around the bush. Pin replied that in fact, after a year of communicating with him, Elizabeth, she should already know that he was no threat to her and that Nero and the Demon Queen could coexist together. And so he thought it was time for her to leave here and take control of the world into her own hands again. Elizabeth asked why. Pin replied that he had originally thought he could live a quiet life hiding here in the newcomer village. But he didn't expect that the system's words about the hero and the Demon Queen meeting being inevitable would be true. He didn't go out, but she came to him herself. As a result, the barrier of this village was damaged and 500 years passed outside, which led to many disturbances. Without her, the ruler of this world, some guild appeared, and what happened to Burz and Anya was just a tiny part of the chaos of the outside world. Elizabeth asked why he cared so much. It didn't affect them, did it? Pin replied that he admitted he was really confused back then because of the barrier disappearing. And without her, it would be difficult for him to survive here. If he didn't know what was going on outside, he could certainly continue his life without any problems. But after learning about this, he can no longer stand aside simply because he doesn't want to be a hero. He doesn't want to make people suffer. And then Elizabeth thought, what did Pin just say that he couldn't live without her? Pin asked her to go and become the ruler of this world again. Even though he was an incompetent hero, he couldn't continue being selfish. He knew that if this place was destroyed by monsters, the worst-case scenario was that he could go to work in the city. Elizabeth finished her meal and asked Pin what he wanted her to solve the problems in the outside world. It was just a trifle, nothing more. Pin was delighted and asked if she agreed. He would help her pack all her things. Elizabeth replied that no, the outside world was not interesting, but there were two ways to solve this. Pin asked, which ones? Elizabeth said the first one was the easiest. She would cast a world-destroying spell to eradicate the problem completely. What would he say? Pin immediately started waving his hands and said that definitely not. Elizabeth said that then the second way to find the right person to rule the world. She can teach him while being in the shadows. Pin asked, the right person? Who could it be? Elizabeth replied that he knew that besides her, only he was suitable for this. Pin asked, does she want him to rule the world? But how so? He wanted something completely different. After the conversation, Pin wondered how everything turned out like this. Elizabeth shouted at him to concentrate. Let him start sword training. Pin replied that he would start right away. Elizabeth thought the boy wanted to play with the Demon Queen, but he was too young for that. But she can't deny that in terms of strength, She is slightly superior to her, but when it comes to psychology and strategy, he is no match for her. And when he told her to leave this morning, she felt so miserable and almost did it. But then, when he told her from the bottom of his heart that he couldn't live without her, she saw through him completely. After all, the guy knows perfectly well that with their power, they can destroy this world with just one thought and rule it. So the best thing they can do is just leave it to develop on its own and watch it change in their free time. And Amelia took care of the Dark Guild, so there's no need to worry about that. Every day this guy was lost in his thoughts, and today he woke her up early in the morning to talk nonsense about how he wanted her to go away and rule the world. But she has a feeling that he is just trying to find an excuse to make her pay attention to him. It is obvious that after a year of communication, he has fallen in love with him. Pin wondered for a moment if it was true that if you slash your sword 1,000 times a day, you can improve your skills. But it sounded too simple. Elizabeth told him to be the strongest and to enjoy being defeated by someone else. She is the only one in the world who is able to control him, a hero with vicious interests, even if she is not interested in such a boring thing as love. He has the highest ability for creation and production, and she is an excellent swordsman and magician. Everything comes to one child of the strongest. She wondered what kind of child they could create. His true goal is to create a child who can transcend this world. She started laughing and saying that she wouldn't agree to it so easily, so she would let him improve his swordsmanship first. He had to become stronger to create such a child. Pin saw her laugh and wondered what Elizabeth was thinking. Was she really going to teach him swordsmanship and magic so he could destroy the Dark Guild? But suddenly everything turned out differently. The sword in Pin's hands caught fire and a large smoke burst into flames. Eventually the sword turned into a child who fell in front of him. Pin was very scared when he saw that the sword had turned into a child. The blonde asked Pin who he called a child. Before him stood the great spirit of the holy sword, Alpha. Elizabeth stood up and asked them what was going on. Alpha saw her and got angry and said that she was the demon queen Elizabeth. He didn't chat with her for long, but immediately attacked her with his blades, screaming for her to die. But Elizabeth proved to be stronger than the guy and immediately kicked him, sending him flying into the sky. She told him to sit down so they could talk. Alpha, with a bump on his head, calmed down, and they sat down to negotiate. Pin apologized to him and said that he didn't know he had consciousness, even after so many years of use. Alpha replied that of course the guy didn't know that. At the critical moment when the hero was fighting the Demon Queen, he came to the rescue. Alpha grabbed Pin by the shirt and asked him what he had been doing with it all year. Using the holy sword to chop wood. Did he know what it had been like? Pin pulled him at arm's length and told him to calm down. Alpha said that Pin had actually changed the plot and befriended her, and he had even turned him into a wood chopping tool. He doesn't deserve to be a hero at all, Elizabeth asked Alpha. He doesn't want to kill her, does he? Alpha said no, it was because of some stupid system settings. Things are different now given the circumstances. She is his savior. Elizabeth said that it didn't matter anymore, and since he was already here, let him help Pin rule this world. Alpha asked in surprise, "To rule the world?" Pin replied, "in the sense of saving this world." Alpha asked the boy what he was talking about. Pin replied that although he had been inactive for a long time, he had now decided to take charge, train, and then save the world. Alpha replied, "To practice." Doesn't he know what kind of talent he has? He thought that he just practiced swinging his sword with him 100 times, an accumulated experience equal to that of defeating a demon king-level enemy. Pin replied that he knew he had talent, but with two great mentors, him and Elizabeth, he believed he could do it. Alpha asked what the hell he was talking about. He tells him about, and then Elizabeth shut his mouth with magic and didn't let him tell the truth. She asked Pin to wait a minute. She needed to explain something to this child. She took Alpha in her arms and went behind a tree so that Pin would not see how she would beat this child. The wounded Alpha came to his place and said that he understood that no matter what happened, he would cooperate with him. Elizabeth told them to stop talking. They could start their adventure in the outside world if he learned how to handle a sword. In one of the cities on a weekday, a girl said that the Grey Wolf Guild was recruiting new members. The pay was acceptable. So if people are considering changing jobs, they can take a look at this leaflet. Another girl shouted that crispy fried chicken, piping hot, was the best choice for a snack, especially when going to watch the guild competitions. On this day, the boys were walking in the city of Titano. Elizabeth said that the magical power showed her that a large-scale event was to take place in this city. And of course, there are a lot of people here, so you can get enough information on their requests. Pin replied that he knew that the first step to world domination was collecting information. Alpha decided to ask if they wanted him to accompany them. Wasting time in a place like this? Elizabeth replied, would he believe her if she said she could break him in two? Alpha, threatened by the mistress, jumped on Pin's brother and said that he would be at his disposal at any time. Pin noticed a leaflet that was tangled under his feet and picked it up, saying that these leaflets are just everywhere. What kind of event is planned there? Looking at the flyer, he saw that it was a guild competition. He asked Elizabeth if she knew about it. Elizabeth replied that the guilds send their representatives to fight. At that very moment, a gong sounded in one part of the city, and it was announced that the participants were entering the arena, and it was time to place their bets. The judge told the people that they would make the right choice if they bet on the Holy Sword Guild. But the elves have also sent their people this time. In addition, there is also a card guild that has recently become famous. Pin suggested to Elizabeth that they go and see it too. When he got to the building, he began to say with admiration that the arena was simply enormous. But then Buffalo stopped them and told them to stop together. After all, his magic controller didn't find any tickets on them. Pin told Elizabeth with confidence and determination to leave it to him. Pin started showing the bag of coins and saying that the flyer said the ticket cost 10 gold, so he could buy them now. The Buffalo replied that everything was correct, but the remaining tickets were monopolized by him, and he sells them for 200 gold. Pin said with annoyance that there were still swindlers in this world. Elizabeth did not tolerate this for long and recruited Buffalo with her power. The Buffalo respectfully said that here are 2 VIP tickets for them, and let them accept them. It will be a great honor for him. The guys immediately headed to the arena, and upon entering, Pin began to say with surprise that this was indeed a VIP zone, and such a luxurious one. On this significant day, there were serious people present in the arena who had great weight in the guild. Anna asked her friend Luna to check if these people were also on the guest list. Pin and the girls sat down in their seats, and he began to say that it was his first time in such a big arena, so he was a little nervous. Elizabeth didn't care and asked the guy to give her something to chew on. Anna was wary of the guys and ordered Luna to keep an eye on them. Luna assumed that maybe they were from that guild. After all, their leader had helped them a lot. But then a voice came out of nowhere and addressed the people and asked them to give him a warm welcome. With a dramatic entrance, the guy walked down to the arena and told him to move on to the guild competition finals. The guy said he was their host, Goblin Gob, and without further ado, let him introduce the 4 contestants who made it to the finals. Gob said that one of the finalists was the genius swordsman of the Holy Sword Guild, Ching. The second finalist was the ferocious general of the Giant Bear Guild, Jael. He was followed by a handsome man from the Elf Guild named Travi. And last but not least, a special guest from the Holy Sword Guild, a representative of the card Lydia Nurmarj. Gob asked who would win this competition. He immediately flew up into the sky on his chicken and shouted that it was time to begin. And then a fierce battle began. Travi assumed that this mountain of muscle from the Giant Bear Guild looked too stupid. He was most likely just cannon fodder. The ferocious general of the Giant Bear Guild, Jael, shouted throughout the arena that he would crush him. Travi thought that regarding the newly created card guild, the only reason they were eligible to participate in this competition was because they helped the Holy Sword Guild kill the 6 demon pillars. They are just a second-rate guild affiliated with the Holy Sword Guild. They are represented only by the leader. This one is not dangerous to him either. So the only one who can pose a threat to him is the blue sword from the Holy Sword Guild. Gala took action and attacked Travi, using the attack of a fierce bull. And then came the crushing, breaking, and crushing. Travi quickly reacted to his attack and took out his arrows and said, "What kind of primitive barbarian is attacking him?" Travi shot an arrow and hit another man. At that time, he also began to fight and attack Chin. Gala caught the arrow in the air and said that this woman's words were so rude, and he would be the first one he would kill. Having broken the arrow, vines came out of it, which surrounded it from different sides, and a cage was created from the roots. Travi recoiled from the attacks and said that such an uncultured beast as he should be locked in a cage. Gala asked in surprise, "What is he trying to close it with these rotten roots?" The guy lost his temper at this point and said he would destroy them all, and he used a bull ram. But everything turned out to be much more complicated. The roots began to slowly tear him apart in different directions so that he could not use his powers. Gala asked what was happening. Travi replied that it was the roots of the eucalyptus. When struck, they contract and secrete an extremely sticky liquid. And he decided to get out himself. And taking out his sharp sword, he used the breaking technique and began to cut the roots. But it was simple. Travi thought that this guy's speed was so high that even the roots couldn't reach him. At this time, Ching had already escaped from the cage with his skills. He said that he apologized for destroying his plant. Travi replied that it didn't matter, and he could pay with his life. After all, he knew that defeating an enemy like him would delight him. Travi decided to fight Ching, and in a moment he shot several arrows towards him and used the attack of the furious butterfly dance. King said with confidence that he had no fear, doubt, surprise, or confusion. And it does not exist. He immediately used the bluebird technique, and the blades pierced all his roots and cut Travi's hand. Travi was confused. How could this be? Falling to his knees, he knew he couldn't handle him. Ching came up to him and said he had lost. Travi turned to Ching and said that he truly deserved to be called the genius of the Holy Sword Guild. But let him not forget that he is also a genius of the Elf Guild. But it was not that simple. Travi used his roots and used the butterfly explosion. Ching did not have time to dodge this attack and received several wounds, but still remained alive. Travi at this moment held mucus in his teeth, which he spat out in front of himself, after which a plant was formed. It was a healing lily. Travi said that the Holy Sword Guild is really strong. Lily instantly latched onto Travi's hand and slowly began to unite with him. He said that his attacks were too simple. That was his weakness. And thanks to the blessing of the sacred tree, they, the elves, became stronger than everyone else. But at that moment, Gala came out and hit him from behind. Gala started laughing and said that, as he said, he would kill first whomever he killed, and braggarts irritate him the most. Gala said that it was his turn now. Ching said that the aura that was coming from him. And then the people started shouting for Gala to crush him again. Gab said that Gala's revenge excited the crowd. The first to leave the competition was the handsome Travi from the Elf Guild. How did he leave him? It doesn't matter. What matters now is whether the wounded Ching can withstand Gala's attacks. Ching didn't take any chances and summoned his sword to his hands. He saw that Gala had used her sweat to slip out of the cage. Luckily, he used his blade in time to defend himself, so the damage was minimal. Gala said that strength is decisive. He will crush him and use the release of muscle strength 70%. King used his gymnastic skills to dodge the attacks, then launched 5 instant strikes. Gala took it all on his body and asked mockingly, "Is that all?" Ching looked at his weapon and saw that the blade was damaged. Then Gala used the release of 80% muscle power. Ching didn't have time to dodge and began to defend himself with his sword, but Gala hit the target straight on. Ching couldn't resist and retreated a few meters. But he saw a flaw. His sword was completely destroyed. Gala took no risks and used 90% muscle power release. After making several attacks, Ching was able to dodge all of them. Ping said that's such a tense fight. And who do you think will win in the end? Anna said that his sword, a weapon of dwarven rank, was broken by a simple blow. Luna turned to her sister and asked if they should stop this. The Holy Sword Guild couldn't be disgraced any further. Anna thought, when did the members of the Giant Bear Guild manage to become so strong? Was it the Dark Guild that did this? She told her sister that there was no need for that yet. In the VIP area, Hui Greysword asked Elder Bali, "This is an apostle, should they intervene?" Elder Bali replied that the two of them should be able to handle it on their own. Doesn't Burz think the same? Burz Mangji, the leader of the Card Guild and former member of the Holy Sword Guild, replied that anything was possible. I thought that everyone knew that Mr. Burz hated the Dark Guild. Just the mention of the apostle made him barely hold back. He was shaking with anger. He doesn't know what he went through to want to create his own guild to fight them. In the past, he killed hundreds of apostles with his own hands. Elder Burz saw familiar people ahead and thought, how is this possible? How did these two get here? He saw another picture before his eyes. While Pin asked Elizabeth that if they did not live up to his expectations, what would he do with them? Elizabeth replied that he would kill them all. Burz thought that this must be why Mr. Ping is here. He wants to check if he is using his cards and barley tea correctly. And fortunately, to meet his expectations, he mastered the basic skills, actively hunted apostles, and dedicated himself to maintaining peace on the continent. But will this be enough? Gala shouted that Ching was a small insect, and now he would squash him. Ching knew that he had one last trump card left, but would he be able to use it now? And then he gave up and realized that he shouldn't doubt himself. He should remember the teachings of the Swordmaster. If he wants to enter into a state of selflessness, he must cast aside all distracting thoughts. Gala used his magic and immediately pulled the earth directly into himself, and was very surprised and used high-level magic earthen tablecloth. Ching fell into a big trap, which made him very disappointed. Gala said that Ching must have thought that they only specialize in strength, but in fact they also study earth magic. And they are not inferior to those high-level guilds, does he understand? But here in the ball, there was a micro-cut. Gala was immediately frightened and stepped back. He saw that Ching had used something that cut his hand. King said that there was no fear or doubt, surprise and confusion. And then he had to use the energy of the magic sword. King said that he doesn't exist. Gala was very angry and said that he would kill him. But Ching used all his strength, and from a distance he used it, and wounded Gel very badly. Cunning said that this was his last chance. Gala immediately told him not to dare to play with him. King turned into a monster and said that in this competition, it is enough to simply use force. As for the illegal drugs, do not use them unless necessary, did he understand? Gala replied to the teacher that he understood him. And in his mind he thought that he didn't expect that the people from the Holy Sword Guild had such strong skills. Should he use the banned drug? In the worst case, his body simply won't cope. King said that if he decided to give up the power given to him by the Dark Guild while he was still of sound mind, he would spare his life. Gala used his powers and realized that he would reach the level of the Demon King and kill them all. But Ching did not play with him and cut him into all parts. He was very cruel to him because he did not want to fall into a trap. But everything turned out differently. At this time, the guy helping Pin was sitting in a cage made of roots. He wondered if he could do this, or if he should just give up and let it all end. Elif was in the card guild at the time, and she was trying to train to increase her level. Elif said that the transition to the next level, 5-star demon spirit, 1-star great demon spirit, she said that meditation and leveling up takes a lot of mental energy. Luckily, this magical barley tea helps calm her thoughts and prevents her from getting lost in this universe of cards. It has a stunning effect. She was able to obtain the great demon spirit level in a short time despite her mediocre abilities. And then Burrs came and said that he had come. Elif was happy to see her father. She asked what happened to the Holy Sword Guild. Is he okay? Burrs replied that the Dark Guild's invasion had been dealt with, but the Holy Sword Guild's internal problems were much more serious than he had expected. This time, he had not met the Swordmaster in person. Elif asked what they should do now. Without the recognition of the Holy Sword Guild, they would not be able to develop in this area and recruit people to make Mr. Ping's maps famous. Burrs said that although he had not met the Master, he helped them repel the attack of the Dark Guild and receive something unexpected. And then he opened the bag and Elif asked in surprise, "The dark mechanism of the great apostles? There are so many of them. She has the level of the spirit of the great demon, so she should be able to purify them in one day." Elif asked her father if this was something unexpected. She wondered how big the Dark Guild's attack was. Burrs said no, that's not all. The Holy Sword Guild allowed them to fill the finals of the guild competition. Elif asked, "A guild competition?" Burrs said that if she participated in it and won, their card guild would be recognized. Elif asked how she could do it. All the previous participants were geniuses. Their strength was at least on the level of the demon sect. And she just got the level of the great demon spirit, and she's afraid that she simply won't be able to glorify them. They'll also be disgraced there. Burrs said that it doesn't matter. The most important thing is confidence and determination. They are not what they used to be. Let her take Mr. Ping's deck of cards with her, and this level gap won't matter at all. Warrior Yi thought that even though her father had told her to take Lord Ping's cards, with her strength she could only use 6 at a time. And the rest of the battle will have to be fought with only copies of the cards, which will significantly reduce the power of her attack. But in order to properly honor Mr. Ping's cards, she must not retreat. And then Elif thought that determination is the most important thing. And then she used the card cut. In a second, she broke free from the cage and walked past her opponent's head. Ching said that hiding her strength and only acting at the end was a good strategy, but he was no match for her, so she should just give up. Their guild owes them a debt. He doesn't want to hurt her, This is his last warning. The old man asked what kind of weapon this was. Ilif immediately used her card cut and attacked with a card sword. Ching said that she just wanted to distract him with these tricks. The real target would impress him with another skill. Ching apologized and said that she wouldn't have that chance. And then Ilif realized that the guy had figured out her plan. Ilif was not stupid either and put one card under her foot, from which she directly dodged the attack. And she sent a card cut straight at the enemy, but Ching was faster and dodged. Ilif used the card cut again, but this time she combined it with mechanisms. King could also master these skills and used card shackles to prevent himself from being hurt. Gob started laughing and said that the Card Guild's fighting style was completely unique. What would Ching do when he was surrounded by cards? King asked if she was really absorbing his sword's chi with this power. He said it was meaningless. If she wants him to fight seriously, she must be prepared to be killed. Ilif said that it was all true. She didn't know that the shackles wouldn't be able to hold him for long, but it was enough to buy her some time. And then she realized that she had the most powerful cards. After placing the cards, Ilif used Release and attacked Chin with the Dragon of Spades. People asked what it was. Attack, block, and now summoning. He said it was worth writing down and studying. The old man thought that through various combinations, many combat techniques could be used. Which master made these cards? Pin shouted at Elizabeth to look. They have maps. It seems that the people from the outside world also know how to use them to attack. Ching saw that he was in a bad way and used selflessness, maximum sword energy. Using the bird's power, the cards were destroyed and Ilif lost the fight, as the cards were scattered everywhere. Ilif thought he was so strong. She was a 3-star great demon spirit. She couldn't make up for the difference in levels just by using copies of the cards. If she wants to win, she has to use a real deck, but she still can't control it well enough to defeat him. King said that she really made him give it his all, and in the moment, she attacked her. Ilif couldn't cope and lost. Ching said it was over. She said she accepted defeat, and in her head she thought that was enough. But everything turned out to be much less simple, and suddenly a claw caught Ching's head, and his eyes turned red. He asked what it was, and slowly something was sucking the energy out of his body, and then Gala appeared and said that it was him. At that moment, a great apostle appeared from his body and said that he was finally born. And this body is also very good. The apostle began to control his body and asked how to use this sword. Gob said that his head suddenly popped out and took control of Ching's body. It seems that the situation is getting out of control. People started shouting to run away because the protective barrier was about to explode. Let everyone run away. They are apostles from the Dark Guild. Someone from the Holy Sword Guild has become an apostle. Anna was very surprised and asked, "Did he turn into an apostle?" Luna asked her sister, "What should they do?" Tagore was smoking at the time and said that what an unexpected outcome. Pin also said that it was unexpected. He asked Elizabeth if it was worth helping them. Elizabeth said no. If he wanted to rule the world, he had to get used to these small changes. Otherwise, how was he going to rule the world in the future? Just watch. Pin said he understood. Burrs thought he understood everything now. The two of them knew about it, so they came here to make sure they could handle this matter well. So, we need to do everything right to satisfy Mr. Ping and the Demon Queen. Ba thought that if Burrs went to save his daughter, it would prove that he didn't have enough people to deal with the Dark Guild. And since the Holy Sword Guild is recruiting new people, he wants him to return to them and become the new elder. The apostle said that it was excellent and superb. He really liked this body. Ilif immediately turned to the Dark Guild. The apostle asked Ilif what was wrong with her manners. Ilif replied that if her opponent was a Dark Guild, she had nothing to worry about. The apostle was surprised and asked, "What kind of powerful magic is this? Better to kill her right away." And then he attacked them. But Ilif was not weak either, and she used all her energy, turning her cards into a knight. Ilif held up the cards in front of her and said that 5 bombs were a divine protector. Pin asked why it seemed so familiar to him. Brian was very surprised and asked what it was. He was deeply impressed that, compared to the maps that had come before, these seemed even more incredible. Tagore, seeing this, understood the same thing, that this was a summoned phantom. If he remembered correctly, these were the 13 holy warriors spoken of in the books. They really exist. Ba asked Burrs if this was the same technique he used to defeat one of the 6 pillars. Burrs replied that he used 9s then, and they used 5s, and he hoped that would be enough. Ilif used her trump card and told the apostle to get out of his body. The apostle was subjected to great insensitive attacks. Having received injuries, he asked, where did ordinary cards get so much power from? The apostle pounced and said she was amazing. He would return to him after he was done with this body, but for now he was retreating. But it was all in vain, and he came across a barrier from which he could not escape. Then Ilif used her cards again and attacked the apostle. He was very scared and asked what was going on. He was just born, he can't die here, and he decided to use his most powerful technique. And then he used the Sword of Fury. But Ilif was smarter and used her technique. The apostle asked, is this really a trap? She was stronger and used the sacred cube. The apostle shouted at her not to do it. There was no need for it. But the cube began to slowly squeeze him, blocking everything. And Ilif used all her efforts to get rid of this demon. Ilif said that she had accidentally dealt a powerful blow. Burrs asked that now they should be happy, right? Pin said it was Ilif. No wonder she seemed familiar. Does Elizabeth remember this? It's the father and daughter who visited them a few months ago. Elizabeth replied, I wonder who disguised her so poorly. And then Burrs realized that the Demon Queen was looking at him. He immediately began to bow down and said that he didn't want to spoil their viewing experience. So he didn't bother them, let them forgive him. Pin started waving at him and said that as he thought, he was here too. He had just realized that the Ilif were fighting there, and he had a lot of questions for them. Burrs asked in surprise, many questions? Is Mr. Ping disappointed with their card fighting skills? Ba saw that something was wrong here and thought, who is this man whom Burrs respects so much? Ba invited all the people and asked them to sit down. Pin wondered why he was invited to the meeting again. Elizabeth replied that it was not so bad to learn about the current situation in the world if she was going to rule it in the future. Pin replied that it was true, but next time he could just refer to experience. There was no need to mention world domination. Boss said that he congratulated them on their victory. Burrs told the elder that they could discuss these details later. Let him first introduce the distinguished guests. This is the benefactor who saved him and his daughter from the Dark Apostle, Mr. Ping, and next to him, and then he saw the gaze of the demon lady. Burrs said that they could not say. Ba asked them why. Burrs tried to answer, but could not. Pin thought that he must be afraid to reveal that Elizabeth was the Demon Queen, because it would shock everyone, and that's why he hesitates. As soon as they go out into the outside world, they immediately create problems for others. Pin asked Elizabeth if he should call her princess from now on. It would be better to hide her true identity. Elizabeth told him to do as he wished. Pin said that they were actually from a small country in the south. She is a minister there. They can just call him Pin. As for the person next to him, she is a princess. Hui asked in surprise, the princess of the south? His hometown is there, but he has never heard of her. Burrs said that Mr. Ping does not lie, but he personally taught him how to handle cards. Pin said that Burrs was exaggerating. He didn't have much talent for it. Uncle Burrs was the best at handling cars. He would also like to ask Burrs for advice on wielding a sword. Luna asked Ching if he heard that. He wanted to learn swordsmanship after giving away such powerful cards. What the hell was he thinking? Ching replied that she should be careful. The elder was still here. Now was not the time to talk. Ilif asked Mr. Ping if he had seen her fight. How did he like her skills? Ping asked in surprise. Skills? Burrs asked Mr. Ping to answer this question honestly. Is she missing something? Pin replied that he had nothing to say. He just didn't expect them to use his cards like that. Burrs told Pin that they could match him. He was so selfish that he made copies of the cards and created a guild without his permission. Ilif apologized and said that this was her limit. Pin asked what they were all apologizing for. If they continue like this, they will be able to attract more people. This is very good. Ilif turned to Pin and said that he was saying that most people were actually the same as them, so their skills were suitable for them to learn. Burrs said it was much more suitable for their guild to advance. Pin said it was definitely a magical world. Tagore said it was becoming more and more funny. However, one emits a huge and powerful magical force, while the other emits nothing. And then Tagore saw the look and knew he had been found out. Impossible, he was using the demon eye to watch them. She couldn't see. What was this colossal pressure? Then Elizabeth said that she wanted to kill one of them. Pin was surprised and asked who he wanted to kill. Let her wait and look here and bring the pudding. If she has any questions, it's better to wait until the end of the meeting. Elizabeth was surprised and very happy when she saw the pudding. And then Bear said that they should stop chatting. And it's time to come to their meeting. This time, as part of the guild competition, he invited several people here. Ba said that he wanted to discuss forming an alliance since they urgently needed to surround and suppress the Dark Guild. Hai immediately came over and put a bag with a tray on the table. He said that these were dark mechanisms collected with the help of the Sword of Purification. During the competition, each participant, including Galu from the Giant Bear Guild, received 30 pieces in total. Pin asked in surprise, "Dark mechanisms? What is this?" Burrs replied that as long as they accept the power of the Dark Guild, such mechanisms will grow in their body. He also found them in the bodies of the apostles he hunted. Brian said 30 of them. The Dark Guild has really spread out. Luna asked, but didn't Gala pass the test of the Sword of Purification? Did he really accept the power after that? Anna replied that no. The Dark Guild could have found a way to avoid the purification. Tagore said that only those with the lowest degree of fusion can be detected by the Sword of Purification. Otherwise, they can hide. In the first case, the lowest degree of fusion cannot bear it and suffers from the backlash. Then it turns into a dark apostle, like a puppet. In the second case, the host can bear it, but is unable to control it. He becomes what they saw in the arena today, and ultimately the host becomes a vessel for the great apostle. And in the third case, the owner can completely control the power. His power will grow at a furious speed, and he will become a demon pillar of the Dark Guild. However, Tagore said that no matter what kind of fusion it was, they must still obey the orders of the person who gave them powers, thus making them loyal servants of the Dark Guild. King asked, "So he almost became a great apostle?" Tagore replied that no one knew. After all, he was under control, but not completely captured. Otherwise, with his skills, he would have become a pillar demon. Boss said that fortunately Burrs came to the rescue. Otherwise, he might not have been able to cope with his old bones. Burrs replied that he was a former member of the Holy Sword Guild, so he couldn't help but help. King said that the guild was in trouble. He was on a mission and couldn't fight the Dark Guild. But today he saw the card skills that killed the Pillar Demon. His defeat is natural. Elif is strong enough. Elif said that no matter how you look at it, the main reason for her victory was Mr. Ping's powerful cards. Brian turned to the young man. Did he create these cards? Where did he learn such skill? And the sword on his back is not the most ordinary one either. Pin replied that he just liked to tinker with things to kill time. It had nothing to do with craftsmanship. Brian laughed and said he was so humble. Luna said that if the Swordmaster were here, the Dark Guild would not dare to invade them. Anna turned to her sister and told her not to blab too much. Pin asked Burrs, "Is the Swordmaster the strongest swordsman? Where is she now?" But Burrs decided to answer. He said that it might not be a good idea for him to voice his opinion. After all, he is no longer a member of the Holy Sword Guild. Ba told Burrs that everything was fine. In any case, it would not be possible to hide it for long. Some news had already begun to spread. Brian asked if the servants were truthful. Tagore replied that after the rebellion in the Holy Sword Guild, not only was their fighting power depleted, but their master had also gone missing. That was why the Dark Guild took this chance to attack. Ba said it was true. After the Swordmaster sent them information half a year ago, there was no news from her anymore. Ping asked in surprise, "Rebellion? Missing?" Hui said that, to be precise, she was supposed to capture the Elder. The Elder Axe, who betrayed the guild, but she still hasn't returned to the guild territory. King said that his previous mission was to help the Swordmaster, but when he arrived at the scene, there was nothing there. Luna said that the Swordmaster's level had been upgraded to a 5-star Demon King, having half the powers of a Demon Lord. Is it easy or grabbing the oldest axe that has risen to the level of a Demon Lord? Ching replied that no one doubts the strength of the Swordmaster, but when he rushed into the mountains that day, half the region was razed to the ground. It's hard to imagine what a horrific battle they had. Boss said that because the oldest axe received the supreme magic weapon, Daizant Dark Axe. All he knows is that the giant axe named Daizang is emitting a terrifying indignation. And his strength is so great that the Elder can make up for the gap in strength between him and the Swordmaster. Brian said that he looked at all the S-rank weapons forged by the Dwarven Kingdom, and he couldn't find an axe that matched their description. He thinks that this is also a masterpiece of the Dark Guild. Pin said that he still can't figure out who this Elder is. And why did he betray the Holy Sword Guild? Burrs replied that the head of the guild is the sword master, and under her there are 5 elders who assist her in solving various matters and guiding the students. The man next to him is Elder Bia, the Elder Sword, who is in charge of swordsmanship. There are 4 other elders, Elder Dagger, Elder Spear, Elder Shield, and Elder Axe. But since the Elder Axe betrayed the guild and rebelled, the Elder Dagger and Elder Spear were cruelly killed by him. Ba said that the Elder Shield later died in the battle with the Demon Pillar, so now he is the only elder in the guild left alive. And during the rebellion, many took this chance to betray them, including his precious son, Shatsiteres. Pin asked in surprise, "Is this a centaur wielding a sword? Is the centaur really his son?" Ba asked the guy, did he meet his son? How is he doing now? And then Ping answered that he died. Ba said that it doesn't matter anymore. That's the fate of a traitor. A combination of many factors has led to the Holy Sword Guild currently going through hard times. He wishes for them to unite to fight the Dark Guild. Brian said that it would not be difficult to supply them with simple weapons. However, with weapons of A or S rank, due to the lack of sharpening stones, there would be problems. But his father was already thinking about a solution to the situation. Tagore turned to the elder and stated that, as he had said, they were not in the best of times. So let me ask why they thought they could destroy the Dark Guild with their help. Ba replied that it was up to Burrs, and he thought that he should give up his own guild and return to the position of deputy head of their guild. Burrs asked the elder if he wanted him to become the vice leader. He was afraid that it was wrong. After all, he had left the guild for some time. Ba replied that if he said Burrs was suitable, then it was. Cards could be considered weapons just like daggers and knives. They can create a new division and let Ilif become its elder, the oldest card. Ilif was surprised and asked, "She? After all, she is not suitable for the role of the elder of the Holy Sword Guild." Ba said that as long as Burrs agreed, he would guarantee that everything would go smoothly. The guild's resources would be used as he wished, and even he would obey his orders. Hoy turned to Mr. Burrs and said that the elder was truly sincere in his intentions. The position of deputy head meant that there would be 10,000 people under their leadership. Burrs asked Ping what he thought. With the fame of the Holy Sword Guild, wouldn't card skills spread faster? Pin asked Burrs if he was asking for advice. There is a saying in his hometown that it is much easier to become a top manager in a large company than to start your own. However, those who are more ambitious will prefer to open their own business, so the choice still depends on their personal desires. But in Burrs's eyes, Ping was asking him what he thought. That one had to be someone's assistant to rise up? If they had such ambitions, he was very disappointed in them. Burrs understood that Mr. Ping was trying to help him, but the elder was so stingy that to refuse him directly in such a situation would be a direct disrespect to him. It would offend the entire Holy Sword Guild. Ba told Bursu that if he was still dissatisfied, he should not hesitate to put forward any conditions. Burrs immediately stood up and told the elder that he didn't need to say anything more. And he founded his own guild not because he wanted to achieve fame and fortune, but because he wanted to improve his card skills. And as Mr. Ping can see, his will is firm. Ba asked Burrs if he had thought it through well, but the elder saw that he could not sense the aura of this strong man named Ping. Burrs must have said that he taught him to hide his past. Pin replied that the conditions were so good, and he thought that he could rely on his connections with bearers to learn swordsmanship in the Holy Sword Guild. Burrs said that even though he refuses to return to the guild, they shouldn't worry. He will take responsibility for destroying the Dark Guild. Their guild will support them. Ba said he understood. Then their guild would recognize his legitimacy. He wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, the elder thought. Not only bring Burrs back to their guild, but also get those cards. And it seems he needs to go south himself to find out what hidden power lies behind this small southern country. Pin decided to say that his uncle Burrs is very brave. Burrs said that the most important thing is that Mr. Pin is happy. Ilif supported him and also said that she would work hard. Asked Prince Brian that he was wondering when the king would return from seclusion. Providing high-ranking weapons could greatly enhance their combat power. Brian replied that he couldn't go into detail, but the shortage of whetstones was a big problem. The entire kingdom couldn't find a suitable replacement. Aristotle's kingdom refuses to cooperate, so his father conducts his research in seclusion. Bai asked Mr. Tagore, could he enchant weapons and people? Tagore replied that although he was neutral, if he simply cast spells for them, it would not be a big problem. But listened to everyone and said that this time it was time to discuss their plan. In 2 months, they would gather their strength. During this period, they would do everything possible to solve the existing problems. Do they have any questions? Pin immediately raised his hand and said that he had. He wanted to join them. Bia asked the guy, is he saying that he also wants to join the battle against the Dark Guild? Pin replied, no, their guild is recruiting people. He wants to join them to learn swordsmanship. Even though he's been idle for a long time, it's not too late to start studying again, right? Burrs asked Pin if he was joking. Elif asked him if he really wanted to learn the art of swordsmanship. Pin replied that the princess wanted it. That was something she had to ask. And then Burrs said he wouldn't dare. Their plan made sense. Bia replied that there was no problem. But there are many kinds of sword arts. He wanted to know what his magic level was. Pin thought about it and replied that he had taken the test before, and it seemed to be very low. He was not very good at magic. I said that if he was not good at magic, he would not have the ability to use the magic sword that Elder Bia taught him. Pin asked, isn't there a normal swordsmanship that doesn't require magical power? Ba replied that of course there was, but only one person had mastered this art. That was their leader, the master of the sword. If he found her, she would definitely teach him. Burrs said that indeed, the only one who is capable of training them, Mr. Ping, is a sword master. Pin cried and said that he understood what they were trying to say. He knew in his head that the sword master was missing. How could she teach him? They probably thought he was unworthy of being trained in their guild, so they refused to help him. Tagore thought for a moment and asked them to wait for a moment. He immediately took the ink and wrote something in the book. He said that it just so happened that he had written down some fencing spells, so maybe they could help them. Pin was surprised and asked, really? How to use them? Elizabeth had been eating all this time and was upset that she had already run out of pudding. Pin told her to look. It was a spell that recorded sword skills. Elizabeth replied that since she had sorted out the pudding, it was time to get down to business. And then she broke the glass in her hands. She didn't play with them, and in a second destroyed Tagore, and said that she got rid of this cunning bug. At this time in the desert territory, the sword master Gigi Sogus of the Holy Sword Guild was fighting and shouting for the enemy to come out and stop hiding. And then Topor came out and asked what her problem was. What was she trying to achieve by pursuing him? Sogus turned to the Elder Axe and replied that she must uncover his crime of joining a dark guild and eliminate him. Sogus immediately used her techniques and used a slash. The axe did not dodge and stood in place. Faced with this attack, Axe launched his attack and told her to receive. But Sogus repelled this attack. Axe said that as the bond between him and Daisang grew stronger, she would pose less of a threat to him. It would be his turn to hunt her. Sogus said that if he continues like this, he will soon be completely under the control of this axe and lose himself. Let him come to his senses? Axe asked, will she lose herself? So what? After she uses the highest power, she will understand that losing herself is the highest good. He immediately started laughing and said that everything would be fine soon. Let Dai Zhang take his body. And in a moment his body began to change and said that finally appeared. And she dares to challenge him? He will not leave her alone, and speaks in a female voice. Axe said that wherever she went, he would find her. Sogus replied that he was an idiot. He was completely under the control of this dark mechanism. Axe asked, is this what he's talking about? She underestimates him too much. Compared to his indignation, this dark force is absolutely insignificant. And in that moment, Axe tore the skin off his body and in a second turned into a gorgeous girl. Sogus said that she would destroy him today and use the super weapon level 5 Phantom. It was forged by the king of the dwarves himself from the hoof armor of the legendary monster. The owner's speed can be increased tenfold. The effect can be obtained. The axe called the girl a stinker and said that she was so loud. Let her come to him immediately. Sogus used cleave and said that since the Elder Axe was dead, she had no need to show mercy. It was over. And then in a second she was surprised because her blade began to fall apart and she thought that it was a phantom. Axe said that when she took possession of this body, it still did not obey her well, so she was unable to parry several blows. But if she can hurt her, then she's strong enough to be praised. Does she have any other tricks up her sleeve? Sogus thought that the king of ghost horses could gallop 100,000 kilometers in a day without getting tired. but the weapons in his armor did not harm her. Tapor said that if she doesn't agree, she'll start the warm-up. Let her think carefully, she'll wait. Sogus was surprised and said, how arrogant she is. And then she used the weapon fusion. Stalactite spear in the secret treasure cave of the nose is a stalactite column. Only a small amount of stalactite can be mined per year. The Dwarf King spent 1,000 years creating this spear. The stalactite spear looks light and resembles water in shape, but it is indestructible. The insect sickle is forged by the Dwarf King himself using the claws of the Insect King. The spikes securely lock onto the target and then release acid to decompose and absorb, converting the target into magical energy for the wielder. But Sogus got really angry at her and used space distortion and aimed it straight at the girl. Axe came to her senses and said that the bones had finally settled down. She asked the girl who she was underestimating. Did she think anyone would escape? Sogus thought she used the stalactite spear to make the sickle, and then distorted space with the Cthulhu cane to allow the explosive knife to release the core's energy. She wished she could sustain the release of energy longer, but she could only hold the space for a minute. If she used it longer, her will would be broken. Sogus said that in any case, it was very close to destruction magic, and after delivering her attack, she shouted that she was advancing. She combined her axe techniques with arrows of destruction to destroy her once and for all. Axe counted a couple of seconds and used her devastating slash attack. Within 5 seconds, her attack reached its target and Sogus realized that things were bad, because dark magic surrounded her. She did not lose her head and used the magic of the abyss, the 7 swords of defense. Axe saw that she had to act and attacked again, but Sogus couldn't handle the onslaught and was defeated. The energy completely tore her clothes apart because it was so strong. Tapor started laughing at her and said she was a psychopath, and the warm-up was over, time to get down to business. She used her axe and said that now they will look. Where is she? The eye immediately began to recognize where they are. She managed to find Elizabeth's place and said that she was coming to her. At this time, Elizabeth lay down on the sofa and began to rest. She said there was nothing better than coming home, turning on the air conditioning, and eating chips while watching TV. She really should leave all this world domination stuff to him. Pin said he felt physically and mentally drained after each outing. World domination was clearly not for him. Elizabeth said no. What they had agreed on had to be done. Not to worry, she would help him. Pin asked in surprise, would she help him? And could she warn him next time if she was going to do something like that? Elizabeth was eating at the time and was saying that it was so noisy here. And then Elder BA said that everyone should be on guard. Everyone immediately took up arms and began to defend themselves, while Ching showed his strength and saw that this was all that was left of his sword. Brian was drinking at the time and thinking how confusing everything was, and he would just rather enjoy the spectacle. Burrs immediately stood up and told everyone to calm down and listen to him. He asked Pin to explain what happened. Elizabeth said that with their level, it was no wonder they were influenced by the Dark Guild. Pin asked what she was talking about. Elizabeth replied that everyone should be careful. She immediately used her dispel ability. She showed the true nature of this man, who soon turned into something terrible. Ba asked in surprise, is this a parasite? But the creature was looking for someone to attack and chose Pina. It immediately pounced on him, but Pin was confused and stood still because he did not understand what to do. Elizabeth saw all this, and with a flick of her finger, she crushed it. Hui said that even the body was a spell. Luna said that it turns out that even a big shot like Mr. DeGore joined the Dark Guild. Anna replied that more and more people were taking the side of the Dark Guild, and they could avoid detection by the Sensation Sword with their advanced techniques. Elizabeth said that, however, this technique is different from the dark mechanisms. If they let him cast a spell on them, wouldn't the place become a giant breeding ground for parasites? That's really stupid. Pin tried to come to his senses and thought it was a parasite. If he was bitten, it would definitely hurt. Ba asked how she found the parasite. Elizabeth replied that it was none of their business. Ba began to laugh and said that although they had weakened, they still could not be neglected. Burrs thought that this was bad. The elder was sensitive when it came to his pride. If he didn't know who Mr. Ping and the Demon Queen were, he would definitely think that they were lower in status than him. Burrs turned to him and asked if he could explain. Pin replied that although they were asking him, he himself had not yet figured it out. Elizabeth grabbed Ping and said that the time for discussion was over, It was time for afternoon tea and to go home. Ping shouted to Uncle Bears that they would see each other next time. Bears thought that if Ping did not explain himself properly, this stingy elder would cause him a lot of trouble. Elizabeth asked what they had finished, and in a moment Bears himself did not realize how quickly he closed his mouth. Ba turned to Hui and told him to follow him. They were heading south to investigate. Pin told Elizabeth again that next time she should at least warn him in advance, so that he would be mentally prepared. Elizabeth thought there were two things worth noting. First, that guy's monocle could detect the magic of others. It was probably made by the Jimji clan. But it doesn't matter. Emilia destroyed the Dark Guild's base, and the source of this infection is gone. The rest are simply left for Pin to play his adventure. Pin said that magic really scared him. He hopes he doesn't have any of that stuff in his yard. Elizabeth, how could she sense that he was a bad guy? Can she teach him that too? But he didn't want to do it abruptly and told her to forget. Surely that requires magical power, right? He doesn't have the talent for it. Elizabeth thought that the monocle didn't study magical energy when it was used. So if he wasn't as strong as her, he wouldn't be able to detect it under normal circumstances. But in Elizabeth Pin's eyes, tell her to admit that he is better than her. Let him say it already. She thought that he was asking her about this on purpose to take advantage of the opportunity to put pressure on her, the Demon Queen. She told the boy that it wasn't worth her attention. Pin asked what he should do now. Was it really enough for him to just swing his sword 1,000 times a day? He should learn some sword techniques, right? But the Holy Sword Guild refused to accept him, so why wouldn't they teach him? Elizabeth replied that no. He had to keep the agreement. In order for him to rule the world, certain conditions had to be met. First, he can rule the world only with swordsmanship and magic. Second, he can't take any of his creations with him except for his clothes. Third, she will go with him and teach him how to rule the world, but she will not teach him swordplay or magic. Pin was surprised and asked when they had discussed this. Elizabeth answered confidently that they had just now. Pin said that then he would just ask Burrs again. If Uncle switched to cards, he should still be able to teach him how to use a sword. But then the sword turned into a boy and Pin got scared. The boy told him to give up. He senses no pure swordsmanship in them. They simply won't be able to teach him. Pin asked in surprise, "Pure swordsmanship?" The guy replied that even after they gave up magic, none of their techniques worked. Don't even think about it. Who would learn pure swordsmanship when there is magic? Pin replied that his words made sense. In this magical world, if one wants to fight, one must use swordsmanship combined with magic. Pure swordsmanship strengthens the body. And then Pin replied that he understood. The guy asked him what he understood. It was the first time he had appeared here in a while. Pin remembered that he had received it as a gift from the system, and then left it to gather dust on the bookshelf. Is this the one? The guy asked if this place could make him stay here all day and not want to rule the world. He looked at the instruments and asked the gentleman what these strange things were. But suddenly he felt that something had happened to his body. The guy thought that this was the master's doing, but such a strong desire to kill is not his style. At this time, Pin was looking and asking, "Where is she?" But then he looked at Elizabeth and thought, is this her? Her desire to kill must be more cruel and frightening. But she looked at the cutlery and thought, maybe they too. But how is that even possible? He is the king of weapons, the holy sword Alpha, some simple knife. And then Pin shouted out what he had found. The guy was very scared and said that he didn't want to stay here. Pin turned around and saw only traces of dust and asked what it was. He finally found her. This book was called Taiji Sword. He thought it was useless and just threw it on the shelf. He didn't expect it to be useful. He said that there are a total of 13 Taiji sword movements that seem quite simple and can be mastered by both old men and women. It does not require magic, but can they be used in combat? Elizabeth said that after so many chips she felt sleepy. Pin turned to the girl and said that he had found a guide to swordsmanship. Could she help him? Elizabeth refused and told him to do it himself somehow. She wanted to lie down for a while. Pin said he would then go and find Alpha and train with him. He immediately went to look for the guy. Elizabeth thought that he would not be able to figure out how to master the art of swordsmanship on his own. She will simply let him practice slowly, and when he does not understand what to do next, she will give him hints and recommendations. Only in this way will she be able to emphasize her superiority. Pin went outside and started looking for Alpha. He saw the sword standing in the tree and thought, Why did he become a sword again? He started threatening him that if he ignored him, he would take it as his consent and start training right now. Pin opened the book in front of him and taking the sword said that he was ready to begin the first move. And he began to train and began to say that the first movement is called a dragonfly. It touches the water. At this time, 300 kilometers from here, an unidentified object landed on this planet. It was an immortal toad, and it was a 3-star Demon King level. He immediately used the acid blood fog technique. And at that moment, Axe appeared unexpectedly and said that as soon as she finished him off, the others would also obediently surrender. She didn't stop there and kick the frog. The frog didn't have time to react and was badly injured. Axe said that there were so many high-level monsters here that she made them her guard dogs. No wonder she hid so well. She said that her peaceful days were coming to an end. But then someone used a soundproof energy barrier at the time of the attack. Topor saw something and said that here was a worthy opponent. At that moment, a dog appeared in front of her and started barking. The frog said that since his dear elder brother had joined the battle, he was retreating. Axe told the dog that if he didn't want to die, he should get out of her way immediately. The dog said it was using System Restore. It wasn't found in the whitelist, and the risk level was too high. The dog showed refusal and said that he will not interfere in the life of the owner. According to this law, now he will begin to destroy this person. The level of protection increases to the 3rd. He immediately took off his gear and attacked with a rocket rain, and he released them so quickly that the girl did not have time to notice. At this time, Pin didn't even suspect this and continued to practice in his book. Pin wiped the sweat off his face and said that he finally learned everything. It wasn't that hard, but suddenly Alpha appeared and decided to show himself. Pin asked if he had finally decided to show himself, and then Alpha said he had recovered. Pin replied that it was just in time. He needed advice on his sword technique. Alpha asked, "Sword technique? What?" Pin replied that he shouldn't worry. He understood that Taiji sword training was only for strengthening the body, not for fighting. But as soon as he tried to exercise, he felt that his whole body was renewed. Alpha said that now he remembered. And why the hell are there so many weapons? One of them is enough to defeat him. He immediately ran out of the house and screamed that he didn't want to stay here. This place scared him too much. And with his head down, he said that the moment the weapon admits defeat, its aura will dissipate and it will return to its original form. This sacred sword, in fact. And in that moment, he realized that he had returned to his original form. He had almost lost his soul and almost become an ordinary weapon. He is the pinnacle of weapon mastery, the legendary holy sword. But why does everything happen to him? If Ping hadn't started training with him and awakened his aura, this sacred sword would have turned into a useless piece of metal. He saved him with swordsmanship beyond his understanding, and then asked him for advice. During the training, Pin said that it develops the mind and body, relaxes the muscles, and stimulates blood circulation. But before Alpha Pin's eyes, there was another. He said that now he understood why he didn't want to look for the Demon Queen with him. Compared to what he had, he was just a pile of scrap metal. And then Alpha started saying that he was sorry and that he was stupid. What was the point of his existence anyway? How did he get here? Why is he here? He doesn't understand anything. He immediately turned into a sword and, leaving, said that he did not want to be in this terrible place. Pin shouted back how he could train if he left, but the sword did not answer him. At this time, Axe fought and asked the frog if he was really ready to be a servant for the rest of his days. Let him join her, and they will destroy this place and divide the outside world between them. But the dog couldn't talk and just barked. Topor said that he didn't know how to appreciate what was offered to him. She asked him to cooperate only to save time, but that doesn't mean she's afraid of him. She immediately used a chopping blow on the dog. The dog realized that things were bad and began to dodge. The dog immediately analyzed the damage. He knew that if nothing was done, its impact would reach the mantle layer, which would lead to an explosion of magma and anomalous changes in the lower layer. And this in turn provokes earthquakes, which will ultimately affect the life of the owner. The dog used its grabbing ability. The axe was happy and said that now he couldn't escape, and used a chopping blow. The dog pulled out his hands and tried to stop her attack. She slowly began to absorb it. Axe was surprised and asked how it was possible. He absorbed all her attacks and nothing happened to him. The dog said he had delicious energy. As a thank you, he wouldn't stop her if she decided to leave now. Axe pulled out her weapon and said that it was originally meant to fight his heartless, but now she has no other choice. She must destroy the dog to stand in his way. She understood that the constant collapse of hope, eternal torment, sadness and rage from the fact that he was abandoned. The resentment had been accumulating in her for many years, and now it was ready to spill out. She said the dog was a stinker. He would soon realize how lucky he would be if he were chopped into pieces right now. The axe immediately used the limit of fierce resentment. The dog was surprised and used the perfectly smooth little mirror product of Pin. Axe was surprised that the dog was so smart and redirected the attack beam into the sky. Tapor said that 500 years of her grievances simply disappeared. The dog at that moment had already changed and became Vankai Drone. Axe asked in surprise, "What is this? She will simply destroy him." And she used a force field of 10 hertz. The dog said that after that fierce woman, he was probably the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Luckily, he was constantly being updated, so it was all over for her. And then he used his clone and attacked with a 50 hertz force field. Axe said that her 500-year-old grudge couldn't end like this. She was so angry and screaming that she would not give in. And then the dog applied 100 hertz. She couldn't withstand such a pressure of energy, and in the end, unable to cope with it, she simply exploded. The dog said that there had been some pretty high-level invaders coming in lately. It looked like he would have to go back and rummage through the trash, pick up some of the materials his master had thrown out, and upgrade them. But at that moment, a hand came out of the ground and the dog was surprised and thought that she was not dead yet. She used the lucky pendant around the universe, and once every 10 years she rises over the continent of courage. Each time she appears, she loses a few shards. The swordmaster collected enough shards while traveling around the world and commissioned the king of the dwarves to personally craft them into jewelry. It is said that they can greatly increase the strike power of their owner. At this time, Elizabeth was watching TV and saying that there were these ads again. She should ask Pin to buy her a subscription to get rid of them. Elizabeth was eating all the time, and at one point asked if she had really run out of chips already. But when she looked inside, she was happy and said that the most delicious part was left. She didn't throw it away and began to sort through everything with her fingers and enjoy the taste. Drooling, she said it was bliss. The taste of the chip pieces and the generous amount of seasoning was truly magnificent. She decided to get up and said that it was almost time. Pin was probably suffering from her sword training right now, but it was necessary. She had to go through hellish training before she could master the art of swordsmanship. She thought that at the exact moment when he wouldn't remember what to do and was ready to give up, she would appear to help him. Come to think of it, she really was stronger. Elizabeth asked the guy, "He's not messing around, right? How's the training going?" She came to check on him, but Pin gave them the finger and told her to be quiet. Elizabeth asked, "Did she tell him to practice? Why was he sitting with his legs crossed?" But Pin just ignored her. Elizabeth got angry and said that she was talking to him. She said she understood. It seems he failed and feels awkward, so he doesn't want to talk about it. Is she right? Well, it doesn't matter, she changed her mind. While he bows his head before her and asks for his help, she is ready to teach him a few tricks. She promises that once he masters them, he will be able to behave freely in the outside world. And then Pin came to his senses and asked Elizabeth, "Did she say something?" Let her forgive him. He had just finished meditating. Elizabeth said, "That's it. And he seems to think that he has succeeded in his practice. Let him delude himself. He must learn to wield a sword, and this meditation is meaningless." Pin immediately pointed a stick at her and asked, "What do you mean meaningless?" These exercises develop the mind and body. While she was enjoying chips and watching TV, he had already mastered all 13 techniques. Would she like him to demonstrate them to her? Then she could give him a few tips. Elizabeth replied that she would watch. She thought that since he wanted to make a fool of himself, she would not stop him. After all, he decided that he became a swordsman to practice only cutting and stabbing blows. Ping said the most important thing in practicing Tai Chi is to remain calm. Close your eyes and then adopt the correct posture. Pin immediately began to demonstrate and said that the dragonfly's first movement is to touch the water. Elizabeth was surprised he achieved such power with just one move. Well, he is a legendary hero after all. But she doesn't feel threatened by him at all. Where is the deadly power of the sword's movements to go? Then Pin began to show the second movement called the wind shakes the willows. The third movement is the swallow catching insects. The fourth movement, the wind swirls the lotus leaves. And the fifth movement, dust in the wind. And then Elizabeth said that his power had changed. And then Ping said it was time to change position. And then came the sixth movement, a sudden clap of thunder. Elizabeth was shocked and thought, how could he reach such a level in such a short time? He must be suppressed. She immediately told the guy that it was not bad and let her help him. Pin continued, and with the seventh movement, the blue dragon came out of the water. Elizabeth, seeing the waves, suddenly froze and said, is this really a technique for destroying the world? She didn't stop there and said that she was calling for the coming of the demonic dragon. Pin did not stop and released his water dragon, which was supposed to fight Elizabeth's dragon. But suddenly something changed and Elizabeth was very upset. She asked, isn't it absurd that her power has weakened so much? Pin said that one must make one's heart impartial, remain calm, and then all things will change by themselves, and all that remains for them to do is to contemplate their return. Only then will they be able to comprehend the truth of Taiji. He immediately hovered over the water and said that the eighth movement is to catch the moon in the water. Elizabeth said that Stinky Pin was trying to lull her into a false sense of security again. He was wrong this time. But Pin didn't stop and the moon grew larger and larger. Elizabeth said it was time to get down to business in earnest. Let him expect no mercy. She immediately also hung in the air, and at that moment she came under fire from stones and was very angry. Elizabeth asked the guy if he wanted to use gravity to control her. She wouldn't let him. But in that moment she noticed that something had changed. She said that Pin had changed the world again. Ping said that as the movements are perfected, the mind comes to a state of calm and it begins to understand the mysteries of the Tao and nature. Pin did not stop and said that the ninth movement of the meteor was rushing towards the moon. Elizabeth said that each meteor was comparable in power to her destructive magic, and there were so many of them. She saw the meteors heading towards her and decided to use her ultimate demon form. Elizabeth said it was her fault for looking down on him, but if he thinks he can beat her, he's very much mistaken. She began to move around this world and, like a falling star, cut through all the stones around. Elizabeth lost her temper and told him to die. Pin just stood there and watched. Elizabeth said she was the strongest swordsman in history, and she used the technique of duality of all things. She did her job and said she was so overwhelmed with the desire to kill him. She didn't actually finish him off, did she? And then Pin said that returning to the beginning is called peace, and peace is called returning to the essence. Elizabeth was very surprised and asked what it was. Pin replied that it was a state of mind. Then there is space, the embodiment of Tai Chi, and the body is close to nature. And now the ninth technique has come to catch the moon in the water. And immediately he grabbed this ball in his hands. Elizabeth said she was such a fool to get distracted because she was worried about him, and he decided he would take this chance. She decided to end it already and use the technique of releasing all magical power. Elizabeth came to him and told him not to think that he was so great. What he can do, she can do. Pin immediately released the moon and said that the final stage, which focuses on developing the mind in meditation, is movement without a sword. He said the 11th movement is the sword of enlightenment. Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three. Elizabeth asked, without a sword? What kind of nonsense is this? Cloning technique, right? Let it be as he wishes. She immediately decided that she would use apocalypse magic. 9 clones of the Demon Queen. She warned that these clones are not inferior to her in strength. Ping said that 3 give birth to all creatures. All creatures carry yin and yang within them. They are filled with qi and form harmony. Elizabeth asked him, is he retreating? It's too late. Her sword is faster than the speed of light, and they will see how he dodges it. As Elizabeth launched her attack, she saw that the boy had dodged. And then she said that he had not moved at all. The space had expanded and increased the distance between them. Pin said that when she meditated and became one with nature, her mind would naturally open. Elizabeth insulted him again and asked him what he thought, that just because he surpassed her in speed, she could not do anything to him. She said that as long as the target is alive, she can also strike at superluminal speeds. Elizabeth told him to let her demonstrate the most powerful strike of the world destruction technique created by this demon queen. She immediately attacked him with an arrow of destruction. Pin said that the 12th movement, 3, gives birth to all beings. This arrow united with this world and disappeared in a second. Elizabeth said that the most powerful technique she was proud of was scattered like dust. Returning to the real world, Elizabeth said that the swordsmanship she had learned after so much hard training had failed her. Pin said the mind wanders through time and space before finally returning to the beginning where it finds peace. Elizabeth asked him how he could be so unperturbed. He still dared to lecture her, or did he want to humiliate her? And then she said she understood. As he had said, seeing the vastness of the universe, she calmed down. She forgot her past and the swordsmanship she had learned, cast aside her pride and asked him for advice. Pin told her to throw away her magic, even her life. No matter the cost or the consequences, just put her strength into the will of the sword. Now it's time for the final movement. Elizabeth said that beyond space and time, this is her own movement without a sword. Elizabeth said that within the confines of time and space, no matter how strong the blow, it cannot compare to the power of his movements. So in order to kill him, she must transcend time and space itself. She thanked him for his advice. And if she uses this trick, sacrificing everything, maybe she will die, right? But it doesn't matter anymore, because after she kills him, life will no longer have meaning. For them, it's a good ending. But let him remember that the person who defeated him was she, the Demon Queen. Pin said that here is the last movement. The 13th movement is all one, one is all. He immediately took her hand and pulled her towards him. Elizabeth did not understand what he was doing at all. Elizabeth immediately pressed herself against him, and Pin took her into his hand. In an instant, her wings began to disappear, and she felt warmth. Pin turned to her, and then Elizabeth went to the next level and became a 7-star demon god. Pin asked what she would say. What did she think he could do? Elizabeth asked what she meant. Pin said that, of course, he was talking about his swordsmanship. Although these are simple movements, he feels that he is getting better at them each time. What will she say? Elizabeth found it very difficult to answer and blushed. Pin asked if he needed to improve anything. He also saw in his eyes that Elizabeth was very small right now. Pin said that she was staring at him. Something wrong? And then he decided that he shouldn't think about it. He can't hurt her. He still needs her protection. Pin let go of her and realized that the atmosphere had suddenly become awkward. He needed to say something to relieve the tension. And then he said that the effect was simply amazing. It was all definitely due to Elizabeth's hard work. Even though his eyes were closed, he could still clearly feel her guiding him. Then Elizabeth realized that Pin knew that she had a huge difficulty leveling up, and used this idea with swordsmanship to help her. First, he forced her to bear her feelings, put her in a difficult situation, then destroyed her sword, for which he sacrificed everything, and finally turned back time, so that she could level up 3 times without paying anything. And that is Taiji, an indescribable and mysterious art. Pin started waving at her and didn't understand why she was silent. Elizabeth knew she was too naive. When she got to the demon god's realm, she thought she could catch up with him. She knew he could easily defeat her, but he didn't want to fight her for fun, and he wasn't going to destroy the world. He just kept helping her get stronger. And at that moment, Elizabeth began to see everything through censorship. And Pin said that she wanted to create the strongest child with him, but she was afraid that now he was too weak and could not give birth to a child for him. Elizabeth told him to stop looking down on people. Pin asked what she was talking about. Elizabeth saw that he was deliberately giving in to her every time. He wanted to get her, but he was afraid to offend her. Pin said she still needed to practice more, and it was all in Elizabeth's imagination. She immediately clenched her fist and realized that if it was for the strongest child, what was wrong with it? Elizabeth said that she could promise him, but he had to tell her. Pin asked in surprise, "Say what?" Elizabeth answered that she really did, and then she stopped and couldn't say the word like. But at that moment, a dog flew in and brought with it a man whom it destroyed. Pin asked the dog if he had come back again after picking up the wounded man. At that moment, the girl said something. Pin examined her and said that her injuries were serious. She needed immediate help. The dog was happy because he heard that his owner praised him, but he felt that there was a terrifying aura. Did Elizabeth tell the dog that she was picking up people and bringing them here again? Did she forget what she was told? The sword at this time turned into a guy in an empty space and said that he had flown 30 kilometers. The guy said that he had just woken up and the situation was already beyond his comprehension. The hero went against the plot, began to live with the demon queen, and entered into an inappropriate relationship with her. Even so, How can everything that this guy Ping creates exert such pressure that it can crush him? After all, he is the king of all weapons. In his house, he is just a piece of metal. He was so scared that he wanted to return to his original form. And his goal was to help the hero defeat the Demon Queen. But everything changed. What is the meaning of his existence then? It's only fit to be used to chop wood. Who created it? It's unfair. Why didn't Pin forge it? If the hero can't defeat the Demon Queen, what should he do? And then he began to deny everything and said that he was already here. He had to find the meaning of his existence again and gain self-confidence. But then he heard someone's voice asking for help. The guy instantly pulled out his gun and asked, "Who is it?" The girl was lying on the ground and asking for help. The guy saw her and asked if this was really the spirit of the weapon. The guy asked what happened to her body. After all, without it, she would soon disappear. The girl answered that it was destroyed by a bad person. Can he help her find a new one? She really needs her help. The guy blushed and said he would help. He saw in his eyes that she had such a beautiful spirit of arms and she needed it. The girl said he should hurry, she wouldn't last long. The guy asked what he should do. He wouldn't be able to find her a new body that quickly. The girl said there was another way. Could she temporarily enter his body? The guy was surprised and asked, His magic could really help her last longer. The girl immediately rejoiced because the guy fell into her trap. And then the guy began to laugh loudly. The guy asked her what she thought, that he didn't know what she was thinking. The girl replied that she was serious. There was no other way. She realized that even though she was weak now, it was worth trying. She still had a chance to fool this child. The guy said, "Does she see that he is an extraordinary person and she wants to use him? He will not hide. He is the legendary sword Alpha." Alpha said he could let her do it, but only because it was her. If it had been anyone else, he would have refused. The girl thought that he seemed like a complete fool. No matter. That was enough for now. She would get rid of him as soon as she found a better replacement. The girl asked Alpha to come closer. He asked her if she really needed something. She immediately hugged him and told him to look into her eyes. Alpha replied that he was looking and asked what next. The girl said that she told me to look into her eyes. Alpha didn't understand what was happening and apologized. The girl said that Alpha should tell her what he was unhappy with. She could help him with that, and she gave him an offended look. She recruited him, and Alpha began to say that it was their fault that he had lost the meaning of his existence. The girl told him to give her his body, and she would take care of his problems. Alpha replied that he agreed. She took advantage of this moment and entered Alpha's body. She was happy and said that she had another chance to take her revenge. But she felt that her body was too weak. Didn't that fool say that he was a holy sword? However, the resentment of this body merged with her own, making her even stronger. She had learned her lesson. This time she would not fight head-on. Instead, she would avoid the dog that was in her way and look for a way to deal this heartless creature a fatal blow. At this time, the girl who was brought by the dog opened her eyes. Elizabeth, seeing this, said that she had woken up. The girl asked her who she was. Was it he who saved her? And where was she? Elizabeth replied that given the current situation, now was not the time to ask questions. Elizabeth immediately climbed into bed with her and told her to listen. The girl asked what. Elizabeth replied that she was warning her. She came here first. The girl leaned against her and apologized, but she said she didn't understand. Elizabeth told her to listen carefully. If this guy said he wanted to do something to her, she would say no. Got it? Everything here was hers, including him. The girl replied that she understood, and she felt such a powerful aura. There was such a person on the continent. Or is it because she is injured, and who is she talking about? Then Ping came in and said that the noodles were ready. He was surprised to see that the girl had already come to her senses, but he blushed deeply because he saw two gorgeous girls lying in bed and looking at him. Pin immediately pretended not to have seen anything and slowly walked out of the room. He told the girl that given her injuries, it would be better for her to rest in the room for now. Pin asked how she got these wounds. Were she attacked by monsters? The girl replied that frankly she was chasing a traitor who had gotten involved with a dark guild. But she underestimated him and was badly wounded. Luckily, she met them. She knew that for the sake of her guild, she had to hide her identity. Pin thought it was another case involving a dark guild. Elizabeth asked if she was sure he was from a dark guild. They had just been wiped off the face of the earth. She thought, Why the hell would so many minions of the Dark Guild be thrown nearby? What was Amelia doing there? He would spank her as soon as he saw her. The girl asked in surprise. The Dark Guild disappeared? She had been tracking the traitor for 3 months and knew little about the recent events. And her name is Gigi. What are theirs? Pin laughed and replied that he completely forgot to introduce himself. He is Pin, and he is trying to become a hero to destroy the Dark Guild. And the girl next to her is called Xiao Bai. They live together. Ji was surprised and asked, do they live together? Elizabeth asked her what was the matter. Did she have something to say? Pin said that she was very straightforward, but she had a kind heart. When Shija was injured and unconscious, she helped change her clothes and used magic to heal her. Ji looked at her hand and asked, did she use magic to heal it? She knew that even as a demon king, she couldn't heal her wounds. Unless she has healing magic on the level of an elf clan leader, but that's impossible, right? And not only can she suppress her 5-star demon king aura, she can also use high-level healing magic. She's not that simple. Pin said that magic is really incredible. She is so jealous of them. Xi told the guy that the place they live in is quite unusual. She had traveled extensively across the continent of courage, but had never seen anything like it. Had they both always lived in isolation? Pin replied that they had been living there for some time, but Elizabeth asked why she had so many questions. Xi noticed that the two were completely different. Pin was a good guy, and the girl was the ultimate evil. The king of the dwarves, Minister Aristotle, the head of the Elf Guild, even Malfoy from the Dark Guild. You could say that she is acquainted with all the strong people of the continent of courage, but she does not know them. Elizabeth said that if she had no business here, she should get out of here and not dirty her house. She asked in surprise, don't dirty the house? Pin told Elizabeth that people were injured trying to destroy the Dark Guild. She is their guest, he will clean it up himself. Elizabeth turned away and said that she could do as she wanted. Xi apologized and said that she was right and that they should forgive her for disturbing them. But in her head there was only one thought: how to kill them all. She understood that she needed to catch her as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire continent would be destroyed. The spirit of the weapon named Dai Zhang is much stronger than Malfoy. Is he somehow connected to the Sea of Darkness? And then she said that she was summoning a sword, and no one but her could stop her. Ping was surprised and asked what she just said. Xi answered again that she was summoning a sword. But at that moment she realized that nothing was working, and someone had attacked her. She asked why her head was empty, and she couldn't remember a single sword technique. Elizabeth said it was simple. They were taken away by the dirt in her body. It was the price she had to pay to become stronger. Pin asked what she meant by mud. Xi replied that in order to level up and deal with the Dark Guild, she ended the contract with the Sea of Darkness. Pin asked in surprise, a Sea of Darkness? Elizabeth replied that it was just a bunch of insects that had accidentally appeared there. She said she was right. She wanted to become stronger and couldn't resist the temptation. It was her choice. Pin said he didn't quite understand, but if she had forgotten everything, they could practice together. He had recently been practicing swordsmanship. Elizabeth is also a master swordsman. If she wants to learn, she can become stronger. And then Elizabeth asked, who gave him permission to train with her? And who said she would want to help her? Let him stop deciding for her. Pin apologized and said that he thought everyone wanted to get rid of the Dark Guild. What's wrong with her? She suddenly became so aggressive. Ziwei stood up and said that she wouldn't bother them anymore, and thanked them for saving her, and it was time for her to go. Pin stopped her and asked, she must be hungry? He made some noodles. Let her eat before she leaves. Ji thanked him for his concern and said that she couldn't eat now. She needed to come to her senses. Before leaving, Pin said that there were many monsters wandering around here, so she should be careful. Elizabeth was eating at the time and saying that she was smart. This bowl of noodles belongs to her, only she can eat it. Pin told Elizabeth that she was in this situation because she was fighting a Dark Guild. Why shouldn't she help Z? Elizabeth angrily replied that she would not help. Let him help her himself if he wanted to so much. Ji walked out into the clearing and began to meditate to remember her memories that she had forgotten. And then in a moment she remembered the moment where someone kicked. She immediately fell to the ground and turned into a cube. At the moment of falling, she went underground. And like a snake, she walked underground. But everything happened differently, and she found a way to get out. She opened her eyes and said that she remembered everything. If it weren't for the pendant, she would have disappeared into the quicksand thousands of kilometers away. One hit and she was lost. She thought she had reached the peak of her power, and the sea of darkness had no chance. But she was weak. She was too arrogant. Then Ping came and said that she hadn't gone far. In fact, he understood her very well. He had the opportunity to learn the art of swordsmanship, but he became too involved in farming. And recently he wanted to learn, but he realized that he was just a fool with no talent. Even if she wanted to raise the sword and destroy the Dark Guild, she was not all-powerful. Jussie said no and said that he didn't understand. She was learning an unusual swordsmanship, and part of the demonic technique she managed to obtain while wandering through the ancient ruins of the demon clan. Pin said that even though her skill was gone, wasn't the magic still with her? Perhaps it would be better if she changed her profession. Ji asked, change profession? She can't do that anymore. Losing all skills is like losing her life. Pin said that before the universe, everything seems insignificant. Nothing is lost yet. They can start over and they can work together. At this time, Elizabeth used high-level concealment magic and listened. She was very angry when she heard that Ping suggested that they work together. Ping said that he learned this from studying the art of the Taiji sword. Ji asked in surprise, Taiji sword? Ping replied that it was true, it could be called a kind of swordsmanship. It does not require magical power, and she will not be able to kill enemies with it, but it develops the mind and body. Pin asked if he wanted to train together. Elizabeth heard everything at that time and was very jealous. Before her eyes, she saw Pin trying to seduce her and drag her into bed. And then she shouted loudly that she would never allow it. Pin heard it and said that it was Elizabeth's voice. She instantly moved to them and showed herself. Pin asked if her appearance here meant that she was ready to help. Elizabeth replied that she could do whatever she wanted. He had no right to order her around. Elizabeth asked him if he had forgotten their agreement. Nothing in this house could be given to anyone without her permission. Pin replied that he hadn't given anything away. Besides, she had eaten the noodles. Elizabeth said that everything, including what he had, could only be used for the benefit of this queen. Did he understand? Ping replied that he knew, and she wanted to help despite her words. She immediately cast a spatial curtain and said that Ji would go with her. She was surprised by fear and asked what. At this time, Ping was left alone and said that Elizabeth was sharp-tongued, but she had a kind heart. She moved her to Elizabeth's space. Ji opened her eyes and said that this is the space that can create a person who has advanced to the level of the Demon King. Elizabeth said that she would help her. Ji was surprised and asked how she would help her. Elizabeth replied that she would first destroy her completely, and then she was frightened when she saw the girl's claws. Jai said that she had done nothing to her. Why did she want to kill her? She knew that she had the strength of a demon king. Even if she hadn't lost her sword techniques, she still wouldn't be able to compete with her. First she saved her, and now she's trying to kill her. What does she want to achieve? Elizabeth told her to just stand still, and she wouldn't get hurt too much. Jai stood up abruptly and said that she would never give up so easily. Elizabeth began to attack, but the girl dodged. And the moment she touched the ground, her eyes lit up. Ji said that she was at the level of a 5-star demon king. She wouldn't just stand there and wait for her to kill her. Elizabeth said she had no time for this nonsense and released her demonic spell. The spell instantly captured Ji from all sides and immobilized her. She asked, what does she want to do with her? Let her go. Elizabeth said that her mind was starting to crumble. Ji had been asking her all this time to let her go. Elizabeth decided to use her charms in a different way, and in an instant entered her body through her mouth. She was completely taken over by Elizabeth's powers. Even immobilized, she lost her shoes. Elizabeth asked her how she ended up in her space. She was holding in her hands the worm that had entered this girl. She asked what connected him to the Dark Guild. The demon answered that, if it weren't for her, Elizabeth answered that she didn't care, and it didn't matter. And then Ji said that she would live in her body, and she could use her as a source of power that would help her reach the level of the Demon King. But every time she shows weakness, she can take something from her. And if her body is destroyed, she will use her. She knew the terms of the contract very well, and Elizabeth is a shameless person who broke her promise. Elizabeth replied that it seemed like something like this had happened before, and it was not that long ago. 500 years ago in the Demon Queen's cultivation dungeon, Elizabeth trained and gained strength. She understood that in order to go up against the hero, she had to level up to the Demon King. And then the voice asked her, does she want to become stronger? He can help her, Elizabeth asked. Who is he? And how did he get into her cultivation dungeon? The voice answered that he was Azatom, the Lord of the Sea of Darkness. It didn't matter how he got here. All that mattered was that he could help her become stronger. Elizabeth asked if he could help her become stronger. How? Azatom replied that it was simple. As long as she accepted his power and allowed him to inhabit her body, his power will help her reach the level of the Demon King, and she will not have to fear this legendary hero. Elizabeth asked, accept his power? Azatom showed the star in her eyes and answered that everything was correct, namely to accept. She immediately stopped him and asked who said that she was afraid of the legendary hero? And he is a bug from another space. Azatom said she used him to spy on his sire, and he'll tell you straight up, as long as she lets him be in her body, his chaos power will allow her to level up instantly. Her power would be enough to completely overwhelm him. He wouldn't be able to threaten her at all, right? Elizabeth replied that he simply wanted to wait for the legendary hero to meet her and then take that chance and take everything. Is that his real goal? Azatom replied that even if she only touched his power briefly, the contract was already signed. And if he rejects it now, it won't end well for her. Elizabeth replied that when she looked into his world, she had already absorbed a fair share of this power. Azatom asked her if she was afraid. How cunning she turned out to be. Elizabeth replied that this power was as insignificant as his world and was only suitable for bewitching the weak. She immediately threw it in her forehead, and as Adam asked what she wanted to do with it, the contract was signed. She would face the consequences if she did it. Elizabeth replied that she would seal him here. Then she would use her own power to gain the level of a Demon King. Then he would turn the absorbed chaos power into his own. Wouldn't that nullify their contract? As Adam said, she was shameless, and he was doomed as soon as he set foot here. She said that because of her, her true form still can't appear. She can only rely on clones to move around this world. And then Elizabeth called him Azatom and said that she had almost forgotten about him. Azatom replied that without a host, he would not be able to show her his true power, so she managed to deceive her. But now let her allow him to demonstrate the full horror of the power of chaos. He took no chances and transformed into chaos form. Azatom said that the mastery of the sword of the host he captured, combined with his chaos power, made his power unimaginable. Azatom immediately pounced on her and told Elizabeth to die, and used a destructive arrow of chaos. But Elizabeth was smarter, using an insurmountable edge. Azatom was surprised and did not understand why his strongest swordsmanship did not work. He saw that she didn't even block the attack, but she laughed in an instant. Elizabeth said that the swordsmanship he learned was developed by her. Naturally, it won't cause her any harm. However, the title of the strongest swordsman is a thing of the past. Azatom said that this couldn't be. He thought that after mixing the power of this body with his chaos power, according to the laws of this world, he should have reached the level of a 2-star Demon King. Elizabeth said she was like a frog in a well. She could use everything he had. Azatom immediately assumed an attack pose and said that he would show her yet. He understood that it was better not to fight her now. He would run away until he removed the seal from his body. But Elizabeth decided not to let him go and grabbed him. Azatom was screaming at that moment for her to let him go, and then he realized that she controlled this space. But what could she do to him? No magic will dispel it unless she wants to destroy it along with the owner of this body. Elizabeth immediately threw noodles in his face and said that killing him was easy. She just didn't want to lose to the guy waiting outside. Let him have some noodle soup. Azatom said that the mighty lord of the Sea of Darkness, stinking woman, how dare he humiliate him? And then Azatom felt that energy was coming from this soup. It was penetrating his cells and depriving him of the power of chaos. He immediately started screaming in pain. Elizabeth said that after going through all of this, she still had to use something he made to solve the problem. She saw that in the end, everything went as he wanted. She was too weak. At this time, Pin was waiting for them in the same place and walked in different directions. And then he saw the portal open and said she was back. Is everything okay now? Elizabeth replied. If he knew, why was he asking? Pin immediately closed his eyes and asked why she was in such a state. The next day, the sword came to the house and the girl said that it was that thing again. It was a dog. The dog said something just flew away, but the radar didn't pick up anything suspicious. And then he remembered and said that it was all because of that crazy woman. After she beat him last time, the mistakes kept showing up. How could he become stronger again? Elizabeth immediately appeared in front of him and hit him with her elbow. She didn't even have time to react. The dog said that this crazy woman learned the technique of Tai Chi in the owner and became stronger. Luckily, the owner got a spare body and activated the cleaning mode. No, the creation of the data cloud must be accelerated, otherwise one day she will destroy the chip. The girl flew in the body of the sword and said that she definitely flew in the other direction. Why is this thing there? She said the target was right ahead. She just moved to avoid it. No point in taking risks. But she saw the dog again and asked why he was here. She just decided to run in circles and get closer to the house. An hour later, she asked why he was everywhere. He had actually discovered her a long time ago and was just playing with her, right? She immediately turned into a guy and said that it seemed that if she didn't get rid of the guard dog, she wouldn't be able to see that shameless one. She immediately ran and said that he can kill her, but not humiliate her. Even if she is on her last breath, she will crawl on the ground to bite off a piece of him. The dog immediately scanned him. While the girl was about to pounce on him, he scanned the girl and saw that she was on the white list. And then he pulled out a flag and said, "Welcome home." She stopped in front of him and was surprised because the dog had not done anything to him, and she greeted him. The girl came to the house and cried and said that she had finally returned to the place where she was born. She immediately remembered how Pin had worked for a long time and made all the tools they would need. Ping played with her like a child and shouted that it was wonderful, and from now on she would be called the Zhuang. Zhuang was always running around the house, and with the help of her magic she helped Ping with the housework. Every day she grew and became more mature. One rainy day, Pin was chopping wood and got caught in the rain. Zhuang watched him all the time and made sure he didn't get hurt, but one day she stayed because he forgot his axe. Zhuang was very frightened and screamed to her master, but the axe was still lying where Ping had left it. 500 years passed, and Zhuang decided to exploit the growing resentment. But no one found her. One day, a human told the demons that they had received information about the Holy Sword Guild. How about helping him become stronger? The demons replied that it was a new potion from the Dark Guild. Let him drink it. The man asked if he could really become stronger. If that spell author hadn't told him about it, he wouldn't have believed it. He drank the potion without hesitation and began to transform. The man said that he felt new strength flowing into him. But at that moment, there was an axe standing in the ground next to them, which also transmitted evil energy. And in a moment, everything disappeared, and he didn't even have time to understand anything, as one great and two ordinary apostles were killed. Maybe it was that old man, but when he saw the object, he said that it was an axe. Zhuang immediately ordered him to fall to his knees. The man knelt down and asked if he could find out who she was. Zhuang immediately appeared and introduced herself. She asked him if he wanted to gain power, and she could help him. Zhuang said that she had been holding on to resentment for 500 years. So why is the first thing she feels when she returns home nostalgia? And then the door opened, and Pin said that he would go chop wood to cook some food and let the two of them chat for now. And then seeing the sword, he said that he had returned. Zhuang was very surprised and thought that he recognized her. Pin turned to Alpha and said that he just up and disappeared. He was worried about how he would chop wood without him. Zhuang said that it was no wonder that the guy's indignation was so similar to hers. He knew her place. He turned out to be a traitor. He would rather use this broken sword than try to get her back. Ping raised his sword and said that if he continued to ignore him, he would just start. Zhuang immediately felt a very familiar feeling. Pin put down the firewood and asked Alpha why. When he picked it up, he experienced this long-forgotten feeling. Zhuang replied that he was done pretending, and now they would see what he could do. He immediately raised his sword above his head and cut the firewood into pieces. Zhuang cried at that moment and realized that he was a traitor. He would not lose. She immediately felt weak because 500 years had already passed, and she still could not forget the joy of chopping wood with him. And then Pin asked Alpha, was that the weird sound he just made? But it didn't matter. Today they were more perfect for each other than ever. Time to have some fun. With each chopping, Zhuang felt weak, and she said that she liked chopping wood with the owner the most. She asked the owner to use Zhuang as much as he wanted. Ping said that he had already made several axes, but he had never had such a feeling when he chopped wood. He could use it just like he used to use Zhuang. It was really very nice. Zhuang immediately told the master that it turned out he had never forgotten her. Now it was all over. Ping said that if the barrier had not disappeared and the outside world had not changed so much, he would have gone to look for Zhuang. This was the last time he would chop wood for her. Zhuang knew that this body was gone, and he would no longer be able to use her for this. Until now, her soul was nourished by resentment, but seeing him again, she can no longer hate him. Now that she has no more resentments, it is time to disappear. She was lucky to be created by him. Zhuang is the happiest person in the world, and he hopes that the next axe will serve him better. Pin told Alpha not to be upset. He would make a real axe later. From now on, he could fulfill his duties as a holy sword and go on adventures with it. He immediately left the sword in the log and, taking some firewood, said that he would now start cooking. And then Alpha appeared and said that they were both doing well. They had made peace. But what about him now? Elizabeth asked the girl how she knew about her swordsmanship. The girl replied that it began more than 100 years ago. At that time, the Dark Guild began to grow, capturing creatures of different races for their experiments. Those who had power defended only themselves. No one dared to fight them. After the Holy Sword Guild was created, she had no choice but to go to the demon realm on her own to gather information. But soon her location was revealed, and the Dark Guild sent a darkness of its apostles after her. At that time, she had just reached the demon sect level. Facing hundreds of apostles, she could only try to escape, and when she ran away in panic, she was pushed into the abyss. When she entered the Demon Queen's cultivation dungeon, to her surprise, she discovered rock paintings surrounded by magma. She was seriously injured and confused when she saw the Demon Queen's swordsmanship that Elizabeth had abandoned while practicing there. Even though it was just a picture, she imitated it, and her understanding of sword art suddenly advanced. She began to absorb energy from the environment. She studied like this for 3 months until the pictures disappeared. Then Pin came and asked what next. The girl answered that, in order to fight against the Dark Guild, she decided to accept this power and let it be in her. But he said that his body was still sealed and couldn't provide her with energy, so he gave her tentacles as weapons instead. Elizabeth said it was true. This thing was sealed by her, and what contacted her was the clone's consciousness. Pin asked, is she talking about those tentacles? Is it like an octopus? Come to think of it, he hasn't tried it in this world yet. Elizabeth asked if it was tasty. Pin replied that it probably was. He just didn't know what kind of horrible monsters were in their sea. Pin said that they should eat first, he cooked today, and immediately pulled out the lid. A bright light entered the room. The girl was surprised and saw what a colossal amount of energy. It was a hell of a curry. Elizabeth saw the food and said, "It's curry! She just loves it!" She immediately started trying it first. After eating a few spoons, she immediately screamed that it was very spicy. She immediately began to drink water to reduce the spiciness. She didn't understand. She was a 7-star demon god level, but she still couldn't stand spicy food. Ping said that the peppers in this batch are a little hotter. Is it okay? He thinks it would be better to add some freshly grown ice crystal onions. Elizabeth replied that she was fine. Pin immediately began cutting the icy crystal bough. The girl saw that he used the split on his hand. He is so skilled. I think he said that he has no sword skills. Moreover, there is a knife in his hand. Pin immediately added it to the food and said it would reduce the spiciness. Would Elizabeth try it? She immediately asked him who he was looking down on. He wanted to eat spicy food. The guy asked Z if she wanted to try it too. Z asked if it was okay if he gave it to her. But then, as the food was being handed over, Elizabeth stopped him and told Z that she needed to think carefully before eating it, because she could only choose one of 3 options. Ping asked what other options there were. G asked her to tell her more. Elizabeth immediately used magic and lifted several objects into the air. Pin asked her what she wanted to do. Elizabeth replied that since she was here to deal with the Dark Guild, she would give her 3 options: a whole pot of curry, a peanut kitchen knife, or a sword manual. And then Pin asked Elizabeth to intervene. Curry, of course, was no problem, and the book too, he had already learned all the tricks. But he did not say that he wanted to give up the kitchen knife. Elizabeth told him to be quiet. This was her test for her. Such games were not only for him, she wanted to play too. Pin asked, "What games?" And everything is fine, since she is the queen of demons and has the last word. Ji immediately understood and said that this is it. Now it is being tested by two legendary figures, and the answer is hidden in their conversation. This curry pot exudes a huge amount of magical energy. As for the knife, all S-rank weapons pale in comparison, and the so-called sword master seems to be a joke compared to it. The legendary hero just demonstrated this to her personally, and also hinted that he doesn't want to give her this knife, because he knows that she doesn't know how to use it at all. And he warned her not to overestimate her abilities. Ji realized that she could not choose either curry or a kitchen knife. So that leaves only this incomprehensible sword manual. Ji told Elizabeth that she was choosing a book on swordsmanship. But suddenly someone entered the room by knocking down the door. Pin was surprised and asked, "Alpha?" Elizabeth asked, "What is this idiot doing?" Alpha screamed that he was so angry that he was going to kill them all. Ji understood that this feeling could not be confused with anything else. It was Daiji. He must have known that she wasn't dead yet, so he followed her here. She can't cause trouble for the hero and the demon queen anymore. Zhu immediately stood up and said that she would deal with her own problems. Let the hero lend her a kitchen knife. Taking the knife, she felt what a powerful pressure. There is a whole space hidden in this knife. But she couldn't cope with it, and in a second she was exhausted from such a strong energy of the knife. Alpha asked what he was doing. The knife was strong and went over the guy like a steamroller and turned her sword. The knife did not stop there and fell straight into Ping's hands. At this time, a spirit was crawling out of the sword, which wanted to enter Ji's body. Pin started to contact them, but received no answer. He immediately began to panic and asked what happened. At this time, in another world, Farazgad Samavi was seriously injured. He was one of the 6 pillars of the Dark Guild. Experiment number 24 used reanimation and immediately sent the energy straight to Samavi. Samavi immediately stood up and roared loudly. He told the Golden Dragon Queen to come to him. He could continue fighting. But then someone blew him a kiss, and Samavi changed in an instant. The girl told him to calm down. The fight was over. It was Ruth Bader. Experiment 24 said she was something else. The deputy chief was eaten, William was beaten and disappeared, and she showed up after it was all over. Ruth replied that there was nothing she could do. Facing a Demon King-level Golden Dragon Queen, she, with the level of an ordinary 2-star demon sect, had no right to interfere in this battle. Moreover, since the leader is here, the winner has already been decided, hasn't it? And at this moment, Malfoy said that he didn't expect Lady Amelia to have such a skill to save her life. And now no attack or magic can do anything to them. And at that moment, the demon turned into a mirror and said that he never wanted to hurt Lady Amelia. The slime immediately captured the entire ball and slowly began to suck the energy out of it. Malfoy started to unhook himself from his equipment and said that the Demon King level felt different. Just great. And a little more. And the mistress will be resurrected in a short time. At this time, the demonic creatures asked how the Dark Guild ended up in such a deplorable state. The creatures slowly began to take shape and said that Dago's connection with him had been severed. Where is he? Malfoy said he was sorry. Dago sacrificed himself to protect the guild. Tagore said he had become younger, had made a new breakthrough in his research. Malfoy said no. He had just been lucky enough to collect the necessary materials. Why had he come to him? Tagore replied that the identity of this body had been exposed and it could no longer be used. He had originally wanted to ask him for a new one, but he had not expected that there would be such a mess. Ruth asked number 24 who this guy was. Samavi replied that he was from the Sea of Darkness, like the deputy head Dago, and he was also an outside agent of the head. After he became a demon pillar, he took over the guild. Number 24 said that the deputy head of Dago is already dead, so there is no harm in telling them now. Like Dago, he is one of the consciousness clones, and his name is Azatom. As for the so-called Sea of Darkness, this place is not in their world, but in another universe. They do not have a fixed form and have to parasitize on the bodies of creatures to survive in their world. Ruth asked from another universe. She thought that the Sea of Darkness was somewhere on the continent of Courage, although she still doesn't quite understand why the leader wants to cooperate with him. What is his goal? Number 24 replied that the dark robes they were wearing were made by the leader after studying his chaos power. As for what he was pursuing, even he didn't know. Tagore said that there were too many uncertain variables outside now, such as the emergence of the Card Guild. Plans to take over the Dwarf Kingdom and Aristotle's kingdom have been temporarily suspended. Malfoy replied that there was nothing they could do about it. The apostles he had trained here had also been destroyed. It would be best to lay low for a while. Malfoy was researching experiments to create creatures and decided to make a demon queen. Number 24 congratulated the gentleman and said that the lady was finally coming back to life. But everything went wrong, and the body of the queen began to twist. Malfoy at that moment screamed so that this would not happen. He began to panic and asked why. What exactly was missing to create a stable mana reserve? But in a moment of nervousness, he began to bleed and said that his body had almost reached its limit. If he could not obtain the level of the Demon King, he would soon die of old age. He spent his whole life researching the resurrection of Mrs. Elizabeth. Why was he born a man whose life was so short? He is not happy about it at all. Number 24 asked that it was because number 24 was useless. His unlimited electricity magic could not be used as a power source. And then the creature asked him, does he want to become stronger? And with this, he can help him once and for all. Malfoy asked who he was, and then the demon answered that his name was Azatom. He was from the Sea of Darkness, and let him cooperate with him. Azatom instantly possessed the rat and turned it into something terrible, like a demon rat. Malfoy said it worked. As long as he infused the power of chaos into living beings and developed it, he could create a magical environment suitable for their world. As long as he created dark robes, the problem of being supplied with magic would be solved. Azatom said that they were well suited to each other. His chaos power was limitless, and he could give it constantly, and he could provide him with bodies. Azatom showed him all the bodies and said that he had gone through tens of thousands of experiments. Why did he still not want to accept his power of chaos? Malfoy replied that there was no need. He simply wanted to resurrect his mistress. He had no need for power and no interest in ruling the world. In any case, the deal was made. He gives him the power of chaos, and he creates an environment through which he can use the power in this world. He will not ask what he wants to use it for, and he will not explain his next research either. Azatom said he agreed. He needed to leave for a while anyway. He felt that Malfoy was wary of him. He couldn't rely on him completely. Azatom said that this is his second clone of Dago's creation. From now on, he will manage the Dark Guild with him instead of him. Malfoy replied that he would definitely organize the training of the apostles. Azatom said that he agreed and would leave it to him. Azatom asked how long it would take to grow a Demon King level body for him. Malfoy replied that it would be difficult to do. The place was in ruins and all the test subjects had been destroyed. He had to extract many powerful people from outside, including the Sword Master of the Holy Sword Guild. Azatom told him to stop pretending. He can reach the level of the Demon King in a matter of minutes. Why didn't he just give him the clone from the incubator? Malfoy replied that if he dared insult her mistress again, he would kill him. Somovi felt some kind of terrifying killing intent. He is a Demon King level, but he has actually been suppressed to the point that he can't even stand. Ruth asked, is this the true power of the leader? Azatom said it was just a joke. Why is he so serious? He will just find himself a new body. He understood that Malfoy was a time bomb. Sooner or later, he would completely get out of his control, so he shouldn't tell him about Elizabeth yet. Azatom said that in any case, their cooperation continues. He will come to them if there is news. Malfoy hugged the vessel out of love and said that the mistress would soon be able to return to him and live with him. At this time, in the city of Boster in the neutral territory, Pin said that this time Elizabeth opened the portal and let him go alone. Everything needs to be carefully examined. He said it had only been a month or so since his last appearance in the outside world. Why was the entire city being rebuilt? He came to the church and said that it was time to check Anya's psychological state. I wonder how she is doing now. Opening the door, he saw a pig lying and crying, and someone was shouting for his brother to wipe it well. The pig asked, is this not enough for her? And then Pin was shocked and asked in surprise, what is he doing? He immediately kicked the door and told him to stop. The pig turned around and asked, what is it with him again? Pin replied that it was him again. And what about Anya? Pig replied that she was resting comfortably. The pig got angry and asked the boy what he had just said, that he was being a fool. Pin realized that he had forgotten that he was alone here, and Elizabeth was not there. The pig asked if that meant he was good at it. Let him join in. He was already tired of it. Pin shouted for Anya not to be afraid. He came to save her. And then Anya woke up and asked Pin why he was here. The pig said to Anya, "Why doesn't she rest in her room? Let him just leave it to them." He immediately asked her to check his work, especially those stubborn stains on the floor that she had mentioned earlier. He personally removed them all. Anya was surprised and said that as expected, the whole church was simply sparkling, and she thanked everyone for their hard work. Pin looked around and asked what they were cleaning. Anya didn't understand what was going on and asked him what he was talking about. Pin and Anya sat down to drink tea, and the guy said that it seemed like she had grown up. Anya replied that, as her sister Elizabeth had said, since she had regained all her magical power, her level had increased and she had also become stronger. Pin said he thought the Beast Gang members were looking for trouble. They used to collect protection money from her. Why did they suddenly become her little brothers? Anya replied that it all happened last week. Something happened to the Beast Gang, and it also caused serious damage to the city. Pin asked if this was the work of the Dark Guild. Anya answered that he was right. Everyone was shouting that day for everyone to run away because the leader of the beast became an apostle. The pig turned to him and told him to wake up. It was him, his beloved brother. At this time, Azatom looked on and said that it was easier for orcs to obtain the level of power of the pillar demons than for humans and elves. But it is extremely difficult to preserve the mind. They can only be used as killing machines, and they are not suitable for him as a new body. The gang leader started to destroy everything and leave no one alive. At that moment, the pig stopped and closed himself, because he understood that he would die. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that Anya had come to his aid with her panda toy. She had used the enchanted doll summoning. Anya said that she would protect the booster and ordered them to appear, and the team of enchanted dolls appeared. They immediately all attacked the leader of the gang and destroyed him from all sides, winning the victory. They did not spare him and began to tear him apart from all sides, and they destroyed the leader of the gang. At that moment, the pig began to cry when he saw his brother's body. Anya apologized and told him that he could not cleanse the strange magic in his body. Azatom asked, "Who is this girl? Was there such a strong person in the booster? She just used the red eyes of the demon. Didn't the Jimji people die out a long time ago?" And then Anya saw a demon that came out of the body of the head of the pig. And in a moment it deteriorated, and she thought that someone had just been there. Pin said that these dark mechanisms alone can confirm that there is a dark guild behind all of this. Anya replied that it was true, but before that mysterious man disappeared, she felt the same magic that was contained in her eyes. So perhaps capturing him would give her the key to her lost memories. Pin told her to relax and her memories would definitely come back. Anya thanked him for his support and asked what brought him here this time. Pin replied that he had actually come to see how her recovery was going. If there was anything else that was bothering her, she could talk to him about it any time. Anya replied that after his instructions, she had completely gotten rid of the shadow of the past. As Elizabeth had said, she wanted to use the power of the Jimji clan to promote peace in the world. Pin replied that it was wonderful. He knew that leaving it to her was the right choice. Anya asked, "Leave it to her?" Pin replied that she was embarrassed to say this. Elizabeth didn't care about the outside world right now, so he should be the one to direct the situation in the right direction. If he, the so-called legendary hero, had actually had to act, he could have ruined everything. Anya asked her brother Pin what he wanted to say, and then Pin showed that this world was too weak compared to him. They mortals can't even deal with the Dark Guild. If they want him to take action, he'll have to completely rebuild this world. Alia saw everything and understood that Pin meant that if everything was not done properly, everyone would die. Pin said that Elizabeth praised her for her talent. She has abilities and a kind heart. Therefore, they in the world on the continent of courage should take care of people like her, Anya. Anya said that she would try her best. And then before her eyes, she saw Pin saying that the power he gave her was more than enough to destroy the Dark Guild. And then Anya said that she was very sorry. Pin remembered something and putting down the bag said that, as they had agreed last time, he brought her some fruit. And in the future, he will send them regularly, so she will have to work hard here. Anya was very happy to see all this. She thanked him and said that she would never betray his trust, and that he should allow her to protect Boster. Pin said that in that case, he would be able to go for walks with peace of mind. Pin said to fulfill the agreement he had reached with Elizabeth to rule the world. He understood that even though she had made it unilaterally, Anya asked, rule the world? Does that mean the legendary hero wants to act on his own? That would be great. Pin said no. It's not what he thinks. In fact, the ultimate goal is to achieve peace. To achieve this goal, Elizabeth thinks, it's enough to rule the world. But unlike Elizabeth, he wants to do it his own way, Anya asked, and in what way? Pin laughed and said that was why he was here today. He came here specifically to ask her for advice. Anya asked in surprise, did she need any advice? Pin said that she had read so many books, so she should know a lot about the continent of courage. Wouldn't she tell him about the current state of the forces? Anya agreed and said that she would tell him everything she knew. She knew little about the Dark Guild in the Demon Realm, but since the Poisonous is an isolated area, and because of the Swordmaster's mighty power, everyone still maintained peaceful relations. But in reality, the other two sides were happy to see the Dark Guild actively taking action. Pin said that from what he understood, with the exception of the Holy Sword Guild, each side was simply trying to sort out the problems that had arisen before them, allowing the Dark Guild to take advantage of the situation. Anya asked Pin how he was going to achieve peace on the continent of courage. Pin replied that true peace could not be achieved by simply destroying the Dark Guild. Elizabeth can use her power to suppress everyone, but he is different from her. He hopes to unite them and allow them to form a true alliance in the process of fighting the Dark Guild. So perhaps the Dark Guild crisis can be turned into an opportunity for the continent of courage and maintain long-term stability and peace without a common enemy. But how exactly is he going to convince the major powers? He's going to have to go out there and try to do it. It's also the only way he can think of that's different from Elizabeth's. Anya understood and said that this was the point. A method that would be different from Elizabeth's methods. Maybe this was all just a bet between the hero and the Demon Queen. 500 years ago, little sister Elizabeth brought peace by governing simply and effectively. But when she is not around, discord returns and the world falls into chaos once again. Pin asked Anya what she was thinking. Could she tell him more? What was this kingdom of Aristotle that was famous for its technology? Anya replied that she had never been there and didn't know for sure. But the book said that they could control a steel giant the size of a castle with a very small amount of magic. Pin replied that he really wanted to see it. The Holy Sword Guild had some connections with him. Should he make Aristotle's kingdom his next stop? Anya said that he had better go to the elf tribe first. Firstly, because Aristotle's kingdom is still closed. Secondly, news has recently spread that the new guild, recognized as the Holy Sword Guild and gaining fame, has also come under the protection of the Elven tribe. At this time, Burrs told his daughter that they were there, and he brought her to a place where she would learn a lot. Burrs said that in order to get to the territory of the Elven tribe, one must first pass through a field known as the Plant Purgatory. He asked Ilif if she was sure of herself. The girl replied that she was absolutely sure, and then she attacked with a card cut. Burrs said that this was only the outer area. The further they went, the more dangerous the plants would become. Burrs said that they were already very close. Ilif said that most likely, before they left, the Holy Sword Guild had already reported them. Ilif asked why they were deliberately placing so many guard plants. To hinder them? Burrs said that only the strongest can enter the Elven tribe. They are testing the strength of their card guild. And then, in a moment, a plant called the Five-Element Pea jumped out in front of them. Burrs said that the peas of the 5 elements are the last level. Ilif asked him how he knew. The peas immediately began to shoot their fruits at them. Burrs said that 30 years ago, when he was still in the Holy Sword Guild, he followed the Sword Master, and this was the entrance to the territory of the Elf tribe. Ilif didn't take any risks and used card cuts, and she cut the fruit straight into 2 parts. Burrs told her to use combo skills. Ilif listened and used cross split. She said that the guard plants on the last level didn't seem to be very strong. Burrs told her not to relax. It was the 5-element peas. The plant immediately began to grow back and turned into a level 5 pea again. Burrs told Ilif to immediately put up a shield and stand behind him. Peas turned into a triple and started shooting. Ilif tried to resist, but the peas' power was even greater, and their defense cards began to crumble. Ilif told her father he was right. She had underestimated the enemy. Burrs told her not to touch the wound. There might be poison there. Let her father take care of it. He used his powers in the moment and used the healing cards of hearts. Ilif said that the healing combination. His skills improved again. Burrs told her to go to a safe place and rest. Let him take care of the rest. Elif said she could still fight. Burrs said that in that case she should be careful. This plan is becoming dangerous. Burrs said that poison, fire, ice, plant, water are the original form of the P's of the five elements. Elif said that it was no wonder that his strength was equal to the level of the Demon King. And immediately the P began to improve and turn into an even more terrifying plant. Burrs said that by combining the five elements, he can unleash various types of magic that can restrain anyone. That's what makes him so terrifying. The last time he saw the Sword Master, he was dealt with in an instant. But after 30 years, it seems he has become stronger. Burrs said that the longer the fight lasted, the better he could aim at her. Let him use his treasure deck. Elif asked her father if he was going to use the 10 bomb. Burrs said that no, to deal with an opponent who possessed elemental magic, it would be more appropriate to use the tri-bomb to summon the holy little mage. And then an arrow fell near them, and Elif told her father that she felt familiar magic. Burrs said that it was natural. After all, the blood of elves flows in her veins. At that moment, a girl appeared in front of them and told them to come in. Burrs said that as expected, they watched their fight. They were recognized after all. Elif told her father that she had a question. If the mother is here, why didn't she come out to meet them? Burrs replied that the elves have a strict hierarchy and a complex structure of relationships. To protect them, her mother decided to return to the Holy Land. 16 years have passed since then, but he is sure that her mother's love for her will never change. Burrs said that as for the truth, they must find out everything themselves. And then the place of the elven tribe opened up before them. The elves saw them and said that it was a human, and next to him was a hybrid. The girl said that they were here on behalf of the Holy Sword Guild, right? They would definitely want to ask for their help again. And they are indeed an inferior race. She feels a different smell coming from their bodies. And it is really annoying. Elif asked her father why she thought they were hostile to them. Burrs replied that it was because most of the elves here had never left the tribe. They are more wary of people from the outside world, and she doesn't have to worry about that too much. Elif said that a high-level guild has quite a lot of elves. If the elf tribe is such a beautiful place, why do they go out into the outside world? Burrs said that there is a hierarchy in the elf tribe. The tribe is located around the sacred tree. The closer they are to the center and the higher the level of the elf's bloodline, the more resources are allocated to them. Archery plant magic Burrs said that generally those who leave the elf tribe are from their peripheral tribes, with a lower level of bloodline but some ability. But of course there are exceptions. Elif became curious and asked, what other exceptions? And then a girl on an animal appeared before them and said that she was Blanchett, the great commander of this tribe, and she will lead them to the Holy Land. Let them follow him. Elif said that she is so cool and majestic. Burrs said that the further she goes, the more careful she must be, and perhaps her mother is waiting for them on the Holy Land. Blanchett was heading to the point, and Elif was telling her father that these trees were paving the way for them. Burrs said it was a defensive barrier. If there were no high-level elves nearby to show the way, they would trap intruders in the forest labyrinth. Arriving at the place, Elif was surprised by the beauty. Burrs said that this is it. This is the place where it all began. 30 years ago, Burrs came to this place and was a member of the Holy Sword Guild. But suddenly, a girl shouted at him to get out of the way. She can't control him. Burrs immediately dodged and climbed onto the deer in an instant. He told the girl to just calm down, and everything would be fine. Burrs said it was a sacred beast that only high-ranking elves had. If she wanted to pay him, she could just borrow it for a ride. The girl said that she was very afraid and that there was no need. She hadn't even learned to ride on a flat surface yet. Burrs flew with him into the sky and was surprised. He said that it was not bad for the inner circle of the elven tribe. Impressive. The girl closed her eyes in fear and told him to hurry up and lower them to the ground. Burrs said that she was a high-ranking elf, so why was she so timid? The girl apologized and replied that her father and sisters had told her the same thing. But she was just scared, so she couldn't learn. Burrs told her to look. Her father was looking for her. The girl replied that it was very bad and he should hide. After all, outsiders are not allowed to ride the sacred beast. If her father sees this, he will be punished, even if he is a member of the Holy Sword Guild. Burrs started laughing and said that he lied. The girl was surprised and asked how he could lie. Burrs replied that she had opened her eyes, hadn't she? Let her look, isn't it wonderful? The girl was very surprised and said that it was so beautiful here. No one had ever brought her here before. Burrs said that then they would play more exciting games. The girl asked what kind of games. Burrs replied that they could go higher. As he was going up, the girl was scared and told him to slow down. Days and months passed, and they rode together all the time. The girl could already control the animal herself. But one day they looked at each other blushing and decided to perform their first kiss. Burrs said that high-ranking elves were negotiating behind closed doors, and they wouldn't show up for 3 to 5 days, so she shouldn't worry about it. The girl answered Bursu that she envied him. The smell coming from him was pure happiness, without a trace of anxiety. She wants to live as freely as he does, and she also wants to go beyond the tribe and see the outside world. Burrs asked, "What's so hard about it?" He'll show her. He just joined the Holy Sword Guild, but he's already become an outstanding newcomer, known as Ironheart Burrs. The girl asked, "Really? He can take her to the outside world, right?" Burrs replied that, of course, but he is a high-ranking elf. Her life in the tribe must be much better than his, right? Why does she want to escape so much? The girl replied that the so-called good life here is actually like a cage. The election of the patriarch was coming up soon, and several uncles wanted to join forces to take her father's place. Burrs hugged her and said that although he did not know about the relationships between elves, he knew that it was much worse for anyone to be trapped and lose their freedom. Tomorrow he will receive a teleportation scroll from the guild and take her with him. But that means they will insult both the elf tribe and the Holy Sword Guild. Will she agree to this? The girl asked. A normal life. That's exactly what he wants. She dreams of living like that, and then they kissed. At the moment of flight, they stopped and saw how the elf disappeared from their field of vision. Burrs replied that it was a closed barrier, and they should follow her too. He hadn't known about it before. They made up their minds, and having passed through the barrier, they found themselves in another world in which indescribable creatures existed. The elf thanked the deer for her hard work and let her wait until he finished. She knelt before the leaders and said that the mission was accomplished. Elif asked her father, "Who are these elves?" Burrs replied that these were the heads of the elven tribe, and let her be careful with her words, and it was time to approach them. She stopped abruptly and wondered why she suddenly felt sick. Vertan asked Blanche to step aside. Avari smiled and told Burrs that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Burrs was very confused and replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He immediately bowed and said that he greeted the leaders of the elven tribe. Avery said that when she saw him last, he was still quite young. Vertan asked, "He's here on behalf of the Holy Sword Guild to ask them to join them, right?" Burrs replied that to be precise, his card guild and the Holy Sword Guild had made an agreement to form an alliance of heroes to defeat the Dark Guild. This time he came to ask the elf tribe to join them. Avari laughed and said that the guild he founded and suddenly became famous, they too are well aware of the pitiful situation of the Holy Sword Guild. Vertan said that the Swordmaster has been missing for at least 3 months. Without such an important combat unit, is there any point in forming this alliance? Burrs replied that this was why he had come to the Elven tribe. He also wanted to ask them to activate the plant magic and let the trees and insects help find the Swordmaster's tracks. The Swordmaster was one step away from becoming a demon king. There was no way she would fall so easily. She and the Swordmaster were old friends, so they should be well aware of her strength. Avari said that in order to activate all the plants outside the Elven tribe, they would have to pay a high price. What can he offer in return? And then Elif said that now was not the time to worry about personal gain and loss. If they did not find the Swordmaster as soon as possible, the power of the Dark Guild would come to their lands sooner or later. Burton immediately called her a savage and said that it should be based on equality between the two sides. She wants to be on the same side as them? She must prove herself worthy first. She said that the 5-element Ps were only at the lower level of the Demon King level in terms of strength. If they could withstand this attack, then they could talk about an alliance. Elif immediately turned to her father. Burrs said that everything was fine. Let her father do it. The P plant immediately used a light cannon. The light was so bright that everything around it was shining. Burrs said that the 5 bombs were divine protectors. They really did temporarily lose such an important combat unit as the Swordmaster. But he also hopes that they will understand the situation even if they do not join in. They in turn are confident that they can defeat the Dark Guild. Avari laughed and said that it was just a test, but he could withstand the edge of light. which is equal in strength to a 3-star demon king. And Burrs really became stronger. Verton asked, "Can the cards summon divine magic like that?" Elif replied, "Stop! What kind of test is this?" They attack them, intending to kill them. Is she right? She said that when the Dark Guild invades here, they will regret it. Burrs told his daughter not to be rude. Elrond told Burrs that 16 years had passed. Burrs replied that it had. Elif turned to her father and told them to quickly find their mother and get out of here. They were just trying to complicate things. Why should he be polite to them? Burrs replied that it was because he was her grandfather. Elrond said that it was a coincidence. Nikita's daughter was also 16 years old. Elif was surprised and asked, "Grandfather?" Elrond raised his hand and asked her, "You didn't expect this, right?" Avari said to the second one, "Can she see?" She told her not to joke with them. They were so scared. Vertan replied that Elif's angry expression was so cute. She looks a bit like Nikita when she was a child. Bessers asked the patriarch Elrond what this meant. Elrond asked that he still called him patriarch. He should, like Nikita, call him father. BSR asked, didn't he say that he would never accept this? Where is Nikita? Elrond told them to follow him. Elif asked her father what was going on. Burrs replied that he didn't understand either. Maybe over the years, the relationship between her mother and her grandfather had improved. Elrond said that the great sacred tree they had seen outside was only a magical projection. The tree before them was the real sacred tree of the elves. The birth of the sacred tree occurred in the troubled times that were 500 years ago, when the first matriarch, Lady Twyla, found it. Used herself as a nutrient to activate the most powerful plant magic, the descent of the sacred tree, to found the elven tribe. And thanks to the light of the sacred tree, all the tribesmen suddenly became enlightened and gained talents in plant magic and archery, which raised the power of the elves to a higher level. For many years, the elves relied on the protection of the sacred tree to become a force on the continent of Valor, but the sacred tree gradually began to wither. And when the world became a little calmer, some tribesmen began to run away again and enter into relations with other tribes. This is certainly contrary to the original intention of the Twyla lady, and that is why they strictly forbid marriages between members of noble blood and members of other tribes to ensure the preservation of the talents of their elven tribe. But what cannot be stopped is the depletion of the sacred tree's nutrient supply. The elf tribe will continue to grow. The elf tribe will soon decline along with their tree. And that's why he was against their relationship with Nikita. Then he was going to show them the true side of the elven tribe, which he had never shown even to the swordmaster. Burrs asked what that meant. Elrond immediately cast Dispel Magic. Elif clutched her mouth and realized she had that sickening feeling again. Elrond said that this was the true form of the sacred tree. And it is true, Nikita became food for the sacred tree for the good of the tribe. Burrs immediately grabbed him and said that he separated them for more than 10 years, forcing Nikita to return only to turn her into nutrients. He immediately called him a selfish demon. Let him bring Nikita back. Give her back. Elrond turned to Vertan and Avari that the time had come. The girls immediately hugged the tree together and began to slowly suck themselves into it to serve as a nutrient. Elrond asked Burrs, did he understand now? They are not selfish at all. To become food of the sacred tree and to dedicate their lives to the tribe is the highest honor for them. Nikita must have thought so too. Burrs said it was terrible. He immediately fell to his knees from such news and situations. Elif immediately came to support him. Eldrin says that one young leaf can prolong the tree's light for another year. He understands that it is difficult for outsiders to understand the nature of the elves' selflessness. But their visit today changed his mind. Nikita might be resurrected. Burrs was surprised and asked, really? She can be brought back to life? Eldrin answered that it was true, if he was willing to pay a certain price for it. Burrs replied that no way. If he wants Elif, let him not blame him for being rude later. Eldrin replied that no, he had misunderstood him. He wanted the cards she had on her belt. Burrs was surprised and realized that these were Mr. Ping's cards. Eldrin said that he felt a powerful divine power from this deck. If they offer them to the sacred tree, perhaps they will be able to fully revive it. They must know that everything comes from the sacred tree. If it absorbs enough divine power, it may be able to resurrect the lives that were sacrificed to it. He promises that he will prioritize resurrecting Nikita's. Burrs asked if it was true, if the divine tree simply absorbed the card's magical power. Ilif asked how one could return a life that had been taken. Moreover, the cards were meant to save the world. Eldrin said he understood their concerns. To be honest, he wasn't sure himself, but if it worked, not only would Nikita return, but all elves would be able to return to their former glory. He will not have any worries and will be able to devote himself to the Alliance to defeat the Dark Guild. Burrs replied that everything was correct. It was all in order to defeat the Dark Guild and save the continent. Ilif replied that if anything went wrong, the blame would fall on them. Burrs immediately handed over the cards and said that he would take full responsibility. Burrs said that he and Elif had half a deck each. Now all the cards are here. What next? Eldrin told them to give them to him. After he cast a special elven spell and allowed the sacred tree to absorb the magical power, Nikita could be resurrected. Ilif asked her father if he had thought it through. Burrs replied that he would have given everything for her mother. Eldrin told Burrs that he was indeed a good son-in-law. And then, in an instant, he released vines from the ground and grabbed Ilif. Burrs asked him what it meant. Eldrin replied that he had not expected to be so easily deceived. Wants to know what it means? In fact, deep down, he already understood everything, didn't he? He immediately began to transform and said that the elves had long been on the side of the Dark Guild. Eldrin said that in other words, he was no longer himself. And in that moment, one flower grew, which slowly opened. The clown appeared and told the leader of the elven tribe that they had been turned into puppets by him 10 years ago. To prevent them from dying, all their internal organs were replaced with dark mechanisms. And as long as he did not interfere, they could still act independently. But if he did, they would obey his orders. Eldrin immediately knelt down and told his master to accept this. The clown said that, in other words, he is now the head of the elf tribe. Burrs immediately turned to Ilif and the daughter said that she understood. Ilif used magic and said that they should destroy them. But Eldrin used plant magic parasitism. Ilif said that all her mana was completely sucked out. The clown laughed at this moment and said that it was great. The clown opened the book and said he would reward him later, let him rest for now. And he watched all their battles, and it seems like these cards can summon spirits from other worlds, right? And at the cost of life force? Burrs thought that fortunately he didn't know the secrets of using these cards yet, so even if he got them, nothing bad would happen. The clown started playing cards and said that it was nothing complicated. He turned to the elven tribe and told them to sacrifice their lives. Let them obey his orders. And then everything began to change. The light pierced the tree and the whole earth. In a moment, everything began to shake, and the elves asked, "Is this really an earthquake?" And then the magic began to leave their bodies and slowly be transferred to the tree that stands in the center of their world. All the animals started dying after that and couldn't cope with it. The clown screamed for them to swallow them. Burrs saw all this and said that it was all over. The clown was playing with cards and ordered someone to come. The game cards turned into real creatures and slowly crawled out from every side of the planets. Burrs realized that it was all his fault. This world would soon end. At that time, Elizabeth was telling Pin that she now realized that she had forgotten to remove the noodle bowl, and he hadn't been home for 2 days, so let him wash the dishes. But they didn't notice that a demon had appeared in the dishes. Pin approached her and said that he wanted to discuss something with her first. The demon tried to suck on Pin, but the robot vacuum cleaner said that it was cleaning and swallowed it. Pin said he wanted them to go with him to the elf tribe. Elizabeth asked if he was going to conquer new territory. Pin replied that it was not a question of conquest, but of persuasion. He had heard from Anya that Burrs had gone there too, and wasn't there elven blood in Ilif? Using such connections, they could convince the elves to join them and form an alliance to fight the Dark Guild. She did say that she knows the eye of the elven tribe. If they can't come to an agreement right away, she'll put in a good word. Elizabeth agreed and said that he would owe him some jelly. Pin said no problem, as much as he wanted. Elizabeth asked, what about them? What was he going to do with them? Pin replied that they said they wanted to play with Van Kai. She said that, in fact, once she joined them, they no longer needed to get involved in this mess. Anya said that she didn't expect the Swordmaster to be here either. She thinks they still don't know about Pingni's plan. Alpha asked them if they were done. Compared to him, they were just a support group. Xi showed the book and said, "This is a sword manual given to her by the legendary hero and the Demon Queen. After she learned it, she will destroy the Dark Guild, and she does not need their help at all." Anya replied that she had a rag doll made by Pin, and although she couldn't use it yet, it would soon become stronger. Alpha started laughing and said that they made him laugh and called them losers. How dare he talk about his relationship with his brother Pin in front of him? Not to mention that he had been in close contact with Brother Ping for the past 500 years. Wasn't what Brother Ping gave them just discarded trash? What was there to brag about? Alpha said that Brother Pin only has one younger brother, and that's him. He's the hero's sword. They should get out of here. Anna replied that if that was true, then there really was no one who could compare to him. After all, he was Brother Pin's exclusive weapon. She told the girl not to listen to him. Was the spirit of the weapon so easily offended? Moreover, she had seen many blades. There was not a drop of the legendary hero's forging style, like the elder Wonkai. Alpha said that, however, Pin reforged him to resurrect him. So now he has officially become a super mythical hero, the true holy sword. Anna asked the elder Wonkai if what he said was true. Wonkai replied that it could be said that way. The owner used a powerful invention to resurrect him, and what was left he dug out of the trash can and put in his pocket. Alpha told them to look right here. That's the mark from Brother Pin's forging. She said that there was no point in this chatter, since they could only leave one person to serve the legendary hero and the demon queen, and let their strength speak for itself. Anya replied that she agreed. Although her strength was far inferior to that of a sword master, in order to fulfill the duties entrusted to her by Brother Ping, she would do everything in her power. Alpha got angry and asked what their glances meant. They didn't take him, the true holy sword, seriously? Ju immediately said that the first movement of the Taiji sword is the dragonfly touching the water. Anya also did not wait and performed the magic of the doll's summoning. And then the dog stepped forward and said that now they should listen to him. Alpha immediately came up and said that the elder should give the orders. The dog said that he did not arrange this meeting to decide who was better. Anya asked him, didn't he say that there were so many people this time that it was interfering with Brother Ping's life? Ji also replied that it was like that. Doesn't that mean that they could only allow one person to stay? The dog replied that they should not interfere with the master's life. Indeed, that was the purpose when he invited them to this meeting, but he simply wanted to emphasize their individuality. But out there, he could control all the monsters he found and force them to drive away any intruders that might disturb his master. But ever since this fierce woman appeared, the master began to go out into the outside world. And this is not a place where he can just go, and the master has not touched him for a long time. Ji asked, then what should they be? Let the elder Wonkai explain. Wonkai replied that he meant that if the master wanted to live in the outside world, he would inevitably meet all sorts of people who would easily destroy his desire to live peacefully. If any of them are chosen, then let them serve the master in the outside world in his stead, acting based on the concept of a peaceful life. And let them remove all obstacles for the owner so that he can live happily. From now on, they are cleaners. And then the dog said that the owner was going to go out. Let everyone stand in their places. Pin asked the boys what they were doing. Anya asked Pin if he was going to go to the elf tribe. Pin replied that he would first go to the workshop for some tools, and then they could set off. Elizabeth addressed them and said that the city of Boster in the east was represented by Anya G, and the Holy Sword Guild in the west was represented by Ji. A Ping took them under his wing. The guys were surprised, and Alpha thought what the woman wanted to say with her look. He absolutely cannot understand what the Demon Queen is thinking about. Anya thought, does little sister Elizabeth think she is not good enough? What should she do? The dog saw that the boys were asking him for help and told them to let him do it. He immediately began to discover his abilities and understood that in order to deal with her, a temperamental and fierce woman, he would use the latest research. She said that a battle between the strongest is a rare opportunity for learning. Alpha said that Senior Wonkai should not let them down. He immediately pulled out a teasing stick and started playing with it, barking. And as they say, you can't hit a smiling person. But Elizabeth didn't feel sorry for him and immediately kicked him. She said she had been getting angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and that stupid dog had gone mad. Would they follow him? And then the others replied that they didn't want to. Elizabeth replied that since they were all part of Pin's plan, he wouldn't say anything more, according to the agreement. She just wants to remind them one last time that if they stay with them, they should be ready to part with their lives at any moment. Although they have all experienced this, they may not be so lucky next time. They will have to deal with everything they encounter in the future on their own. The boys replied that they understood. Pin immediately came out and asked Elizabeth what they were talking about. He was ready to go and took a chainsaw with him. Elizabeth replied that it was nothing. They would go, but what was that strange thing in his hands? Pin asked if Alpha didn't want to return to his true role as a holy sword. So for future woodworking, he wanted to create a new tool. Alpha asked who it was. Anya replied that it was the spirit of the weapon, but she thought that forging it for her brother Pin was much more difficult than for him, right? Alpha replied, what does she know? The more complex, the better. Moreover, Brother Pin seems to be able to see only him, and not all the weapon spirits he created. This is his greatest advantage. Pin thought that he had heard that the elven tribe had many magical plants. If Uncle Bears and Elizabeth had connections with them, perhaps he could get some magical plants to plant in his fields. Pin said that was fine. If everyone was ready, it was time to go. Elizabeth asked, didn't he say that he would only take 2 people with him this time? Who exactly? Pin replied that everything was correct, because the purpose of the trip to the elven tribe this time was persuasion. Georgie approached him and asked him to take her. She had been to the elven tribe several times and knew their current leader. She could definitely help. Anya also asked him to take her. Although she has no experience, her red demonic eyes have awakened and she can definitely help. And then Alpha came out and apologized and told them to take their time and fight. There were only 2 spots anyway. No matter what, one of them must belong to him. As the exclusive weapon of the legendary hero, it must always follow him. And then Pin stopped him and said that because the purpose of the trip to the elven tribe this time was to convince them to join the alliance. As a friendly gesture, he was not going to take any weapons with him. Elizabeth asked them to hurry. Pin said that the Alpha was staying here and to wait for their return. And then Alpha thought, why did he feel like this again? He felt like a loser, an outcast, unable to fit into Pin's circle. And then the system said that Alpha was being called and that he should answer. Alpha got scared and asked who was calling him. The dog asked him, is he still here? Did he learn from him how to survive? Alpha got scared and asked, Senior Vankai? And then he realized that Pin had given him a most valuable opportunity. Vankai told them to go on patrol with him. Alpha was happy and said he was running. Anya moved to another place and said that her head was spinning. Ji immediately asked her if she was okay. Pin was surprised and said, it's great. Let Elizabeth see it too. This tree is too big. Elizabeth thought that in such a huge tribe, there was not a single trace of life. Pin asked the boys how they thought this giant tree grew. Let them go and find out. Elizabeth said they needed to change. Ji immediately closed herself off when she saw her bodies and realized that it was awkward. Pin looked surprised and asked, should I change? But the girls were already dressed and ready for the trip. Elizabeth said that he wanted to change into clothes suitable for travel. As for the others, they were forbidden to wear clothes made by his own hands. Otherwise, it would all be pointless. Pin thought it was a strange decision, but she was the queen and had the final say. And again, he was very jealous of how she could change her clothes so easily. Pin asked if they could go now. Elizabeth asked him why he was so excited. Pin replied that he just wanted to study the plants here. At this time, they did not suspect that they were being watched, and the demon plant was watching them all this time. The clown immediately saw that he had guests. He thought that only 3 days had passed since he captured the representative of the Hero Alliance, but the Sword Master Ji, who had been missing for many days, actually appeared here. It seems that they are determined this time, and the war between the Hero Alliance and the Dark Guild is about to begin. The clown immediately looked at his hostages and asked if they had any information about them in their memory. The plant immediately figured everything out and showed on one common screen that they all knew each other. The clown became very angry at that moment because he saw a familiar face, the demon Queen Elizabeth. He knew it had been 500 years. He hadn't expected her to appear here. She didn't look like the majestic and powerful queen she once was. He ordered his servant to go and separate them. Let him use all means and kill everyone he can, but let him leave this man alive for him. The servant immediately replied that she would do it immediately. When she came to the tree, Ji said that according to her past experience, if you come here for the first time, you can get permission to enter by killing all the plants. She wondered why the 5-element peas didn't appear at the last stage. Anya thought that the sword master really had a lot of experience, and she helped Brother Ping a lot in his game. She can't lose to her. She has to prove herself. Ping asked Ji what kind of guild she created. She knows so much about the elf tribe and is also good at swordsmanship, just like a sword master. Sherm asked in surprise. Didn't she tell him? Actually, he is from the Holy Sword Guild. But then at that moment, arrows flew at them, but they were broken into small pieces in a second. Anya said she saw him. The attacker was using concealment magic. She would deal with him. She said it was just a trick. No need to worry. And use the first move. The dragonfly touches the water. The servant at this moment saw that the enemies used a sword to dispel her concealment. This is truly the most powerful force of the human race, and aimed seed arrows at them. And then Anya released Mishka to protect them. Ju said that what was supposed to happen would happen anyway, but this time there were many more of them. Pin told Elizabeth that she understood how he first went on an adventure with her a few months ago. Elizabeth replied that she understood. And why was he asking? And then the battle began. Pin replied that if he had been in the same situation then as he was now, he would have thought he was going crazy. But now he feels that he has gotten used to everything and no longer needs to pretend to be calm. Elizabeth laughed and said that it was nothing to brag about. In the past, it was only to study the outside world, so she had to be weak in front of outsiders. Pin asked in surprise, bragging. He was just glad he met her, and he hoped they would stay together forever. And then he suddenly fell silent, because the plant ate him and swallowed him. Elizabeth wondered if he had just confessed his love to her. But at that moment, all the plants began to disintegrate and die. Anya said that Pin's brother was swallowed and disappeared. Let him just catch her and interrogate her. The elf saw this and was surprised that self-destruction had occurred, and the mission to capture the man alive was accomplished. The elf said that although sacrificing 35-element pea sprouts was too much, it was obviously better than dealing with a sword master. Anya immediately used the protector doll. She said that she used up all her mana to prevent this explosion, and her bear and rabbit were seriously damaged. She said that even if she was at the level of the Demon King, she might not be able to protect them. She didn't expect that Anna's guardian magic would be so powerful. The elf thought that the breath of life had disappeared, but the sword master and the girl were still alive. They were truly the strongest representatives of the human race. She had to use all the remaining seeds. She immediately turned to the earth and used six-fold self-destruct. But Jai used the shield and defended herself. But she saw that things were bad, and an explosion occurred. The elf thought that defeating the guildmaster of the Holy Sword was not that easy, but it was enough to drive her into the forest where creatures much stronger than the peas of the five elements lived. She understood and said that she needed to go back and recover. But at that moment, she felt that she was not alone. Elizabeth caught her right away and said that it seemed there was a lot going on here that she didn't know about. Let her come to her and explain everything. The elf was surprised and thought, hadn't she just been killed by a bomb? She asked her who she was. Elizabeth held out her hand and said she'd better see for herself. And then Elf realized that her intuition was telling her she must not fall into her hands. Otherwise, an end worse than death would await her. She immediately pulled the bracelet off her arm and used the suicide arrow. Elizabeth responded that it was a wise choice. At this time, Elizabeth was wondering if Twyla had also conspired with the Dark Guild. She said that it's only been 500 years and no one respects her anymore, right? And this time she'll strike terror into their minds. At that moment, the plant spat Pin out in another place where he did not understand where he was. Pin saw this plant and shouted for it not to come near him. The plant immediately attacked him, and the guy asked Elizabeth to save him. But Pin opened his eyes and was surprised and did not understand what was happening. Why did the plant not touch him? And what was he eating there? He looked in his pocket and saw that he had some organic fertilizer that he had brought here. He understood that this was a meeting gift that he had originally planned to present to the Elven tribe. Pin asked the plant if he liked it. He would give him everything, as long as he didn't need it. Pin saw that they were starting to get worse and said that although fertilizers were useful, their excessive consumption led to an imbalance of nutrients in the body. Pin said that luckily it was a plant-type monster, but what should he do next? And where should he go in this vast forest? Surely Elizabeth would find him sooner, and it would be better to think about it while he was walking. The elf told the clown that the man had teleported, but his plant monster suddenly stopped halfway. The clown asked what happened. Let him locate him using the surveillance system. The elf apologized to the owner and said that this guy hid his magic. There was no reaction to mana, and the surveillance installations were unable to determine his location. The clown laughed and said that as he thought, it was not that simple. He needed to look at more memories, then he would be able to find out who he was. After looking through everything, he realized that the guy was a legendary hero. He uses the cards he created to defeat him and prove to this woman that he is no worse. At this time, Anya's animals were defeated. Ji came down to the ground and became very ill. She realized that when she used her past sword techniques in combination with the legendary hero's swordsmanship, an unpleasant sensation of magical clash would arise in her body. Anya asked her if she was okay. Ji replied that she needed some rest. And then Anya said that a powerful magical force was approaching. They didn't run away and started fighting. Anya said that the bear and the rabbit were completely destroyed. Is it the magic of the elements or the peas of the five elements? She replied that no, this guy is much more dangerous than that plant. It was a threesome cartoon little magician. Anya asked the swordmaster if she had noticed. Ji replied that this guy had the aura of a legendary hero, but there was another evil force present. She pounced to attack and used her second move, swallow catches insects. But then she saw that things were bad. Her stick broke. At that time, the magician used a protective cube. Ji asked in surprise, "What is this?" And then there was a jolt, from which Ji flew away and the bird caught her. Anya thought at that moment that today she would use the red eyes of the demon too often if she couldn't control it. She thanked Anya and said that she should leave it to her. She immediately coughed up blood. She realized that magical power had collided within her body, regardless of whether she was using her own techniques or Pina's swordsmanship. Anya asked the swordmaster if she could fight. At that time, the mage gathered all his magical abilities. Anya saw that he could really connect different elements. It was very dangerous. Even if she activated the demon's red eyes, it would be difficult for her to fight him in her current state, unless the swordmaster was injured. But the magician did not stagnate and attacked them with all the elements of nature. And he called it an elemental bomb. But they were already happy that they had won. But Anya used a snake, which grabbed the ball. She used Bloodline Awakening. Anya immediately told them not to be shy and to come to her. She pointed with her hands and commanded the animals to attack. At this time, the enemies used a protective cube. Anya said that these magic cubes had an extremely high level of defense, but if they hit the target, the snake's body would probably be torn to pieces. However, her red eyes can see the trajectory of their fall in advance, so she can control the snakes to dodge in time. She immediately decided to distract them and used wind magic. The eagle immediately began to perform a storm strike. The magician used his protective cube again, but the snake got very close to them and swallowed them. She said that she couldn't break through this cube even with the legendary hero's swordsmanship. What is Anya going to do? Anya replied that it was indeed difficult to destroy this cube in one go, but she was confident that she could destroy it gradually, step by step. She asked if gradual destruction would work. The snake immediately swallowed the cube. Anya said that the magical power that the snake absorbed and decomposed would be absorbed and transferred to her body, so that no matter how strong his magic was, she would be able to slowly absorb it. But at that moment, Anya felt that the awakening of the bloodline was about to invade her consciousness. She had to hold out until she succeeded. But at that moment, the snake was cut into several pieces, and Anya was thrown several meters back. Everything happened so fast that the energy passed by them like a hurricane, and Z used a microcut. She understood that the first time she experienced this was when she fell into the ruins of the Demon Queen's dungeon, and then again. That was when the chaos power in her body broke out and she was saved by the Demon Queen. And now it came back to her mind. And she has a feeling called despair. And then the cartoon General Jack appeared and said that he would take care of it. Elizabeth was walking in the forest at the time and said that this was the place where the magic was felt most strongly. But where was the source? And then the clown said that the big fish had finally arrived. And after passing through the portal, she noticed that she had returned to her previous place. She realized that it was a magical barrier, meaning its power was above the level of a demon king. She asked, were they trying to lure her into a trap? What a cheap trick. And then the clown said that the flow of time at each level would be doubled, and time at the 10th would slow down by 1,024 times. No matter how strong she is, she will forever remain trapped in the cage of time. But Elizabeth was much stronger and destroyed the Matryoshka with her spell. The clown was surprised and asked why it didn't work. Elizabeth ruined everything and said that she had been living inside the time barrier for a whole year. She confidently told them to go to hell. But then someone launched their weapon and pierced Elizabeth's body. The 7 card grabbed the queen's soul and pulled it out of her body, not suspecting what would happen next. But then special skills were revealed, and it was said that when capturing a target, he could extract the enemy's soul, regardless of his level. Elizabeth was not so simple and grabbed the seven by the neck and said that he was brave. "And who ordered him to do this?" she asked. "Let him answer now, and then she will let him die quickly." But the seven felt the approach of death and evaporated. The clown at this time said that they were a piece of trash. Out of fear, he returned to his original form. He couldn't even extract her soul. Elizabeth thought that even if she hadn't been told, she would have guessed that it was Pina's aura. Could it really be that it was planned in advance to join the elf tribe? He wanted to test them, but why drag her into it? And she would find out, and then he would be in trouble. She was a player like him, not a pawn. She said if she was smart enough to kill herself as soon as possible, otherwise she would take her seriously, and she would die a much worse death. The clown laughed and said that the queen should just look at herself. She was so loud. And they decided to wait and see if she could get out of there. And then she saw the figure 8 and said that's why she couldn't get out of there. Items created by Pin, even if the magic level in them is low, have special effects that can help defeat the enemy. She immediately went up to the map and said that they were a couple of ignorant fools. And then the chief said she had had enough and was going to finish her off. The king said he would leave it to her then. He would eagerly await her victory. Elizabeth asked, "Does he call himself king, standing right in front of her? He is not worthy of that title." The king immediately ordered the queen to kill him. She immediately took up her battle gear. Elizabeth ordered them to shut up and go to hell. The queen, seeing this, used her fast wings. After dodging several attacks, she used a decapitation technique. But Elizabeth simply waved her hand and blocked the attack. She told the queen that she had broken her nail and that it was not bad. Elizabeth began to attack her, and the queen cut the bomb ball. The queen saw that things were bad and used magic bullets to destroy all the bombs. After repelling all attacks, she decided to attack with a critical strike. But Elizabeth stopped them halfway. The queen was surprised and asked why. Elizabeth used magic bullet division and attacked. She said that magic bullets would be enough to deal with someone like him. With a wave of her finger, she sent a dozen bullets at her, which shattered the queen into tiny pieces. Elizabeth wondered how many tricks he had in store, and such powerful ones at that. But in that moment, the queen turned out to be alive. Elizabeth realized that these were her last two cards, one a special magic absorption skill, and the other a resurrection skill. The queen asked her if she thought she could kill her with this. Let her prepare to reap the fruits of her actions, arrogant upstart. She immediately used her animal and ordered a double charge attack, but Elizabeth used an insurmountable edge against it. The queen was surprised and said it didn't work. Elizabeth said that even if he increased her skill 100 times, he wouldn't be able to harm her. She didn't waste much time talking and used her hands to apply tremendous pressure. And although she was inspired to create this skill by that stupid dog, I have to admit it is very effective. But at that moment she saw the cards and she became suspicious. And then the queen ran up and screamed for her to die. But suddenly everything changed and Elizabeth disappeared. The queen was surprised and asked where she was going to do. Elizabeth said she would take him seriously now, and she saw a plant in a jar nearby. She thought that once the main body was killed, the resurrection magic would be activated automatically. Moreover, she can choose a resurrection point within a certain range. The queen attacked again and screamed that she had told her that she could not kill her. But Elizabeth caught her and used absolute confinement. She said that she would first delimit her resurrection area with this skill, and then she would slowly play with her. And then the queen used dissolution and began to say that it was useless. For resurrection, she only needed a drop of dew from the purifying vase, and the magical space inside this vase is connected to the world ocean. The water in it is inexhaustible. How long, according to her, will she be able to use her magic? Elizabeth immediately used poisoning, and then came drowning. She began to mock her and slowly kill her. Elizabeth said that the various injuries she had suffered in absolute confinement would continue to accumulate and accumulate on top of each other, and see how long she could hold out. Elizabeth said that when endless resurrection turns into endless pain, her spirit will naturally wither and she will decide to give up. The king was sitting on the throne at the time and said that he would personally take action. And then he went out onto the battlefield and used fusion. The king used the destruction of boundaries without fear. He said that she was the queen and he was the king, but there was room on the throne for only one, for the strongest ruler of this world. Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh. The king was surprised and asked why she was laughing. Elizabeth replied that once upon a time, the demon king had already been the supreme being in this world. Looking at him, little bug, she could probably understand how he looked at her then. The king said it was nonsense. It seems she still can't understand that her power is not comparable to his. He immediately used a world destruction combat technique attack, but Elizabeth responded with world destruction magic in return. But the king turned out to be smarter, and at the last moment he used the powers of the invincible king. Elizabeth was unable to react quickly, and having missed this moment, she was attacked. The king then said that she was weak. After all, this king is the strongest king in this world. But Elizabeth turned out to be smarter, and having found the king's card, she crushed it right in her hands. Elizabeth thought it was all the work of stinking Pin, but was that his goal? And she decided that she would use it to remind herself that she was far away. If pride flares up in her and she becomes too self-made, she will repeat the same mistakes again, becoming the same laughing stock as these bugs. Elizabeth told him to just wait. She would definitely match him. But she thought something was strange after all. She destroyed all the cards, so why hadn't this space been destroyed yet? And then she saw that there was one more character left. It turned out to be a duck. Turning around, it began to quack. Elizabeth was very angry and told him to stop wasting his time. Let him disappear right now. She didn't play with it for long and used her demonic hand to grab the duck whole. Elizabeth was surprised. Was it a copy skill? Another special ability to defeat the enemy. But suddenly her face turned into the face of a duck. And instead of talking, she started quacking. She got very angry and said, "What arrogance! And how could she allow herself to show it like that?" At this time, Pin was walking in the forest and picking apples from the trees, saying that there were so many different fruits in the elven forest. But although the taste is rather mediocre, if he cultivates them, it will be possible to improve it and produce an excellent variety. But at this time, he did not even suspect that he was being followed, and the zombie was slowly approaching its target. Elf told Joker that she was reporting. One of the corpses had revealed the location of a human. The Joker asked, "What is she waiting for then? Let her lead this boy to their lair." Pin didn't worry about anything and was choosing fruits for himself. But suddenly the zombies ordered to attack. But the guy went on. But Zombie turned into a spider, which began to walk on 4 legs on the ground. And as luck would have it, Pin dropped his fruit. The apple scattered on the ground and began to roll towards the zombie. He couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. The elf was strong and evil because she couldn't catch this boy, and her subjects were hopeless. Pin at this time found something and said that in the forest of elves there is such a thing. It is truly a magical world. Climate conditions do not affect plants at all. The zombie immediately got to his feet and saw that the boy was still standing, and he went straight after him. Pin was wondering if he could take them home and grow them. And this cactus is now his. But suddenly Hambi appeared in front of him and hugged this cactus with his bony arms. Pin did not expect such a turn of events and immediately threw everything out of his hands and began to scream like a squeaky dog. The elf asked the master if she could use 50 dark mechanisms to activate the remaining corpses. This legendary hero is hard to handle. Joker ordered him to just catch him quickly. Elf immediately used all her abilities and revived other dead bodies under her guise. Pin was running away as fast as he could, screaming that there were zombies in the elf forest. And now he had to find Elizabeth and the others as quickly as possible. But suddenly, unexpectedly, this whole world began to shake. Pin stopped abruptly and asked, "An earthquake?" But he thought again and realized that it was not so. A big wave of something was coming towards him. Turning back, he saw a crowd of zombies approaching him, ready to devour him. He looked around and said he was surrounded. He had to be brave. He had to fight, but he hadn't brought Alpha with him. At that very second, suddenly someone started walking under him and suddenly came out into the white light. Pin got scared and said, "Are they really underground?" The elf saw that everything was going as it should and ordered her subjects to attack him immediately. But suddenly Pin managed to think with his own head and used pea plants, which began to protect him. Pin asked the plant if it was him. The plant immediately smiled back and blushed a little. The elf thought it was no wonder that the plant magic suddenly stopped working. It turns out that the 5-element peas had been tamed. The elf told the master that this legendary hero could also be a powerful plant mage. Pin took matters into his own hands and started shooting at them. But unexpectedly, the zombies used plant magic control. Pin asked him why he suddenly stopped, but the zombies were not so simple, but used the magic of the head. The elf said that there were several generations of patriarchs and elders of the tribe in this wave. No matter how strong he would not be able to compete with the strength of all the elves when it came to plant magic. But she used the magic of plants degradation, and the pea plant instantly shrank. Pin was surprised and asked what had happened. Why had this plant suddenly become so small? The zombies gathered with their pile and used burial under the wave of corpses. Pin was scared and asked, "Is this really how he will end?" Turning into a giant wrecking ball, everything suddenly changed and the zombies were crushed into tiny pieces. The elf also received major injuries and began to spit blood. But then she was cut into two pieces. The Joker was surprised and asked what was going on. Manipulating corpses can at best transmit tactile sensations. Now even real damage is transmitted back. Pin caught his weapon and remembered saying that he had a chainsaw. But how could it appear on its own? And suddenly the princess appeared and told Pin that she would not let him get hurt. But one of the zombies remained alive and started walking towards the guy. Pin got scared and told him not to come near him. But the zombies started to attack again, and the guy had to use a chainsaw and cut them down. Joker said that the damage is transferred even if he himself uses corpse magic and does not use any additional devices. With the help of magic, damage is transferred back to the caster, and the strange weapon he holds in his hands has a true damage effect. The zombies turned out to be not so simple and unexpectedly used a swarm of magic arrows. But Pin did not lose his head and immediately raised his weapon, which began to cut the arrows into small pieces. Pin started screaming at them not to come near him, and suddenly the effect of clothing reflecting 100% damage was activated. But at that moment, Joker felt that his hands had become full of holes. After all, Pin used his abilities. Joker said that even the damage that is reflected by the passive skill is transferred to him. And it seems that this legendary hero has reached a certain level of perfection in the use of magic. But he took advantage of all the advantages of this place, used the corpses and the magic power of each elf. With this, he can definitely kill him. Joker didn't take any chances and used corpse madness. Pin shouted again for them to stay away, but Princess used a slash. Such a powerful attack. They cut the zombies into small pieces, leaving no living place of them. The Joker was very surprised and shouted that the guy had cut his most powerful necromancy in half with just one blow. Pin, with his eyes closed, screamed that it was a zombie and he was scared. But suddenly the zombies looked at him and started to get scared. Pin ran after them and shouted for them not to come. The zombies were very scared and started to run away. Elizabeth was fighting the duck all this time and using world destruction magic, but she turned into a duck again. Elizabeth used the earth alteration and said that for such an insult she would grind him into dust. She said that after all, it was created by Pin as a last resort and used her ultimate demon form, world destruction combat technique. She, with her powerful abilities, cut the ball into two parts, but her face turned into a duck again, and she said that this was an insurmountable boundary. She asked how this was possible. Her most famous skill was used to restrain her. Time Seal Soul Attack, Magic Reflection, Endless Resurrection, and this perfect copy are all used by low-level summoners. But suddenly she imagined Pin in front of her, who said that the level of magical power does not decide everything. By understanding the principles of mutual assistance and resistance, much can be achieved, and even the weak can overcome the stronger. Elizabeth said that Pin had prepared so many things, as if he wanted to use this trip to the Elven tribe to tell her these truths. And now she decided that she would use this trick to determine the outcome. And she used her perfect copy. Pin ran all this time with his eyes closed and screamed for the zombies not to come near him. But suddenly Pin himself did not understand what he was doing. After all, with the help of his chainsaw, he began to cut the world. Elizabeth saw him and asked what he was doing. Pin opened his eyes when he saw her, but suddenly slipped and fell straight onto her chest. The princess screamed at that moment because Pin dropped his chainsaw and asked him not to throw it. Zhuang was thinking at that moment, what should she do? She saw his backpack and thought that she could go back herself. Zhuang said that she would never leave her father again, and immediately got into the bag. But Elizabeth saw her and looked at her angrily. Pin pulled away from her embrace and said that it had just been very dangerous. He had almost died. Luckily, he had found her in time. Elizabeth was surprised and asked, "Almost died?" She immediately wondered, what is he talking about? She thought at once and remembered that the technique she had just used had also been copied. But if you think about it, this thing mirrors everything it does, which means it reproduced the demonic style without a sword in the opposite time space. If she hadn't been distracted and they had fought, the result would have been the destruction of everything. Pin knew that she couldn't harm that thing due to the insurmountable edge skill, which meant that Pin deliberately distracted her to save her. Pin told her to forgive him. His bad judgment had gotten her into such a dangerous situation. It would never happen again. Elizabeth had seen it with her own eyes. At that time, Pin saw something else. As he said, he had completely adapted to various unforeseen circumstances, but in fact, he could not survive without her protection. He would never leave her again. Elizabeth asked him what he meant. She didn't need his pity. Next time, just let him leave her alone. Pin asked Elizabeth what she was talking about, and weren't they too close now? Elizabeth thought that on the one hand, she needed him to train her so that she would be worthy of being his partner. On the other hand, she also had to take care of her dignity. She told him that there was no need to beat around the bush anymore. She knew exactly what he was thinking, but suddenly they froze, looking into each other's eyes. But suddenly they heard the sounds of a duck. Pin asked in surprise, "What is this? Is Elizabeth a duck?" Elizabeth replied that since he was here, she no longer had the desire to continue. "Let him pack his things himself," Pin asked in surprise. "His things? But what's going on here anyway?" He immediately stood in front of her, and Elizabeth the duck used her perfect copying abilities. Pin was very scared and asked Elizabeth to look. The girl replied that she had already seen it. The girl realized that from her strongest form and copies him, showing her that she is not as good as him. But she admits it anyway. But it's up to him to use this special skill and defeat her, who is as strong as he is. Pin asked Elizabeth if she saw it. Then Duck started yelling at him with her voice. But she didn't completely turn into a guy. But the duck could not turn into him and took on a liquid form, after which the cards flew out of it. Pin caught the cards and thought, "Aren't these the cards he gave to Uncle Bruce? What happened?" Pin asked Elizabeth if she had seen it too. She had seen that in the face of absolute power, these so-called special skills would naturally fail. The girl realized one thing. She needed to become so strong that it would be impossible to copy her. She's already a 7-star demon god, but she's still no match for him? Pin asked that there's still a long way to go, right? Elizabeth replied that she knew. He wanted her to be his equal, but he was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. He wanted to train her, but he was afraid of hurting her pride. He's been indifferent all day and she thinks she's figured him out. But every time he gets serious, she feels like he's manipulating her, and she feels like a laughingstock. Pin asked her why she didn't just use teleportation magic to transport them all to the sacred tree. Elizabeth listened to him and used forced teleportation. But suddenly an angel appeared, using his powers and using the resurrection technique. The girls immediately opened their eyes and saw a white light that penetrated through them and could not understand what had happened. The angel said that now that the master and the others were here, it was time for her to leave, because the matter was finished. Having moved through the portal, Pin saw that they were not alone. Anya and Ji had come with them. Pin asked Elizabeth what happened to them. Elizabeth replied that there was no time to worry about them now. She wanted to find out who was behind all this. She immediately used her powerful hands and tore the tree out of the ground by its roots. Pin was surprised and asked who was behind all this. The tree that Elizabeth pulled out was so disgusting. Elizabeth, seeing the bodies, said that it seemed that a lot had changed in the elven tribe over the past 500 years. Pin looked at the tree and shouted that it was Uncle Bruce and Ilif. They were sealed in the tree. Pin immediately ran to save them. But unexpectedly, the tree roots attacked him, but at the last moment redirected themselves to Elizabeth. But suddenly Joker came out of the tree and said that she destroyed all the protective plants of the elf tribe, then got the cards scattered everywhere, and finally completely blocked his neuromancy. She ruined all his plans. He was ashamed, but at least they met. Pin asked, "Is this guy from the elf tribe?" The Joker said that the boy didn't expect that the one who would find him first would be him, who hated him more than anything in the world. The Joker immediately said Elizabeth's name. Pin was surprised and asked her if they knew each other. The girl answered that he knew her, but she didn't remember him. The Joker replied that it was true. It was because he had put on this suit to hide his existence. He immediately threw away his mask and told the girl that now she should remember him, Number 24 came into the lab and told his master that he had come, and the master told him to apply 10,000 volts. The owner said that the separation was successful. Number 24 asked, "Will he send him to the room with that monster?" The owner replied that this sample was different from the previous ones, and he would have to work with it himself for some time. But at that moment, a strange creature crawled out of the shell, and it turned out to be alive. Number 24 asked if this wasn't another clone. How was it different? The owner replied that this time he had separated part of his personality and given it to him. In a way, it was him. The creature asked the owner, "Is this true? If he wins, he will be able to leave this place and gain freedom?" Number 24 told them that the fight was starting. The creature immediately pounced on the guy and replied that it was very good. But the boy turned out to be smarter and used necromancy. At the same second, he grabbed the creature with two hands. Number 24 asked if he had already won. He really deserved the title of the strongest clone who had won 10 duels in a row. The owner replied that this method would allow them to select the strongest, but that was not the end. The creature was saying at this time that he couldn't move. He had taken control of the corpse cells. The guy immediately released his wave of corpses on him. The owner looked and said that it was very good. He had completely mastered this magic. The owner told the boy that since he had mastered his magic perfectly, he would teach him how to use devices and control dark mechanisms. And then he will be able to become a perfect clone and master all of his skills. When the time comes, he will have to infiltrate the elf tribe for him and hide there. Number 24 asked the owner why they didn't create more perfect clones to invade other places as well. The owner replied that the only drawback of a clone is that it cannot be mass-produced. One of the materials for it is his personality, and if he splits himself too many times, he will no longer be himself. But this guy's different. The submissiveness that was given to him is the very quality he wanted to get rid of the most. Only by losing this part of himself can he become perfect. Now he has no doubts left. He no longer feels unworthy of the mistress. The boy looked at the mistress clone and called her Elizabeth. Number 24 told the master to be careful. His body was starting to emit electrical impulses, signaling an attack. The boy immediately pounced on his master and used corpse wave. The master told him to know his place. Because of love that cannot be found, hatred is born. He understands his feelings, but he must remember the purpose of his existence. The boy asked the owner, "The purpose of his existence?" The owner answered him that he is just a tool that helps him, a real person, to achieve what he wants. The boy asked, "Is he a tool?" After decades of being in the shadows, he finally understood the purpose of his life. He is not a tool. He is he, and he is the one who has his own power. One day he will replace his original and kill her, and then he will live as he wants. Pin asked the girl if she had offended someone in the past and then forgotten. Elizabeth replied that it was possible. In any case, she did not remember it. Pin thought that this actually made sense. Elizabeth must have made a lot of enemies when she ruled this world. Elizabeth said she understood. So the elven tribe had become this. Was he afraid he wouldn't be able to plant the seeds? Pin replied, how could he think of such a thing? If they wanted to sow, they had to go home and do it in the field, and they would talk about it later. He said he thought it would be best for her to work it out. After all, that's why they're here. Elizabeth asked, did they intend to establish order from the start? As if they already knew everything about the outside world. The Joker yelled at them to stop. She just kept talking. Was she listening? Did she remember Malfoy? Elizabeth asked if he was from the Dark Guild. Pin was surprised to hear this and asked again. The Joker replied that no matter what, be it them or his other self, there was no need for him to prove his case. Let them just die. Even if the corpse's magic was cut off by the hero, it is still the power of the elves and the Dark Guild. He immediately used his powers and attacked with the sacred tree whip. Elizabeth responded that if it was really him, then it was really her time to move. Pin saw this and told her to make sure that Uncle and Elif were not hurt. Elizabeth told him not to worry, he would not touch them. Malfoy immediately felt that he could not move. Elizabeth asked him, where is Amelia? The girl said that there were rumors about him too. Was he trying to revive her? What was going on there? Malfoy replied that because of his respect and fear for her, he also developed love and humility. Complex morality, together with his distorted feelings, formed negative emotions in him. He was created as a tool to haunt her, but if he brings her body to him, it will cause him to have a mental breakdown. Elizabeth told him to stop talking nonsense. No need to make her ask him twice. Malfoy replied that he really didn't understand what was so good about her. It turned out that he only had a deep hatred for her, and as long as it exists, he will never find his true purpose. So whatever it takes. And then Elizabeth saw the sight and asked the demon god. Malfoy turned into a royal bomb, the supreme king of clowns, 3-star demon. Malfoy asked them if they had made a decision yet. Let him torment her soul for 100 years, and he could grant one of their wishes. Malfoy immediately turned to his killer and ordered him to kill them. The demon replied that it was easy. Elizabeth said that they are also the ruler of the world, but they obey to bring down the creatures. How poetic. She knew she had the advantage of a magical axe. She had to start with defensive magic in case he had any special skills. The demon said that rules are rules. He had been waiting all his life for the opportunity to test his skills, but it was far away. Why not take advantage of such a good deal? They are both masters of dark magic, so it's time to see who is better. Elizabeth immediately used the forbidden time zone against him. The demon attacked with knives. Elizabeth saw in an instant that the forbidden time zone did not work against him. He had to play differently. The demon asked if she understood now. Magic and levels are just appearances. It is competing with the power of rules, and his abilities are higher than hers. Elizabeth realized that these special skills were actually rule-based, and the reason they were superior to her was because of their rules. But suddenly Pin asked her if she called him. The demon, seeing the guy, realized that it was the creator and got scared. The demon immediately attacked them and said that fortunately he was in time. Malfoy did not understand at the moment what was happening. But things didn't go as planned, and the demon said that his master almost tricked him, and the knives were sent back into his body. Malfoy was surprised and asked, "What? He was afraid because he saw her? Let him kill them right now. Their contract is signed." The demon immediately released his flame and replied that his broken soul was worth almost nothing. Malfoy vanished in an instant. The demon told the boys that he was asking for their forgiveness. After all, black magicians always want to play around creating negative energy. He had just agreed to accompany her to cause him trouble. Elizabeth asked if they wanted to continue the fight. Pin asked how it happened that he suddenly turned into ashes. And who is Elizabeth talking to? Elizabeth thought that this guy was already evil enough. Not only was he not affected by magic, but he was also amplifying Malfoy's negative emotions. The demon replied that of course not. He hadn't expected that after so long without seeing each other, he and the creator had turned from enemies into friends. Let her tell the creator that he wouldn't be capricious anymore. He was leaving first. The demon said his final goodbyes and turned into cards. Pin said that these were the cards he gave to his uncle. Elizabeth told him that he had underestimated his power, and that if this deck of cards fell into the wrong hands, it would cause great harm. Pin asked what this had to do with his cards. They were in the right hands of his uncle. Elizabeth said that what he means is that the cards are just a tool, and the user is the key, but those with bad intentions will eventually destroy themselves. Elizabeth looked at the tree and realized that Twyla was already dead. They had gotten to this point in just 500 years. They needed to find out what had happened here. Elizabeth waved her hands and told Uncle and Elif to stand up. She ordered them to tell everything that had happened here. But they began to laugh. And Pin said that she should wait. Uncle and Elif were tortured by this evil. He had better give them water first. Pouring water on their faces, they were surprised and asked, "Mr. Ping?" The guy was happy and answered that they were healed. And fortunately, they have magic. The uncle and the girl fell to their knees and said that they deserved to die for causing trouble for the Demon Queen and Lord Ping. Uncle said that if they wanted to punish someone, they should punish him. It was because he overestimated his powers. He was the cause of all this. He was ready to take full responsibility. Pin asked him what had happened. Let him stop swearing and tell them everything as it was. Uncle replied that the elf tribe had been corrupted by a dark guild. He believed that the enemy had deceived them and used Pin's cards to give him an advantage. Elif said that they were caught and their magic was sucked out, and then she doesn't remember anything. Uncle said that the clown sacrificed a lot, life on the stolen deck, and then he also lost consciousness. Elizabeth said that their condition was probably due to them sorting out their memories. Pin asked what they should do. Elizabeth replied that she had to look at everything again. and she used forced memory extraction. Pin got scared at this point and asked her why she leaked them again, and then she said that she saw everything. Pin asked her if she had found anything new. Elizabeth replied that no, what they had just said was all they knew. She said that the entire elven tribe is on the verge of collapse. Who can they get information from now? Suddenly an elf appeared from the ground and answered that she could tell them. Elizabeth recognized her immediately. Pin asked who attacked them earlier. The elf answered that the demon Queen Elizabeth and the legendary hero, he was the one who killed Malfoy and the clone, and then he was freed. Pin was surprised and asked, "Is this true?" It turns out great. Elizabeth told her to stop there, but why should she believe her? The elf said that it was because of this, and immediately opened the bandage and showed her injured eye. Pin was surprised and shouted that she dug it up. Elizabeth asked, "Aren't these the gears of the Dark Guild? Uses the evil magic contained?" The elf replied that she had already pulled it out. Now they could trust her because she had shown them. Elizabeth immediately used forced memory extraction on her and said no, they don't believe it. Elizabeth took Pin's hand and said that this time he would watch it with her. They saw everything, and as this chief elf said to his own, that this month they had only 100 high elves who had grown up in the inner ring, let them take them. But suddenly a being with the number 4,444 appeared. She was the card archer, the 5-star demon king. Elizabeth got everything and said it was unforgivable. She said the sucking konjac was for her, but he gave it to others. Pin asked her not to be angry. He would cook more for her when they got home, and first they needed to recover. Elif asked her father if she ate this. Would it increase her magic level? Her father told her, of course. It was Pin who gave it to her. But how did it end up here, the holy sword? Drung replied that now they were working for the demon queen and the hero, and he should not call her the holy sword anymore. Elia said that she initially wanted to use herself to secretly save the two of them, father and daughter, but that was not necessary, and now they can talk face to face. Elif received the cards and asked, "These are 4 skills of the holy archer. What does it mean to talk face to face?" And then a girl appeared in front of them and said that they finally met again. The man asked, "Is it her, Nikita?" The man immediately started shouting her name. He hugged her and asked if this was a dream. He missed her so much. Nikita replied that she missed him too. The man shouted at Elif to come quickly, let her mother see her. Elif came and asked, "Mother? But isn't she dead?" Nikita answered that everything was correct. In the real world she was dead, but her soul was reborn here in the holy temple. Touching his daughter, the man cried and said that finally their family was reunited. Nikita told Elif that she had grown up to be a beautiful lady. She wished she had stayed and helped her grow up. Elif couldn't hold back her tears. Nikita told her daughter that she had so much to tell her. Nikita suddenly remembered and said that time was running out. Where should she start? Nikita began to tell that her father forced her to return to the Elven tribe. In order to protect her, she decided to devote herself to the sacred tree. And suddenly her soul found itself on a chaotic battlefield, where many souls from different worlds live. It turned out that the evil clown god had summoned their souls and wanted them to kill each other for his amusement. They reunited to fight the clown god. Elif was surprised and said that her mother was so alive. The man answered that she was indeed so sweet. Nikita said that the evil clown began to send his army of shadows to deal with them, and they continued to fight. But the clown turned out to be sinister, secretly trying to seduce and destroy their united army. Once in his hands, they became his card soldiers. In the end, only 13 of them had the strongest will to resist the temptation and continue to fight. And so, in the final battle, her soul almost died at the hands of the evil clown. Suddenly, with an explosion, the creator split the chaotic space into pieces. Not only did he give them holy powers, but he also split the clown's shadow, significantly weakening him. And from now on, Nikita said, 13 holy warriors will watch over the clown and balance him. And then she suddenly stopped and asked them what they were laughing at. The man hugged them and said it didn't matter. Since time was running out, it was time to enjoy the time they had left together as a family. The man said that thanks to Mr. Pin, all this became a reality, and now they are together. Nikita answered him that he already knew about it. Now she feels calm. She said that as long as he serves the Creator, they will definitely meet again. She really wants to stay with them forever. But the Creator gave her a glorious mission, and she must fulfill it. Elif saw her disappearing and screamed. She asked her, "Is she leaving?" Nikita replied that she was not leaving. She would continue to protect them from the map. Elif asked how they could meet again. Nikita told them to remember this, believe in peace, and they will live forever. Elizabeth asked, can her soul travel across dimensions, even if it's just a moment? Pin asked her what she meant. Uncle told Elif that from now on they should be with Mr. Pin, the most loyal servants. Elizabeth replied that by cultivating power in other dimensions, including the soul in the clues and calling them at any time. But how did he know what to do with it? Pin didn't understand and asked what she was talking about. He didn't understand her. Joanna said that everyone ate the same konjac jelly, so why did the father and daughter get more magical power? The girl replied that it was probably a special reward that they were given. Eventually, they began to fight. Then the elf came up and told the demon and the demon queen that she had a selfish request. Could they please save the elf tribe? And then Elizabeth answered that she did not. Pin was surprised that she was so cruel with such an answer. Pin said that if it was Elizabeth, there must be some way, like resurrection magic. Elizabeth replied that the maximum number of people she could resurrect each time was about 10, but the entire elven tribe was wiped off the face of the earth, and tens of thousands died, so that would be no good. Pin asked, but if the tree was gone, as she said, couldn't they plant another one? As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow a tree and 100 years to grow a man. Even if it doesn't mean much now, as long as they plant the seed, there is hope. Pin said that judging from his experience, he sees that the roots are already ready and there is no point in saving them. Pin took the soil in his hands and said that the soil was fine. It was not much different from what they had at home. But if he uses seeds from outside this world, it will take too long for them to grow into a tree. Elizabeth asked if this guy wanted to transplant a sacred tree in such a place. And then Pin said there was a way to grow a tree faster than just planting it from a seed. Pin turned to his friends and said that he needed help. And at that moment, the guys immediately raised their hands and asked for help. Ping started laughing and said that there was no need for so many people. Miss Zhuang would do. Zhuang asked in surprise, she? But she would be happy to help. Could she ask how she could help the hero? Pin replied that the birch tree they had brought from home was still with him. Could they give it to him? Zhuang said she would give it to him now. Ping said he didn't think that the broken branch would help them, so he would take it back, okay? Zhuang saw Ping's words differently. He was saying that her performance this time had disappointed him. He would return the sacred tree sword to her, let her reflect on herself. Zhuang was very surprised and could not believe her eyes that she was perceiving everything like this. Then Zhuang slammed her fist on the ground and apologized, saying that she would not allow this to happen again. The old man said that Sir Ping was so strict that even such a powerful person as the sacred sword, even she received a reprimand. He thought that Ping would use the holy sword to warn them, and he feels lucky that he is weak now. Elif said that in fact, when it comes to productivity, they are even worse than them, sword masters. Let her not be upset. The girl said that she had the holy sword with her all the time, but she was too weak, so elder brother Ping didn't even bother to teach her a lesson. Zhuang said that she doesn't deserve to be called a sword saint, and there's no need to call her that. She won't forget today's disgrace. Elizabeth heard everything and said that it was a good trick to kill the monkey by scaring the chicken. Let him let her see how he can plant a tree. The elven tribe has already reached such a state, it is impossible to achieve a large-scale resurrection, and he is not even talking about the fact that he himself does not have magical power. Pin planted the tree and said that it was from home and could be grown using cuttings. If you plant it this way, the growth rate will be significantly accelerated, and all he has to do is sprinkle fertilizer and water it so that the plant takes root. The rest is a matter of time. Usually plants begin to take root in about a month, and Pin can still help him with planting. And suddenly the tree's roots began to enter the ground and grow upward. But suddenly the earth began to move, and Pin, in fear, asked if it was really an earthquake. Everyone was surprised by the result of planting the tree, because the roots began to pull out the dead elves in this place. It turned out to be a real arrival in the world of trees. Pin looked around and asked in surprise, "Is the barrier of the Holy Land dissipating?" Pin asked Elizabeth if she knew what was going on. At that moment, flower buds began to appear on the tree. But suddenly from the flowers themselves, the elves themselves began to emerge, who gave their lives for the good of their lands. The elf girl was very surprised and thought that a huge amount of magical power flooded the elf tribe. resurrecting all the dead. She saw that the new sacred tree was only in its infancy. When it grew, the blessing it would give them would far surpass that of the first generation. Pin looked at the tree and asked in surprise, "Why did it grow so quickly? It's very strange." After thinking about the whole process of cultivation, Ping immediately remembered everything and shouted with a cry that he understood everything. He remembered that in Huainan they get tangerines, and in Huainan there are oranges, because the elf tribe is full of magic power. It grew faster. Pin said that as expected, magic is the king of this world. Elizabeth immediately thought that if she used dark magic to resurrect them, she would have to spend 10 times her life. But although she can recover after resting, she will be too weakened. And Pin was able to achieve such a mass resurrection without any casting. How did he do it? Could it be because of the water and fertilizer he brought from home? But that's impossible. Such external objects filled with magical power may make her admire them, but they are still far from enough to create life. And if external factors are not key, then divine beings will be key. And then Elizabeth fell to her knees and saw that Pin could do things that no one else could. Not even she. No wonder the demon clown called him the creator. And suddenly the old man said that he had a strange feeling, and he asked Elif if she felt the aura of the elves. Elif replied that it was Sir Pin. He resurrected everyone in the elf tribe. It is clear that there are many elves around them. Zhuang said the same thing, that in her hands the branch was a useless resource, but in the hands of the brave hero it was perfect. The girl supported him and replied that despite the fact that she had red demonic eyes, she could no longer see through her older brother Pin. And then Pin said that he just helped as much as he could, and the rest is up to them. Elf asked, "The rest? What does he mean?" Pin replied that the seedlings still needed someone to look after them, so he was entrusting it to them. The elf realized that they really couldn't handle this, and then she jumped up and said that it was true. She said that it was the elf's mother who saved her. She is a descendant of the previous elder, so she recommends the elf to become the new elder of their elves and take care of the sacred tree. The old man asked in surprise, "The eldest?" Elif was also surprised and asked, "Should she become this?" Pin told Elif that it was true. Her mixed race could change the stereotypes about the closed elf tribe. Elif didn't believe in it and asked how she could become one. And then the old man answered that he was the boss. He would help the elf as much as he could, so there was no need to doubt. The old man told his daughter, did she remember what their mother had told them? That while they were with the hero, they should do everything possible. Elif agreed immediately. The elf approached her and said that her name was Blanche, and that she would continue to serve as general and help them rule the tribe. The girl said that this was a redistribution of power. From now on, the Card Guild and the Elf Tribe would guard the southern part of the continent of the brave and fight the Dark Guild. And then Pin turned to Elizabeth and said that it was time for them to go home. But she did not answer him, and he asked, what was going on? But Zhuang came up to them and told Ping to wait. After all, she had a request for them. Ping asked what it was. Zhuang replied that she wanted to ask him about the true meaning of the Taiji sword. Where did she go wrong? Let the brave hero help her. Ping asked, does she want him to help them with the Taiji sword? And then he would tell her the truth. And Juna began to see him differently and accept her words too. And then Ping said that he actually almost forgot and started laughing loudly. Juana asked the hero what he wanted to say. What did he forget? The guy replied that yes, but if she wanted to learn fencing, he would advise her to go and study at the Holy Swords Guild. Zhuang was very surprised because the Holy Sword Guild is for learning. Is it true that in the eyes of the hero, his swordsmanship is so bad? Ping replied that he didn't mean that. How should he put it? What impressed him most about Taiji sword was the last movement, the form without a sword. Wasn't it something similar to the swordless form used by the Holy Sword Guild member they saw during the guild competition in Titano City? And so he thinks it's pretty much the same as here, right? And with a flick of his finger, he sends her to another world. Arriving at the place, she was very surprised and did not understand what kind of place it was. She saw that all the children were training, but suddenly someone pointed a sword at her, and it was the academy teacher. The boys immediately pounced on her and knocked the sword out of her hands. Quite a bit of time passed, she began to train with them, and even achieved great success. But it wasn't that simple. She still couldn't cope with the children who already knew how to wield a sword. The teacher decided to have tea with her, and they sat down at the table and had tea. But Juana was surprised and asked the teacher how it was to fight without a sword. After some time, Juana worked hard and tried to achieve greater success, but each time she failed. Suddenly, during the training, blood began to spill out of her body, and she saw her bloody face. After that, she decided that she would not pay any more attention to it and threw her sword into the lake. And she began to demonstrate another technique of fighting without a blade and pairing over the lake like a butterfly. But that wasn't all. Her assignments also included cleaning the territory of the academy. But by her appearance, she was very happy and did not regret that she had flown to such a place. But on a weekday, students were studying on the academy grounds and didn't even notice that she was working. And then she had to use her powers, and with a wave of her broom, she threw the students aside and covered them with leaves. After that, sitting at the table, the teacher asked her if she had studied Tai Chi. Juana asked the master what he meant. She said that she came here to learn Tai Chi. She even forgot and started laughing. And then the teacher answered her that now was the time to return. Juana asked in surprise, "Return?" The teacher told her to remember and forget about herself and become nature. Let her not forget about controlling Tai Chi, but integrate with it. Juana said that she understands that she cannot pay the master for enlightenment, so she begs to know his identity and name. She will always respect him in her heart. The teacher replied that it didn't matter, but his name was Zhang Sanfeng, and after saying goodbye to her, he thought, who will come next time? But at this time, Ping was surprised and asked what happened. He saw the appearance of the girl Zhuang in front of him. At this time, Juana only heard one word, so that she would finally break through. The girl told elder brother Ping that he helped the Senate sword, and elder Zhuang broke through 3 times. Elif said that to pass 3 levels in a row, that's the level of the Demon King. The old man also said that it was impossible. Maybe in Sir Ping's eyes, the levels are the same. Zhuang came to the real world and thanked Ping for such good instructions. She said her name was Zhuang, and she had already realized her mistakes and would follow his instructions. She would return to the Holy Sword Guild and learn from scratch. She would no longer be obsessed with localism, but would devote herself to Taiji. And then she disappeared before their eyes, and Ping suddenly said that everyone should watch. And maybe it's because his level is too low, but the powers that be are so unpredictable. Ping said that Miss Juana left. What are Elif and her father's plans? Do they want Elizabeth to teleport them? Elif replied that she knew little about the Elven tribe, so she wanted to stay and slowly get to know them. And the old man said that he would move the headquarters of the Card Guild to the Elf tribe and help manage the tribe. The girl also said that she felt dizzy from teleportation, so it would be better if she returned on the doll herself, and thanks to her older brother Pin for his concern. Pin thought for a moment and replied that since they all had their own plans, he and Elizabeth would return first. Ping started to address her as Xiaobai and asked what happened. It was time for them to go home. But suddenly, at the moment of takeoff, Juana saw some suspicious people and decided to go down. The guy said that it was no wonder that at the last guild competition, the giant bear transformed into an apostle. Now it makes sense. The old man replied that he did not think that these simple and understandable animals would reach such a state. The bear said it was simple and straight. Forward? Is that the idea they have in their heads, humans? No wonder the animals couldn't ride the great force. The bear didn't play with them for long, and flying into the air, he immediately pounced on them and used muscle release at 100%. The boy dodged his attack and said that the enemy was at the level of the Demon Lord, and asked the elder Bali what should they do. Bali replied that he shouldn't underestimate himself. He shouldn't forget that by drinking the barley tea that their Holy Sword Guild received, he too became a Demon Lord. Bali pulled out his weapon and used an embroidery needle, and they immediately pierced the bear from different sides. At this time, the boy took his abilities to full force and used the breath of correction. His breath turned into slime that stuck to the bear's legs, and the boy attacked him with the swordsman's blunt sword, the shipbuilder of vibration. The guy stuck his blade into the bear's body and used the maximum amplitude of power and let him receive a crushing blow. After such a strong attack, everything around shook. The guy decided to act smartly and stood on one stick so that the attack would not touch him. Bali understood that it was the vibration of the particle, friction, all-round grinding. And in fact, among the 10 colored swords, he valued it the most. Although he was not as outstanding as Qing, he trained hard day after day, compensating for his weakness with perseverance and finally developing his own blade art. The guy pulled out his needles and said the vibration was complete. Bali replied that he was doing well. As Lao Shen said, if he believed in himself, he would soon surpass Qing. The guy said he thanks him, but he never thought about surpassing anyone. He just wants to be himself and work hard. But suddenly, unexpectedly, the bear turned to dust and exploded right before their eyes. The boy asked the elder Bali if he also felt this creepy aura. The old man told him not to get lost and used his magic power to activate the sword and shield. The boy immediately listened to the order and used 3 swords of defense. But it turned out that the monster was stronger and with one movement of his finger destroyed the shield. The bear said that the guy was right. The dark mechanism is just a tool for transition. Only the power of chaos of the Sea of Darkness is eternal. And everyone below the Demon King's level are just insects. It seems he has surpassed Malfoy now. But suddenly a girl arrived unexpectedly and attacked the bear with electricity. Bali was very surprised and asked, "Chief?" The leader asked Bali why he was here. Didn't she ask him to guard their guild base? Bali replied that they had come south with Hui to find out about a small country that might hold secrets that could help them deal with the Dark Guild. As for the guild, under his command, the colored swords fought back. Then he sent them to the demon realm to search for information. The leader told her to forget about it. First, he would bring them back to the guild, and then he would help her call everyone. She had an important announcement to make. At this time in the demon realm, in the goblin cave, Ox said that he heard that the goblins here were completely different from the goblins outside. They have never had contact with the outside world and are very primitive and unintelligent barbarians. Pin told him not to worry, it's not just him, the green sword, but also the grass. If the goblins are infected, just destroy them. Elizabeth said that if she didn't want to repay the Holy Sword Guild, she wouldn't have joined forces with them. They had an advantage. The girl asked in surprise, "Unreasonable barbarians? This certainly sounds frightening." The bull replied that if there hadn't been any competitions recently, he wouldn't have taken part in reward missions. He hadn't even earned the money he spent on the ticket, so he had to risk his life. Pin suddenly looked at the girl's chest and said that he would protect her well. The girl replied that the magic stone had a strong reaction. Something alive was approaching them in huge quantities. The guy saw a pack of goblins and said that they had been discovered and should immediately prepare for battle. Immediately after that, they faced each other. But soon Elizabeth lay and thought how these barbaric goblins could defeat them, who do not even know magic. But everything turned out to be much worse, because almost all of them were defeated by the goblins. But one girl remained alive. Suddenly she saw the eldest goblin and his allies, with whom they had been fighting, coming to her. The elder goblin began to smile when he saw her and said that he would now begin breeding. But the girl was scared and asked him not to do it. The girl was completely absorbed and turned into a goblin herself. She then told the goblin to enjoy such happiness. But after that, the elder goblin took the girl's body as his own. He said that, of course, adding a little excitement so that it would not be so boring. And still, no matter how foolish the barbarian is, they will be as obedient as dogs before him. But it is so boring. After that, she took the mechanism and infused it into her body. And so she became the demon of the 6 pillars. Ruth Bader. Ruth said that if they had seen everything they were supposed to, they could go out without even being scared. But suddenly a strange animal came, and suddenly a guy who had previously been dead crawled out of it. The guy said that if they wanted to get the power of the dark gear, she didn't need to hide her identity and hunt for Malfoy's shifts, and he can give it to her, and if she does him one favor. Ruth replied that she saw that he was not on the best terms with the president. Did he really want to betray the guild? And immediately she used the fatal attraction technique. After which they began to see each other, 2 girls. The guy told her not to waste her magic on him. He didn't care about her desires and he didn't want to betray Malfoy. Ruth was surprised and asked him what he wanted her to do for him and let him forget about it. After all, he hadn't even broken through to the Demon Lord level. How could she help him with anything? The guy started laughing and replied that she was such a cunning woman. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to provide her with the conditions that would suit her. Let him tell her that the dark gear is only a transitional tool. If she signs a contract with him, he can give her 10 times more. This chaotic power is enough to allow her to skip the Demon Lord level and enter the Demon King. It is equivalent to her absorbing more than 1,000 dark gears. And frankly speaking, her charms are very special, and that's why he chose her. But he didn't choose to force her. She can choose for herself. The girl told him that she could directly enter the demon's house royal level, but then after such conditions they agreed with him. Pin was in his garden at the time and said that the magical world is truly magical. The planet can even understand man's nature, unlike the ordinary one in the things he grows. He even came back home now, and now his seedlings should grow together. After all, it will be better for all of them. After a hard day, he came to the house and told Elizabeth that he was back. And would she like some freshly picked apples? At this time, Elizabeth was lying on the sofa and eating her treats, but she told him that she didn't want any. Elizabeth said that these apples were not so good as snacks, but Pin said that she should not eat too many. In the meantime, he would go and cook them dinner. But Elizabeth suddenly put the treats aside and said it was noisy, and immediately understood the bottle of sparkling water. Elizabeth was already so bad that she did not even observe decency in the room and did whatever she wanted. But suddenly she got very angry with the water and couldn't stop. Pin looked at her and wondered what got her so carried away. Is it because his performance as a hero on the outside didn't meet her expectations? He doesn't have magic, and he can't learn to wield a sword. She should be mad at him for being a dumb student. Pin knew that it was wrong, even though he couldn't learn the magic sword and do his best to unite the outside forces and deal with the Dark Guild. Even though he borrowed her name, he was still a little boy. Elizabeth took it all differently, and for her it was good. She thought, how could he be above the rules? If that was true, what was the point of her going through all this during training? After such a hard day, he went and got everything ready, but suddenly he saw that Elizabeth was already sleeping like a bear in hibernation. Pin woke her up and suggested that they have lunch. Elizabeth did not refuse and agreed immediately. Elizabeth saw what Pin had cooked and said it was curry and rice. Pin replied that not only that, he had also cooked a stew for her. Elizabeth asked with surprised eyes, "What?" And immediately picking up the plate, swallowed everything and said that she was not interested. Elizabeth finished everything and told the guy to eat and she should go already, and let him come back later and eat some chips. But Pin stopped her and told her to taste it first before she said anything like that. Pin immediately opened the lid, and Elizabeth felt this bright light and pleasant smell and stopped in surprise. It was red dates, eggs, and tremella soup. Pin said he stewed it with water and brown sugar. Although it was not as cool and refreshing as the pudding, it would be good for her. Pin began to try his preparation and then told Elizabeth to come and try it herself. Pin kept eating it and telling her not to be scared and to come and try such a delicious masterpiece. Having tried this dish, Elizabeth asked with surprised eyes, "Is this an illusion? And is it a hot spring?" But then the characters told her that it was a brown sugar hot spring, and it helps restore blood circulation and replenish her strength. And then let her allow the three of them to provide her with one-stop services? Elizabeth asked in surprise. Service? What other services? Tremella replied that, of course, it is a full-body massage spa service that nourishes yin and improves skin health. The characters immediately wrapped her in a towel and turned her over so that it would be easier for them to massage her. Elizabeth didn't understand what was happening and asked them what they wanted to do with her. Tremella replied that she shouldn't worry. She could help her. It would just be a massage. Let her close her eyes and enjoy. Elizabeth suddenly blushed and realized that she felt so good that she couldn't even leave. Tremella said that hand massage can calm people down immediately without any resistance. Elizabeth began to feel that she was very pleased and did not even say anything and enjoyed the process. Tremella said the egg fluid was back, and the massage would make her skin as smooth as hers. After her massage, Granny came and said it was her turn to do it. Tremella turned around and asked Granny. She hadn't relaxed yet. Wasn't this too easy for her? Is she going to start acting yet? But for now, everything is fine. She has a good foundation. She should be able to cope with it. Grandma said that was fine then and let her stretch her muscles. She immediately turned into something stronger than before. Elizabeth, seeing her appearance, was very frightened and asked what she was going to do with her. Grandma started to massage and told her to be more polite. Tremella told her not to be afraid. After all, a foot massage from Grandma Red Date can open her meridians and restore blood circulation. But Elizabeth refused and told them not to do it. But suddenly the grandmother said that it was already the end, and now the beating massage would take place. Granny began to hit her on the right muscles of her body, which was very painful for Elizabeth, and she even shed a tear. After that, Elizabeth simply leveled up and began to shine like a demon queen. Pin asked her how she felt. Did she feel warmer? Or did she not like it and there was a difference in taste? But before Elizabeth's eyes, Pin was telling her that it was true. He could make her an equal by using the rules, but she still couldn't catch up with him. And the gap between them is so big that she won't be able to do anything, and it will be very difficult for her to accept. Elizabeth replied that everything was fine, and there was nothing she could do, and it didn't matter what she ate, it was all the same. Pin was surprised and said that then she could rest a little. He would not disturb her. Pin told Elizabeth after lunch that he wanted to go outside and train with Alpha, right? Elizabeth replied that everything depended only on him. Pin went outside and approached the stump and asked, "Where did Alpha disappear to?" Ping said that he was hanged and recently met with Wanchai. Maybe they went for a walk. At this time in the forest, Alpha covered his ears and said that it was so noisy here that he could not listen to it for long. And a strange sound appears more and more. The dog asked him, "The sound? How come he can't hear? Or is he looking for an excuse to become lazy again?" Alpha told him no. It had been buzzing in his ears lately, preventing him from sleeping. And it was so annoying. But suddenly the dog told him to be on the alert. This time there was a real suspicious sound at a distance of 3 kilometers. But suddenly they looked into the distance and saw a girl running towards them and asking for help. Ren was pretending at this time and thinking that she didn't expect to receive such wonderful information. Now everything is going smoothly according to her plan. In a moment, she remembered the boy's demands that he wanted her to help him kill Malfoy, who was possessed by the legendary demon Queen Elizabeth. But suddenly she turned around and felt the fire. At the same moment, her goblins rushed in. Ren was surprised and asked what happened. She was shocked by this, because her servants were simply destroyed and roasted to the fullest extent. Ren looked at the pit and suddenly felt that someone was standing behind it, pointing a gun. The dog asked her who she was, and what was her purpose. Ren was not expecting such a greeting and was stunned. Alpha told Dog that he had scared the young lady. Clearly she was just a pathetic girl being hunted by monsters. Alpha introduced himself and said that he is the right hand of the legendary hero, and he is the true holy sword. The dog told him to shut his mouth and not give out too much information about the master. He needed to analyze her. The dog released his technique and conducted a full analysis of this stranger, because every fugitive must do something in life. But Alpha suddenly began to see strange memories, where Pin asked him what he was thinking about and even called him partner. He remembered all the moments with the hero and when they fought with him against the evil dragon. Every time they trained together, they were inseparable, and in every battle they were like brothers and felt their principles. But the dragon was defeated. After each battle, the sword would turn into a guy and shake the hand of the hero who fought with it. After each difficult battle, Alpha turned into a flying sword and moved his hero across the ground. But after that, they went to the Demon Queen and wanted to behead her and take control for themselves. Pin said that when he gets lost in battle, Alpha guides him in the right direction. When he is in conflict, he guides him again. Alpha laughed at these words and told him that there was no need to be so polite. This was their connection. But suddenly, Pin himself ran up and threw the plate to the dog. She immediately felt the arrival of her owner and ran. Ren told them that as long as the desire existed, it was impossible to resist her charm, no matter how strong it was. And suddenly the dog said that a virus intrusion had been detected, scanning the entire system, and the location of the virus had been found. The dog immediately released all his combat weapons and pointed them at the girl. Ren asked that her charm was not working. The dog asked him who she was, and why did she invade his system and make him happy. And although she was not a threat, he did not know her initiative, so he decided it would be better to eliminate her. At this time, Pin came and started looking for the boys. The dog, hearing the voice of his master, immediately began to bark. Pin said he just heard a noise coming from here, so they must be here. Pin asked Alpha why he was laughing. Was he okay? And immediately hit him in the face with his palm. Alpha came to his senses after the blow and asked, "Big brother Pin?" Pin replied that he had scared him. He thought his brother had left, and had they been getting enough sleep lately? Alpha said it was possible. Pin said it was okay and not to put too much pressure on themselves. They should go back and chop down the tree. But Ren was lying on the ground all this time and trying to show that she was unconscious. But suddenly, opening her eyes, she saw that there was no one nearby. Ren apologized and asked if they could help her. Pin turned around and asked who she was. After that, Alpha and the boys came home. Entering the room, he told the Demon Queen that he was back. But Pin did not leave Miss Rin and asked how she was feeling. Was there any pain? Rin replied that she was still a little dizzy. She would just rest for a while. Pin put her down and said that then she could rest on the sofa and he would go and get her some tea. But Elizabeth, seeing a new girl in the house, was very angry and did not understand what was happening here and what did she want here. After this, the dog immediately pounced on Alpha and began to bite him. The guy was very scared and screamed that he did nothing. But Elizabeth was in a bad mood, and jumping off the sofa, she kicked the dog in the face with both feet. The dog told Mrs. Elizabeth that they had misunderstood everything, but the girl did not leave him and continued to beat him. Elizabeth asked him if he had picked up someone again. Didn't he take her words seriously? Ren looked at all this and realized that this was the legendary Demon Queen. But Elizabeth continued to beat him up and said that if she couldn't beat this guy up, then she should do it to him, right? Ren didn't know why at the moment, but it seemed like she had caused a quarrel between her and that weapon. And if she can capture the legendary hero named Leping, she will be able to kill with the hands of others and fulfill the promise she made to Azatos. Ren looked at the guy and realized it was time to capture him, and she used her fatal seduction. But Ping made her tea and didn't even feel anything. Ren immediately thought, what's wrong? The fatal seduction didn't work on him. Ping approached her and told her to drink a cup of barley tea. Ren 5 used her fatal seduction. She knew it was impossible. If he was a man, he wouldn't be able to resist it. But Pin said her eye was twitching. Was she unwell? And I thought maybe she was just scared of the monster outside. Pin told her not to be nervous. Everything was fine. Let her drink some tea and relax. And once she gets better, they will send her back to the outside world. Ren looked at the tea and felt a huge magical power. After taking one sip of the delicious tea, she began to feel an instant energy that raised her level to a 2-star Demon King. Pin asked how she liked the tea. Did she feel better? Ren didn't understand anything and dropped the mug from her hands and asked what he had done to it. Something strange began to happen inside her. A rush of blood flow began to flow to different parts of the body. Pin got scared and asked, what's wrong? What's wrong? Is she allergic to barley? Elizabeth said that it was obvious that she, like Ji, was infected after signing the contract with the Sea of Darkness. Pin told Elizabeth that she should save her then, as she did with Ji. Elizabeth asked in surprise, save her, and said that she wouldn't even think about it. She knew that Ping himself was well aware of the situation. He had given her barley tea to force her to break the contract, and what she was experiencing now was simply a reaction of rejection. What does he think? She doesn't understand anything. He is looking for an opportunity to demonstrate his greatness as a creator. Ren was getting worse, and bacteria that had previously consumed her body began to come out of his mouth. After spitting out the bacteria, she came to her senses a little. Pin said that this is the same magical insect. Bacteria said that he hid so well this time. And how did she find him? And between him and Elizabeth, irreconcilable enmity. He will curse her with his power of chaos. But the vacuum cleaner approached the bacteria and sucked it in and said that it was cleaning. Pin replied that he was scared to death and it was just a lump of dirt. Elizabeth asked her why she came to them. Ren replied that so that she wouldn't misunderstand, she was forced to do it. She understood that her contract with Azatos had been terminated so easily. She couldn't even imagine it. Elizabeth looked at her with angry eyes and said that she didn't think Ren could lie in front of her. Ren was very scared by this pressure and thought, isn't she at the level of a demon king? Why does she feel like a small bug in front of her? Pin started laughing and said that Elizabeth hadn't been in a good mood lately and suggested that he talk to them. And let her not worry. She said she was forced. Is it related to the Dark Guild? And she can explain everything without rushing. Ren buried her face in his feet and replied that everything was correct. Seeing this picture, Elizabeth got angry and asked what she was doing. Ren replied that the Dark Guild had colluded with Azatos of the Sea of Darkness and forced him to do things for them. She didn't want to do anything bad, so she secretly ran away. But she didn't expect that they would implant such a terrible thing into her body. Ren asked Mr. Ping, will he save her? She asked him for such a favor because she is in great pain. Pin replied that of course. First, let him go, and they could discuss everything. After that, Ren said that the clothes were a little small for her. Elizabeth replied that it was because it was made for her, not Ren. The girl said that she just borrowed it. No need to be such a cheapskate. Elizabeth said that no matter what her purpose was, She had to leave by tomorrow. Ren replied that she would not hide it. She was originally sent to kill her. But after being purified by Mr. Ping, she completely changed her plans. And of course, if the Demon Queen wanted her to leave, she wouldn't dare disobey. But if Mr. Ping wanted her to stay, she wouldn't object. Elizabeth said she was shameless if she wanted to stay here and eat and drink for free. What nonsense! What makes her think he would let her? Ren replied that even a hero would find it hard to resist the charm of a handsome man, probably because of her perfect body, but she didn't seem to understand it. Elizabeth asked how she thought she looked. She realized that she had been lying around lately and not caring about her weight, and immediately used the negative attribute transformation. Elizabeth asked, "Is this what she means by the perfect body?" Elizabeth approached her and asked where her confidence had gone, and let her understand that there was nothing in front of her. But when Elizabeth's chest collided, she said it was impossible. Ren believed in her beauty and tried to get rid of it. Elizabeth started screaming that this couldn't be happening. After that, Pin suddenly came and asked what happened. Ren took Elizabeth's hand sharply and slapped it across her face. She said that if there was something wrong with her, just let her say so, and she would change. Pin was surprised after this and did not understand why she did this. Ren cried and told him not to blame Elizabeth. And although he saw her teach her a lesson with his own eyes, it was probably all her fault. Ping told Mrs. Ren not to cry. He thinks it was just a misunderstanding. Pin asked Elizabeth if he was right. Ren realized that no matter how she tried to justify herself, as long as she played the victim, he would be on her side. Elizabeth said there was no misunderstanding. She just slapped her. Is there a problem? Ren asked Mr. Ping if he could judge between them. Ping stood between them and addressed Elizabeth. Elizabeth asked what he wanted. Pin said he was sure she had her reasons. Pin told Ren that as far as she knew, Elizabeth was the Demon Queen. Her magical power was unfathomable. She probably noticed that there was still some evil in her body. Elizabeth's method may be a bit blunt, but it's definitely for his own good, so please be patient and cooperate with her. Ping told Elizabeth that he would not disturb her anymore. Let her continue her work. Ren did not understand this and asked Mr. Ping not to leave them. Elizabeth said that her trick was so clumsy. Ren realized her mistake and replied that she knew she was wrong. Elizabeth replied that she didn't take her seriously. Did Ren really think she would see her as a threat? Let her not delude herself. Ren was very angry after such humiliating words, but she could not do anything. That evening after dinner, Ren leveled up to a 3-star Demon King. Ping asked if she wanted more braised pork and rice. Ren replied that she had had enough. She was full. She realized that this magical dish was called braised pork with rice. And after she just tasted salty, sweet, and aromatic, her level is up again. She really wants to keep enjoying it, but her body can't handle it. Pin put some on Elizabeth's plate and told her to eat more. Ren wondered why they were eating such powerful supplements as if it was home-cooked food. Could there really be beings in this world that surpass the level of the Demon King? No wonder Elizabeth was willing to leave the world and stay with this man. Ren said that little sister Elizabeth has an excellent appetite, but isn't she afraid that Mr. Ping won't like her eating so much? Pin asked in surprise, "How is this possible? He is happy when he sees Elizabeth enjoying the food he cooks. It is the only thing he is good at." Ren said she was so jealous. She wanted to eat his cooking every day too. But Elizabeth got very angry and slammed her hand on the table, saying that it irritated her and that she had even lost her appetite. Ren asked her, "Is she leaving already? And Ping's cooking is so good. Doesn't Sister Elizabeth usually praise her?" Perhaps it is true what they say, that once she gets something, she stops appreciating it. And Mr. Ping is the best cook she has ever met. Ren asked Mr. Ping if he could teach her. She only wants to learn from him. Pin knew that mood swings were normal during the rule period, but for some reason, seeing her so depressed made his heart uneasy too. Ren decided to take a shower, and while washing her face with Pina shampoo, her level rose again to 4-star Demon King. She realized that water, food, bathing, these simple things can bring indescribable benefits. It's wonderful. She always followed the strong, hoping to get something, but she never thought about ruling the world, because it is impossible to do with charm, and now she really thinks about it. And as long as she has this man, she can have the whole world on a platter. From now on, she has only one goal: to get Pin, so just in case, she needs to completely abandon the past experience. Ren called out to Mr. Ping while taking a shower and asked him to bring her some clothes. Pin asked in surprise, "Did she call him?" But Ren told him to forget. After all, she had already found a towel. Pin saw her and said that it was his towel. Ren replied that she had no choice. Sister Elizabeth's clothes were too small. They didn't fit her. Ren asked Mr. Ping if he had seen Rebellion. Could she watch it with him? In the morning, Ping told Ren to let him help her. He would find her some suitable clothes. But Ren was upset that he had escaped. But she knew that it was impossible. There were many chances. As long as she continued to attack him, he would eventually be defeated. But Elizabeth came up and said that she had originally planned to lie down and not forget about a minion like her. But suddenly she wanted them to get to know each other. She was from a dark guild, so she should have some information, right? But Ren was very surprised and did not understand what was happening at all. Elizabeth told her not to worry. She did not intend to kill her as long as they cooperated, but soon it would be over. Ren was very scared by such pressure because she did not understand how she should act now and not give herself away. Seeing that Elizabeth was going to torture her, she noticed that there were objects on the table that would cause pain to her body. After that, Elizabeth stood in front of her like a rapist. Ren asked what was going on. After all, she was supposed to fall into her illusion. Elizabeth replied that she was right. She had made sure that she would fall into her trap as intended. But she also dragged her into it at the same time. Ren asked her what she wanted. After all, Mr. Ping would be back soon. Wasn't she afraid that he would see what she had done to her? Elizabeth began to laugh and replied that she had made some adjustments to her primitive illusion. And an hour here was now equivalent to 10 seconds outside. And after this period will end, she will forget about it and will not have any influence on him. Ren told Elizabeth that she was doing all this to threaten her into leaving Mr. Ping alone, right? And then she would tell her straight out, it wouldn't happen. But Elizabeth did not spare her, and immediately began to beat her with a whip from different sides so that she felt pain throughout her entire body. Elizabeth said that she also thinks a lot. After all, the Demon Queen Elizabeth is standing in front of her now. Elizabeth did not spare her, and each time hit her even harder to make her talk and give information. She said that the Dark Guild was not completely destroyed, and there was no news about Amelia. And to see that someone like her could get to the Demon King, and was she captured by her? Ren was very hurt, and she replied that she didn't know, and promised her that it was the pure truth that she had to believe. Elizabeth said that if she consciously planned to resist a lot, then they could continue. After the beating, Ren said she didn't know, and she could ask anything, but she begged her to let her go. Elizabeth thought and asked, does she really know nothing? And asked, where is Amelia going? But suddenly she heard Pin come and address her. He asked her what she was doing. Pin said that looking at this outfit, how could this happen? Elizabeth was very scared and did not know what to tell him. Elizabeth replied that it was fine. Pin asked in surprise, what was fine? He wanted to ask if there was a shirt big enough. At this time, Ren sat with her eyes closed and begged Elizabeth to let her go, and she would not dare to do it again. Pin was very scared for her and put her in the room. At night, Ren opened her eyes and asked what happened. She does not remember anything, but the fear still haunts her. Ren said that she had reached the 4th star level of the Demon King. If she were to go out, she would be no less powerful than the Dark Guild and the Holy Sword Guild, right? She thought, but why do those who are ahead of her make her feel like ants, played by a child without the strength to resist? Ren stood up abruptly and said that no, she can't give up like that in order to get further. But looking out the window, she saw Elizabeth, who said that she was watching her. Pin was talking to Elizabeth at the time and said that it was good. But the next morning, Pin got up earlier than everyone else. Pin saw Ren and said that she shouldn't be like that. They have a robot vacuum cleaner at home. Let her get up. She is their guest, and asked Elizabeth why she didn't stop her. Elizabeth replied that she had not forced her. And to do this, what did it have to do with her? Ren said no. She did it yesterday and the floor was so dirty, so she had to. But Ping said she should get up immediately. Ren thanked her and stood up. But Elizabeth stood up abruptly and pushed the girl aside so that she wouldn't touch anything. Elizabeth grabbed the rag and said it was just mopping. He must be so upset. And how about it? Let him give her the rag, she'll make sure he sees it. But Pin stood his ground and said he would never give it up. Elizabeth asked why. Pin replied that this is the rule. Let him let go quickly. And letting go of the rag, he replied that he would wash himself now. Let them wait a little. Ren told Mr. Ping that he thought so too, because Elisabetta couldn't be that evil. Elizabeth answered her if she remembered that she had to go today. This was her last favor, and if she said another nonsense, she would destroy her right where she stood. Ren apologized and replied that she would be leaving soon, but she really didn't want to leave. Pin made breakfast in the morning and said that today it was egg cakes. Ren asked Sister Elizabeth if she could eat it. Elizabeth told her to eat quickly and went on her way, for it was time for her to go. Ren immediately started eating, enjoying her last moment with Pin as he looked after her. Pin approached her and asked if Miss Ruth would be leaving soon. Elizabeth replied that after finishing the bowl of noodles, she would use teleportation magic to send her away. Couldn't he bear it? Pin told Elizabeth that she was such a joker. He just wanted to ask if they should get involved with Uncle. After all, Miss Ruth also escaped the pursuit of the Dark Guild. Ren asked in surprise, "Uncle Boss? Is it the Card Guild boss? Or maybe it's Miss Chi-Chi." Elizabeth told her to eat her food, and she had already decided where to go. Ren supported her and said that everything was right. She had already built her route. Pin was surprised that she was leaving so quickly and said that they could just discuss and continue eating breakfast. But Elizabeth was irritated by everything, and during the meal she told Ren that she was so noisy that she even slapped while eating. Pin was surprised and asked her what she said. Nothing like that. He didn't even hear anything. But suddenly Elizabeth put a lot of pepper and started screaming in pain. But Pin asked, isn't she afraid to bite? Maybe he should make it sour. Elizabeth asked in surprise, vinegar? No problem, she really likes it. Pin was surprised and asked, how is it? Is it good for her? Elizabeth lowered her head and showed with her finger that she was fine. But in fact, it was not so. Elizabeth said it was sour. The vinegar flavor made her tongue feel like it was on fire, and the sensations were still growing, so sour that she couldn't stop them, even if she wanted to. Elizabeth immediately remembered all the moments spent with Pin, and she was even happy about it. She understood that they had been through a lot, from a fatal confrontation to a belated meeting, and so that in the end, the enemy becomes a friend. Explore the world together, play the game, take turns ruling the world. Intentional or unintentional guidance and contact. Everything is moving in that direction. But recently she discovered that he is the creator she can never catch up with. And in their eyes, she is no different from the others. After all, they are all people and ready to live their lives. Elizabeth came to her senses and dropped the vinegar on the table, screaming that it was very sour. Very, very sour. Elizabeth asked Mr. Ping if he had ever loved her. He must have set it up. Pan asked Elizabeth what she had just said. He had heard it right, hadn't he? She had asked if he liked her. Elizabeth blushed deeply at this point and did not understand how she could. After all, a large amount of vinegar prompted him to say what had long been in his heart. Rin was eating at the time and wondering what was going on. Why did she suddenly confess to him? Alpha was outside the window at that moment and watched them as they stared at each other. The dog asked the guy if he could please not disturb them. Alpha replied that he had seen a good show and started laughing. But Elizabeth was very attentive, and when she saw them outside the window, she snapped at them and showed her angry face. Alpha pretended to do nothing and muttered under her breath that the weather was very nice, and it was time for them to go patrol outside. Elizabeth then told Rin too to eat her noodles and ignore them. Rin was scared at that moment and didn't understand why she was so angry at her. She had been silent all this time. Pin suddenly turned to Elizabeth, but he saw how she looked at Rin and did not hear him. Elizabeth immediately turned around and said that since she asked the question, let the guy answer it quickly. There was no need to be afraid to admit it. Pin pretended not to understand and asked what she meant by she liked noodles with eggs. Should she fry 2 sausages with ham? Elizabeth told him not to try to pretend to be crazy and deceive himself. The meaning of the question was very clear. Let him answer immediately. And today he must give her a clear answer. At that moment, Pin was surprised by her pressure, so much so that his heart began to pound. Pin's head was in a whirlwind at that moment. He tried to calm himself down and thought about what to do. Elizabeth slammed her hand on the table again and told Pin to tell her already. Does he like her? Pin immediately remembered how he told her in those moments when they were alone, and how he said that he liked how angry she sometimes was. And he even likes that she looks forward to tasting his food every time. And he likes it when she takes him with her to see the outside world, and also how she protects him in difficult situations. but he just listened and at best can be considered a friend. And she is the queen of demons. How dare he confess to her? Pin didn't know what to say to her, and his voice was shaking. Elizabeth asked him what he wanted to say, but in her head she was dreaming that he would say yes. But Pin changed his mind and said that he suddenly remembered that he had made melon pudding last night. Why didn't she eat that first? He thought it would be better to wait a little while. If she ate her favorite pudding, she would be in a good mood. Pin said that he is actually really happy that they have been together for over a year now. If it weren't for her, he might still be living in the world he created, and he slowly took her favorite pudding out of the fridge. Pin handed her a plate and said that after she ate, he would give her his answer. Elizabeth agreed with him and realized that he didn't want to say it directly because he was trying to maintain his image as the creator. And so instead of answering, he gives her his favorite pudding. If she eats it, it will mean that she accepts his love. And since he made the first move, she will accept it. But suddenly Pin took the plate back and told her to forget it. Elizabeth was surprised and asked him what it meant. Pin replied menacingly that it was because of the rules. In their imagination, Elizabeth asked him what had happened. Why doesn't he want to tell her how he feels? Pin, like a man, replied that it was simple. Doesn't she understand? Pin pinned her against the wall and said that whether he liked her or not depended on the rules, but he was the creator of these rules, and he was the president of the group. Did she understand what he was talking about? Elizabeth got angry and shouted what a shitty rule, and she realized that this guy had invaded her mind and caused an inexplicable state. Pin said that in his previous world the rules were like this. He felt that he was very nervous and almost forgot that Elizabeth was not allowed to eat cold things. She told the guy that she understands everything, and he wants to say that she is no different from others, and all his feelings for her depend on his mood. Elizabeth couldn't help but let a tear run down her cheek, and immediately used forced teleportation. Pin started looking for her with his eyes and shouting, "Where did she go?" But he understood that this was expected. As soon as Elizabeth found out about his affection for her, she felt insulted and immediately teleported away. And he has no experience in relationships, and he can't understand what girls are thinking. Pin asked the girl if it was that obvious. He always kept a safe distance. Rin was happy and said that it turned out that they were just two idiots in love. God was on her side. She saw a chance to win again. Rin turned around and told Mr. Ping that now that Elizabeth's sister wasn't here, maybe he could give her that dessert. Pin, hearing these words, put the plate aside and replied that it was impossible. Rin was upset and asked why. Didn't he say that Elizabeth's sister couldn't eat him? Pin replied that although he was a little confused, it was an agreement between him and her. He promised Elizabeth that he would make a special fruit pudding just for her, and she wants the pudding in the fridge that they took with them on their adventures. Rin understood his words and told him not to pay attention. She was already full. And in her head, she saw that his food was not helping her much anymore, and she did not know when Elizabeth would return, but she had to get him. Suddenly, the door opened, and Elizabeth said that she had returned and had already thought everything through, so from now on she would do whatever she wanted. Looking around the room, she saw that there was no one and asked where they all went, but immediately looked at the door. Elizabeth came to the door and asked, "What was that sound coming from the room?" She kicked the door open and asked what they were doing here. Rin was enjoying Pin's body at this moment and absorbing his energy. Elizabeth saw this and fell to her knees and begged them to stop. Rin told her that it was too late, the rice was cooked, from now on it would be hers, and she started laughing loudly. At that moment, Rin opened her eyes and saw Pin waving his hand in front of her face and asked in surprise, "What happened?" Pin asked her what she was laughing at, and what did she just say? Was she still hungry? Rin replied that no, she meant that she felt dizzy after breakfast, and the shock of being chased by a dark guild had not yet fully worn off. Pin was very scared and started screaming, and Rin pretended and said that she was losing consciousness again. Pin picked her up and said that he would help her get to the sofa so she could rest for a while. Rin was upset and asked, "Only to the sofa?" Pin was surprised and asked her in response, "Where else?" Rin replied that she wanted to go to her room and lie down on his bed. It would make her feel much more comfortable. Rin started licking her lips with an angry face and saying that she was comfortable. He was comfortable, and that meant everyone was comfortable. Pin asked in surprise why he should be comfortable. Rin pretended to faint, and he caught her and asked her to be careful. Rin apologized and replied that she was feeling a little dizzy and couldn't stand firmly on her feet. Entering Ping's room, she told the gentleman that his room was very elegant. And when she saw the bed, she knew that her target had been discovered. Rin headed for the couch and said as she fell that she was dizzy, and she didn't see the difference, because she would just lie down on the bed and pull him to her. Rin slowly fell onto his bed, but Pin picked up a chair and pushed her, saying that he had promised Elizabeth. Rin opened her eyes as soon as she landed on the chair. She asked, "What happened?" Pin grabbed the rope and pulled it, stopping the chair right in front of the table, and Rin simply didn't expect this and fell headfirst onto the table. Pin apologized and said that this chair was also very comfortable. She could rest here. Rin didn't understand at all how it happened, and with a bump on her forehead, she answered that it was meant to be. But she almost succeeded. But the bookshelf fell, and all the books fell on her head at once. Pin didn't expect this and felt awkward. Pin apologized and said that these were books and notes he wrote based on his own preferences to kill time when he lived alone. And for this reason, he even wrapped each book in a cover. They have been gathering dust on the shelf for a long time now. And Rin realized at that moment that he was absolutely impenetrable. And she remembered that he had just mentioned his preferences. Rin stood up and asked if she could read the books. Pin said sure, and he hoped she wouldn't get bored. And if you think about it, he wouldn't mind reading them again either. Rin immediately began reading Mr. Ping's collection. Rin thought that even if his strength was limitless, if she knew the sexual preferences of the target, she would be able to split even the strongest stone. Rin chose one book and told Mr. Ping that she would take it. Ping looked at it and didn't understand anything at first. But at that very moment, Rin used her fatal seduction. Pina's eyes immediately changed and began to spin like a carousel. In their imagination, they found themselves in another world. Pin came to the door and pressed the bell, and Rin opened the door for him and happily said that he was finally here. Pin replied that he had professional repair services. For them, the customer always comes first. So how could he help her? And Rin replied that the shower suddenly ran out of water. Could the young man check? She went into the bathroom with him and, holding a watering can, said that the water had run out so suddenly that she couldn't even take a bath. Pin was fixing everything and replied that it was just a small problem and he would fix it soon. At that moment, Pin tightened the pipe a little when suddenly water began to come out with great force. At that moment, Rin was holding a watering can in her hands and started screaming that she was all wet. Pin immediately went to the water tap and closed it. He told the customer that the repair was complete and wished him all the best. Rin asked him, "Is he leaving already? This is the greatest temptation. Does he by any chance want to watch?" Pin froze at this point and replied that this was indeed the greatest temptation. Can he really look? Rin replied that he could not only look, but also touch if he wanted. Pin was delighted with the offer and jumped up and down, shouting that he was very grateful to her, and immediately headed to the tool shelf. Rin was shocked by what was happening. Pin asked her, "Isn't that a 3,000 electric drill? It's incredibly powerful." Rin asked him why this happened. Where did this thing come from? And then, in the present time, Pin took the book from her. Pin opened it and said that he wrote this book when he first came here to motivate himself to recreate all the tools. Looking back, he realizes that he not only recreated each one, but improved them significantly. Time flies so fast. Rin still didn't understand what these strange things meant. The greatest temptation? And now she was wrong. This time she would not act so straightforwardly. She would simply subtly add her charm to his preferences. After that, she placed her hand on the Book of Health Reflections and immediately moved into her imagination. Rin in this world came to the doctor for a consultation. Pin met her and asked what was bothering her. Rin sat down opposite him and replied that she felt very tired. Could the doctor examine her? Rin looked at her pulse and said that it was weak and that heartburn was a sign of yin deficiency in the kidneys, accumulation of toxins, and excessive sexual promiscuity. Rin was surprised and asked, "Promiscuity? But will the doctor help her cure her illness? Maybe after she is satisfied." Pin pulled out a package for her and told her to take these herbs, pour 3 cups of water and boil them, and then drink this remedy once a day, and she will naturally return to normal. Rin immediately pulled her head back and covered her nose after seeing it. She said she couldn't stand the smell of those medicines. Doesn't the doctor know how to do massages or other procedures? Pin asked, does she mean bone-strengthening massage? It is more stimulating than taking traditional drugs. If she is really sure, then let her undress. Rin said with pleasure that she really liked it. She was already hoping that this time everything went smoothly, and she quickly got to the point. Pin let his hands go on her shoulders and told her to unbutton her collar. Rena started laughing and said that everything was fine. The rest he will leave to him, and she did not expect that he would be so interesting. But Pin began to twist her head and break. Rin immediately felt pain and began to scream. Then Pin moved to her back, and using 2 fingers, he used the massage technique and reached her spine. Rena was in so much pain that she couldn't even make a sound. Pin asked her to be patient. If she could bear it, then all the dirt in her body would come out. Rin was able to endure it all and stood up immediately. Pin wiped his hands and asked her what she would say. Did she feel more relaxed? Rin replied that yes, there was such a lightness in her body, and it even became a little more pleasant for her to walk. But after that, she could not stand it any longer and fell from the chair straight onto the floor and seemed to lose consciousness. In the real world, Rin also started to panic and held her throat with both hands. Pin got scared and started to bring her back to her senses. Pin told her that all the bone-strengthening massage techniques described in the book were professional skills. She should not try them without proper training, otherwise she could hurt herself. Rin replied to the master that she understood everything, but she felt that she failed to level up and fell to the 3-star Demon King. And it turns out that it wasn't her charm technique that worked. It was her soul that got into his book world. He probably realized it right away. He specifically revealed his preferences to warn her. And if she overestimates her capabilities and is greedy, then everything she ultimately receives will have to be returned in full. And this time the legendary hero had foreseen everything. How could she refuse such an opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime? And she decided that she would try again. What if she succeeded? And immediately she put her hand on the book and released her magic. This time she became a teacher and told Pin that he was probably tired after studying and suggested that she check it out. Pin told the teacher that it was not necessary. He had already done his homework and was currently solving other assignments. Rin came over and said she would just take a look then. When she saw the solution, she realized it was a magic circle and immediately got angry. She knew it was a very ancient thing. She felt an invisible pressure. If she could master them all, she might be able to get an idea of the world. But it was too difficult. Pin said these problems were easy to solve with high school knowledge. But would that be enough, he asked. Rin felt sorry for him and asked him not to push himself too hard. Resting is important too. But suddenly Pin saw that Elizabeth was calling him. He took the phone and told the teacher that her girlfriend was looking for him and that he had to go. Rin was surprised and asked what he was talking about. And he dared to bring a phone to school? And he was dating someone? Pin turned around and said that it was all a figment of their imagination anyway. He had long since graduated from school. They were just reminiscing when they were stressed. Pin asked her if she didn't believe him. But then he would give her all the tables with integrals and derivatives. Pin gave her all the calculations that the teacher could not bear it all and grabbed her head. Rin begged her to stop immediately and not to repeat it again. After all, her head was already splitting. Falling to her knees, she saw the formulas in front of her, but her gaze was directed at Elizabeth and Pin. Rin said that it wasn't true. Even though these spells could cause stress to people, they wouldn't cause that much harm to her. And this just painful feeling is like someone pulled out a seal from the depths of her soul. She saw Pin and the girl walking away into the dawn, slowly disappearing before her eyes. She screamed after him, telling him not to do this and to stop. But suddenly she came to her senses and abruptly removed her hand from the book, and all the glass before her eyes broke. But Ping turned to her and told her to take it. And as for the book, let her not read it, it just embarrasses him. And although it is a collection of geometry problems, he wrote it as a story about pure love during his school years. Rin asked him what he said about pure love. It turns out that this is pure love. Of course, she realized that it was no wonder that the seal that had settled deep in her heart had burst out. It turned out that it was her memories that had returned. After regaining her memories, she found herself in that world where the guy asked her to give him a chance to take care of her forever. But it turned out to be much more complicated. She was completely broken and asked, didn't he say that he would take care of her? Why did he make her accompany his guildmaster? But the guy told her that if she didn't make this old man happy, he wouldn't be able to join a higher level team. And if he can't make money, how can he take care of her? Since that guy made her do it, she awakened the power of charm within herself and wandered the continent of courage, making a living by charming men and absorbing their magical energy. And the more she fell, the stronger she became. And because of this special ability, the Dark Lord invited her to join him as one of the pillars. But in reality, all this was just to make herself forget about the pure love that she longs for most. Rin picked up the instrument and struck it with a stick. The sound wave enveloped her completely and even lifted her into the air. Pin looked at her with surprise and asked why she had suddenly changed. After all, her clothes had changed and she herself had become different. Rin thanked Mr. Ping for awakening her. She would take this and send it to other worlds to spread the power of pure love and fight evil. Rin then hit again and disappeared straight away. Pin watched and said that he really didn't understand what people from another world were thinking. But at this time, somewhere in the kingdom of demons, a strange creature was looking for prey and was searching the ground with its claws. But strangely, she suddenly turned into a cat, and she felt that she was in great danger because a strange liquid got into her paws. After that, the earth itself began to completely devour her and pull her under itself. The cat suffered greatly, but nothing came of it. The shell of the dark earth swallowed her completely, and therefore sent her to the place where the other creatures were. The demon realm completely sucked in other beings to disband their powers. But an old man sat on the kingdom and said that he was so jealous that Lady Emily could become Her Majesty's riding animal and get along so well with her. And Her Majesty has not changed at all and is still as beautiful as before. But suddenly, number 24 came to him and said that Samabi and Rin had been missing for some time, and he thought that they might have decided to betray them. Was the chief going to do something about this? He knew that ever since the guild had been in ruins, the chief had been hiding here. The chief replied to the servant that it did not matter. If they wanted to leave, let them leave. They did not need to do anything. But number 24 continued that, in addition, the connection with the clone of the chief in the elf tribe was recently interrupted. There are rumors that the elf tribe has been taken over by a card guild. Number 24 knew that the Golden Dragon Queen's magic power had long since been exhausted, and the leader still looked through her memories every day. Even if he didn't know the whereabouts of the Demon Queen, there was nothing he could do. The boss said it didn't matter. If he disappeared, so be it. And if number 24 understands, he finally got the attention of Her Majesty Elizabeth, didn't he? Otherwise, Amelia wouldn't have come to kill him. Number 24 couldn't deny the leader's words and replied that everything was correct. He knew that the guild had fallen apart, and the forces that had been accumulated with great difficulty were disappearing one after another, so the leader was seriously injured and could not recover. And now he had to do something to help him get back on his feet, and suddenly the magic step began to shine brighter. The chief immediately became wary and said that he felt pressure. Number 24 told the chief that it was her, and she came back. The chief was shocked and said that he knew. But the way he looks now, it will be a frightening thing for her. Elizabeth was in the demon world at this time and was very upset. And she said that Pin kept talking about rules. And now she understands that for him, the feelings he has for her are just soulless rules. Suddenly, a tear fell from her face onto the ground, and unexpectedly, part of the ground became covered with flowers and green grass. She fell into the clearing and said that she had been wishful thinking. She still felt sad and ashamed. When did she become so vulnerable, Elizabeth wondered. But suddenly she became firm and said that she didn't need anyone. And Pin, having lost such an opponent as her, loses a lot. She promised herself that she would never come back unless he asked her to. But suddenly she felt something. Elizabeth said that this is Amelia's aura. She is clearly here in the demon realm, so why hasn't she completed the task she gave her yet? Elizabeth used her powers and turned into air to move around the demon land. After this, she immediately turned into Elizabeth and opened a link to the real world, where it is light and good. Elizabeth looked and said that this dirty magic was everywhere, and decided to just end it. Although she should have just watched and not interfered, she began to doubt herself and asked him to come to his senses. After all, she was no longer playing with him. Let him do what he wanted, and she needed to get down to business quickly. Elizabeth approached the source and asked Amelia why she was hiding here. If she accepted this dirty magic in pursuit of power, she would be very disappointed in her. But she received nothing in response and, angry, shouted at Amelia to appear immediately. Elizabeth knew that Amelia had a master-servant contract with her, and she could not ignore her orders unless she was a traitor. But then she started denying it and said that Amelia had reached the level of a demon king and her talent was unmatched. Even if she were to encounter an opponent of the same level, she would definitely be able to escape unharmed. Elizabeth used her demonic hands and walked across the ground to find Amelia. She went very deep underground and took out the ball in which Amelia herself was located. Elizabeth squeezed the vessel completely to release Amelia from the hands of those demonic creatures. Elizabeth then placed the ball in front of her and, after saying a few words, touched it with her magical hands to open it. Amelia felt the touch and tore the ball into small pieces and showed its true form. Elizabeth said that it seemed she had underestimated the Dark Guild. Her life was drained, and her magic power was completely absorbed, leaving only a shell of her. Elizabeth hugged her and asked her to come back and live 1,000 years of life, and she used her forced resurrection. After this, Elizabeth brought her to her senses and asked her to tell everything that had happened. But Amelia suddenly looked at her as if she were a stranger and asked the queen who she was. But then Amelia didn't understand who she really was and asked. Elizabeth immediately realized that Malfoy had deprived her of her memory, and now she would find him and crush him into dust. Elizabeth was very angry and used the Demon Queen's gaze and released all her energy on this land. Suddenly, Puppeteer also felt the energy and said that Elizabeth's sister is also in the demon realm. It's because he removed the seal from the Hydra. But the warrior suddenly told the chief that they were being watched by a powerful magical force. The chief told her not to worry. She knew who it belonged to. The elf father also sensed it and said that it was the Demon Queen. She was here to check if they were taking good care of the sacred tree. But the demon servant also said that they had been discovered, and he suggested that his ally return to the Sea of Darkness for a while. After all, it was time to reveal their cards. The shell asked the ally why he thought that this time had come. Could he not restrain his desires? Alpha also felt it on the real Earth and asked what was going on. The dog told him not to interfere in other people's affairs. They would return home after collecting the protection fee. Pin was in the kitchen at that moment and thought that this feeling had been there for so long, and now he couldn't stop crying. But the hero told him that it was a provocation, and was he going to attack right now? Elizabeth also heard everything and saw that Pin was saying that he could not stop crying since he broke up with her. This stubborn man, she caught him in a lie again. But now is not the time to think about it. And she took Amelia's face with both hands. Elizabeth hugged her and told her not to worry because she would definitely help her regain her memory. Different areas of this world felt the power of the Demon Queen, but these places were where the Demon Queen's dungeon was located. Number 24 asked the leader why they had teleported here. Malfoy replied that he was setting up a protective field here, the opposite of Her Majesty's magic, so that she would not be able to find him. Number 24 asked why. Wasn't the Demon Queen their target? Malfoy replied that since Elizabeth was so important to him, he had to be in the best condition possible before meeting her. Number 24 asked the head if there was anything he could do for him. Malfoy replied no. After all, patience is the most important thing now. The one who can hold out until the end will win. And when two sides fight, all they need to do is wait. Every force has its way. He's waited for so many years, and now all he needs is time. Malfoy started looking through the photos and moments with the Demon Queen again because he still loved her. Malfoy said he was so happy that he could now look into Amelia's memories to ease his longing for Her Majesty. Number 24 thought, how could the leader just sit and wait? When the Holy Sword Guild grows, it will definitely affect the leader's plans, and now he has to do something. At this point, Pin was busy, and having broken the glass into small pieces, said that he had finally finished cutting it. And the pudding didn't work out either, so Elizabeth's favorite onion soup with garlic bread should cheer her up. While preparing, Pin thought, was his love for Elizabeth really that obvious? Now that he was exposed, they couldn't be friends. In the evening, Pin waited for her, and looking at his watch, said that Elizabeth still had not returned. But suddenly the door opened unexpectedly, and Pin immediately shouted Elizabeth's name. But he saw that Alpha had come home. Pin asked Alpha if they had seen Elizabeth in the outside world by any chance. She was still not home. Alpha said that the nest was not there. And should he really put the meat in the refrigerator? Pin replied that he had and apologized for disturbing him. And had Elizabeth really gone? But suddenly a hand appeared in front of him and reached out for the food. Elizabeth asked him where it had gone. Pin suddenly raised his head and said that Elizabeth had returned. The girl asked him, what was wrong with that? Was there something he wasn't happy with? Elizabeth told herself to calm down because she had seen so much in her life. She had already gotten rid of the woman who used the charm technique, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. Pin said he thought she wouldn't come back because she was angry about what happened that morning. Elizabeth replied that she still had some generosity left. But in fact, she had seen him cry alone over her leaving, so she would give him a chance to keep her. Pin decided to say something to her, but froze and an awkward silence passed between them. Elizabeth took the food in her hands and brought it to her chest. Suddenly, a small hand appeared between her body, which immediately revealed itself, and it turned out to be Amelia. Pin thought it was strange and asked her what it was. Elizabeth replied that it was a golden dragon, whom he met in the treasure dungeon, and also her mount Amelia. Pin thought for a moment and asked, "Does she mean that little girl? How did she become like that?" Elizabeth replied that when she saved her, she found that she had lost all her memories. Even though she used magic to return her to a child's state, she couldn't find a single trace, and the one behind it had disappeared. So she wanted to ask him to help Amelia regain her memory. Alpha listened to their conversation and asked if she had lost her memory. Pin realized that Elizabeth had not been ignoring the outside world. She sent Amelia to destroy the forces of the Dark Guild, and he, the so-called legendary hero, did nothing at all. Pin apologized to her and said it was his fault. Elizabeth replied that now was not the time for that. If he could, let him help Amelia first. Elizabeth realized that he had apologized for what had happened that morning, and that meant that deep down he really did like her. Alpha suddenly told his brother that he had experience in restoring memories. Pin was surprised and asked if he had an idea. Pin asked Alpha what he was planning to do. The guy told him not to worry and to just trust him. Alpha immediately turned to the dog and asked him to help him, and that they do it together. Elizabeth was already angry and asked if it was possible or not. If not, then there was no need to waste their time. Alpha looked at her with a smart look and said it was time to get started. But then they turned into monsters and told Amelia they were going to kill her. Amelia was immediately frightened by their gaze and jumped right between Elizabeth's breasts. Elizabeth asked, "Is that all?" Alpha replied that yes, the best way to restore memory is fear. But Elizabeth realized that it didn't work at all, and with her demonic hands she slapped them. She said they were worthless idiots. Alpha realized his mistake and apologized. But he really did come to his senses last time after that, because he got scared. Elizabeth told her not to be afraid, because she would definitely find a way to help her regain her memory. Suddenly, Pin shouted that he had found the solution. Immediately after that, they went out into the garden. Pin said the key to memory is the brain. Eating some walnuts to provide it with nutrients could help Amelia. Elizabeth was surprised and asked, "Walnuts?" Pin climbed the tree and asked her to wait a minute. He clearly remembered that they were somewhere here. Elizabeth said she had tried everything he grew, but didn't remember anything like walnuts. Pin replied that he recently wanted to bake a cake, so he made a wish, but he didn't expect the tree to actually grow. And in the moment he said that he found it. Pin handed them the nuts and told them to take them. Elizabeth took one and asked if it would help with her memory. Pin replied that that was what they said in his world. Elizabeth decided to try the nut and see if it worked. But her expectations were not met. She tried it and started spitting because it was bitter and tasteless. Pin started laughing at her and said that walnuts are not eaten that way. The kernel that is inside the shell is eaten. Pin picked up a knife and cut open a nut to show her how it was all done and what she needed to eat. Elizabeth looked at the fetus and immediately imagined that it was a brain. It had grown inside the fetus, and Pin really was the true creator. Elizabeth took the cannonball and gave it to Amelia to try. Pin asked her if she wanted to try it too. Although they were raw walnuts, she could still taste them. Elizabeth knew that for her, they were just ordinary fruits, but she hoped that they would be useful for Emily. After tasting, Elizabeth changed completely and applied synchronization, and opened her eyes in a completely different world. But she almost forgot that this state of synchronization existed. Since Pin also ate the nut, it activated the synchronization, thus amplifying the effect and affecting her. She thought, isn't this her memory? How come it's hanging on the wall? But suddenly someone started saying that the two of them are so hesitant, so there's only a trailer, and told them to do it quickly. Elizabeth was surprised that there were other people in this world. The girl sitting next to them was shouting that they already liked each other. Was it really that hard to say it out loud? If it were her world, she would have knocked Pin out with a club and taken him to a cave to make babies. But the second girl said that it was rude. Not everyone was as straightforward as in their world. Her husband Ping was moving forward step by step to pass the imperial exam and get close to her. Elizabeth thought at this moment, Were they all from different worlds? But Elizabeth from another world said that in the cultivator world, he and elder brother Ping had gone through 81 trials. It was only after they destroyed the heavenly ancestor demon that they were able to be together. But Elizabeth the pirate said that her Pin knew how to fight her from the beginning and said every day that he was the one who wanted to become the king of the pirates. And in the end, didn't he lose to her? She got the great secret treasure and became the queen of the pirates. In the end, he could only console himself with words like, "She is her great secret treasure." Elizabeth said that it seemed that in different worlds, the queen got along with Ping differently. She became curious and asked where exactly this place was. The old lady replied that it was Elizabeth's theater, where she could watch Elizabeth's stories from other worlds. Elizabeth asked, "Who is she?" Old Elizabeth introduced herself and said that she was an ordinary person in an ordinary world. Elizabeth asked how she got here. The old woman replied that she didn't know the details, but she knew that each Elizabeth had her own way of getting here. And it is assumed that the relationship with Pin must reach a certain level. Elizabeth asked, "The relationship with Pin must reach a certain level? So her appearance here means..." The old woman replied that no, it was just a trailer, so what she had in her hands could only be considered a temporary ticket. Elizabeth told her that she was thinking badly, and her relationship with Pin was that bad? The old woman replied that you can't please everyone. And let him remember, every Elizabeth is the main character of her own world. Just let him follow the call of his heart. And truth be told, she didn't think any story could compare to hers. But when it was released, it didn't make the other Elizabeths cry. But for her, an old woman, it was a very happy memory. Elizabeth asked, "Really? What is the story?" The old woman replied that she and Pin had an ordinary life. They met, then got married and had children, and eventually grew old together. Elizabeth was rewinding all her words in front of her at that moment, and even thought about it in the moment. The old lady asked, "Even if there is no magic or high technology, isn't it happiness to live an ordinary life?" She remembered those moments when she spent time with him, and at that time Pin was an ordinary salesman. She always made fun of him and threw tomatoes at him during arguments. And then she laughed. But Pin was not simple either, and he took water in a bucket and poured it all over her from head to toe. And then he made faces. After this quarrel, they fell in love with each other, and then they became engaged for life. The old woman said that the parents would leave, the children would grow up, and in the end, it would be Ping who would always be by her side. Life is short, it would fly by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a movie turned on in front of them. Elizabeth listened to all his words as he confessed his love to her. She wondered if these were Ping's thoughts. It turned out that he had been in love with her for a long time, too. All the people who were in the film started shouting that they knew he was hiding his feelings. One of the Elizabeths saw that it was a trailer and said that it was crazy. And when is the movie coming out? And what about the baby conception scene? And she wants to see it now. Elizabeth from the other world responded that her attention is always focused on the bridal room, although she too is looking forward to how the couple's relationship will develop. And if you think about it, Pin is quite a gentle and kind person, so it would be nice to change your preferences from time to time. And how she is looking forward to this movie. I wonder if they will end up together. Elizabeth was shocked and frozen in the moment. The old woman told her that the trailer was over and her temporary ticket was about to expire. And let her remember that in each world the fate of Pin and Elizabeth will be unique. So do not worry and just follow the call of your heart. Elizabeth asked, "Then what will she come back?" At that moment, Amelia also grabbed her head and began to tremble. Pin asked her if she could check it out. It seemed like she was in pain. Maybe she was allergic to nuts. Elizabeth immediately applied the healing technique. Amelia suddenly began to roar unexpectedly because she was in pain. Pin asked her what was going on. Elizabeth replied that he had overestimated Amelia. The guy asked her if she knew what to do. Pin was beginning to think that she might have a nut allergy. Elizabeth said that there was no other way out. She could only rely on herself. She understood that Pin used walnut synchronization to help Amelia regain her memory, but she was unable to restore her lost memories. And so the empty memory cells seemed to pierce Amelia's brain, causing her great pain. She searched the entire world but could not find the one behind this. Pin extended his hand to her and asked her forgiveness. But suddenly Amelia remembered everything and saw a huge hand in front of her. She immediately felt a sense of terror and submission. Malfoy saw the spark at that moment and said that her original memory had returned. But how was that possible? Amelia came to her senses and running away began to scream at the lady and ask her to save her. Amelia didn't look ahead, and while running away, she unexpectedly hit Elizabeth right in the chest. Elizabeth picked it up and saw that Pin had used the power of rules to forcefully return Amelia's memory. But before he didn't want to interfere in such minor matters, but for her sake he made an exception again. Pin realized that he had made a mistake and approached them, asking for forgiveness and saying that it was his fault. He had scared her. Elizabeth replied that it was okay, she could handle it. She would just let her go back to the contract space and rest. After that, Pin and Elizabeth just looked at each other, and neither of them could even say a word. Pin turned around and said that it was quite a clear night. Didn't she think so? Elizabeth also blushed deeply and couldn't answer him. Alpha and the dog were watching them at that moment. He said he tried to scare her too, but his method was boring and low level, and what Pin did was amazing. The dog barked a little and replied that everything was correct. And how could Alpha compare himself to his owner? Suddenly, Alpha saw a text in front of his eyes, in which someone called him out and the request for punishment was rejected. The dog started barking because she saw Alpha fall to the ground and start holding his head. Alpha screamed that it was too loud and it hurt. His head was going to explode. The dog pulled out the headphones and gave them to the guy. Alpha suddenly calmed down and immediately closed his eyes. The dog told him that if he heard a noise, then he should put this on. What had happened to it anyway? Her receiver wasn't picking up any noise at all. No matter, he'd take it back to the blacksmith shop for a detailed inspection. Elizabeth said that if that was all, she would go. But Pin did not know what to say to her and simply remained silent. Elizabeth walked away slowly and thought, why doesn't Pin follow her? In other worlds, he is very active. But Pin's thoughts were very different. On the one hand, he wanted to catch up with her. On the other hand, he was so cowardly. But Pin knew that even if he was refused, he didn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. And Elizabeth, on the contrary, was also thinking, should she make the first move? But no, that won't do. She decided she needed to forget. Elizabeth and Pin each had their own unique destiny in each world. She would just follow her heart. She immediately used forced teleportation, and then Pin shouted at her to stop. Pin said that she had asked him earlier if he liked her. Elizabeth turned and looked in his direction. Pin took the plunge and said that they had been together for over a year before he realized it. He also realized how big the gap was between them. And he is a so-called legendary hero who knows nothing about swords and magic and is generally unworthy of it. Pin said that if possible, he wanted to live a normal life with her. Elizabeth wondered if he really had to emphasize that he was the creator and that he had condescended to live a normal life with her. Pin said that he is a homebody, has no experience in relationships, and does not know how to make a girl happy. Moreover, due to his status, he does not dare to express his thoughts. He hadn't expected his feelings to be revealed, and since she had asked him about it, she couldn't continue to avoid the conversation. Pin clenched his fist and said that he wanted to say that he loved her. He opened his eyes and realized that he had said it. Elizabeth, hearing these words, ran up to him and hugged him. Pin did not expect this and blushed. But Elizabeth was so happy that she even lifted the two of them into the sky so that they could enjoy the moment. Elizabeth said she was just following her heart. Pin asked her what that meant. But Elizabeth didn't answer him and just kissed him. Pin didn't understand why she was acting like that and kissed him back. Pin told Elizabeth that he loved her. But she covered her eyes with her hands and replied that she loved him too. And at that moment, Pin tried to hug her, but she disappeared. He even thought he was sleeping. Pin looked down and screamed in fear that it was high up here. How could he get down from here? The next day, Pin decided to please her and came up with the idea of making a heart-shaped omelet. Pin did everything beautifully and told her that breakfast was ready. Elizabeth asked why she thought it was different from the previous ones. In addition to the enormous magical power, she senses the presence of something else mysterious. But what is it, she thought. Pin looked like he didn't understand and said they'd better eat it quickly before it got cold. The boy felt that he was being too straightforward. The special dish he had prepared for Elizabeth seemed too banal to her. Elizabeth said fine, and she began to eat. After the first bite, she felt love in his eyes. She knew immediately that it was love, and Pin had put a lot of love into that breakfast. Pin asked her why she wasn't eating anymore. Was the seasoning wrong? And he decided to try and understand her feelings himself. Pulling the pasta towards himself, the end remained in Elizabeth's mouth. They slowly approached each other, and eventually someone opened the door. Alpha greeted his brother and asked if there would be any instructions for him today, but Elizabeth decided that he should not interfere with them and hit him with her fist to show that he should not enter without knocking. She got really angry and said he ruined the moment. Pin asked her if they could watch TV after breakfast. Pin knew he had no experience in relationships. How could he develop them better, he thought. Elizabeth did not refuse him and accepted his proposal. After breakfast, they started watching TV, but they sat at a distance from each other because she was shy. Pin tried to slowly take her hand, but at the last moment of contact, Elizabeth suddenly removed her hand and he realized that she noticed. He thought they had confirmed their relationship last night. Was Elizabeth just teasing him? But Elizabeth took her hand away because she picked up the lemonade. Pin felt awkward at that moment. He thought he was rushing things too much, but everything that happened last night was real. But suddenly Elizabeth made the first step and immediately took his hand. Pin looked sharply and was very surprised. Elizabeth asked him if there was a problem. Pin replied that no, everything was fine. She decided to move on and leaned against him, hugging him. Elizabeth asked him what lovers usually do in his world. Pin thought about it and answered that couples usually eat together, spend time together, watch TV series, and so on. Elizabeth asked if that was what they usually did. Pin replied that it seemed that way. Elizabeth asked him to come up with something that only couples can do. She wants to do it together. Pin replied that it depends on the stage of the relationship. Usually in the beginning, couples hold hands like they are now. Elizabeth stood up abruptly and asked, "At the beginning, but she really wants to go further." Pin asked in surprise, "Go further?" That's probably what they did last night. Elizabeth didn't understand and asked, "Last night?" And slowly they started to approach each other to kiss. But they heard sounds outside the window and looking they saw that Alpha and the dog were watching them. Elizabeth became very angry and said that this time he better have a reasonable explanation. Alpha said that it was not him, someone was looking for him, and he decided to warn the gentleman in advance. Suddenly, all the guys who had been here earlier appeared outside the window and Pin helped them. After this, Pin immediately set up a large table and asked the boys why they all suddenly came to them without saying a word. The puppeteer replied that yesterday she felt the magic of Elizabeth's sister in the demon realm, so she is here today. She thought that they must have found out that she had opened the nine-headed dragon's treasure dungeon without permission in order to test Raphael in a real fight. And the girl also replied that she felt their magical power, the demon queens. So she specially came here for further instructions. The elf chief said that the same applies to them. He thinks it's time to report to Mr. Ping and the demon queen about the growth of the sacred tree. Alpha Friend chimed in and said that he was very jealous of those who were sent to the outskirts of this world. Unlike them, he could perform important tasks every day next to his brother Pin. Elizabeth suddenly said that she had not asked them to come here. If they understood, they should leave now. But Ping told them that there was no hurry. Since they were all gathered here, they could talk about the current situation. But what about the outside world? The girl replied that she followed his advice and began studying at the Holy Sword Guild again, and shared with everyone what she learned. And lately there has been almost no news about the Dark Guild. Sometimes infected monsters appear that cause trouble, but they do not pose a big threat. The puppeteer supported her and said the same thing, that everything was right, although she didn't know why, but the Dark Guild had disappeared and she couldn't find it even when she went into the depths of the demon realm. Ping was delighted and told Ji that she had finally been taken under the control of the Holy Sword Guild. How wonderful that was. And it was good that the Dark Guild had already disappeared. But Elf also said that they had developed a new policy for the elves. There was no longer a class division in their tribe, and they had established connections with the outside world to create an intelligence network to counter the Dark Guild. Alpha suddenly replied that yesterday evening he helped his brother collect Dan, so they are provided with food for the next week. Pin said he knew all this, and now he wanted to tell them all something. He raised his hand and showed that he and Elizabeth were now together. But no one reacted with surprise and asked, "So what?" Pin asked. "Aren't they surprised at all?" He fell in love with the Demon Queen. Ji understands what the legendary hero means. In the next mission, they must rely only on themselves and not interfere with them. The puppeteer said that little sister is absolutely right. The puppeteer told Brother Ping that if there was something wrong, he should just say so. And indeed, from the treasure dungeon to the adventures in the elf tribe, if it weren't for her brother and sister, She doesn't even know how many times she would have died. They trained her to be a force to protect peace on the continent of courage. She can't always rely on them. It's time to become independent. She also said that she would do anything for him. Although she was the one who took most of the responsibility for fighting the Dark Guild, it was at the cost of signing a contract with the Sea of Darkness. The old man also told Mr. Ping that everything was correct and let him give orders. Not to mention them, the Master's cards fell into the hands of the Dark Guild and almost destroyed the entire world. If the Master had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been terrible. And since there was a new important task coming up, and Mr. Ping and the Queen had clearly said that they would not participate, would they really be able to handle it, he wondered. Pin said he wanted to ask them all a favor. If they found it difficult, they should not worry about it. Everyone felt that the legendary hero understood their cowardly thoughts. And this is a warning for them. And they are even ashamed if without Mr. Ping, they and their father would be just nameless passers-by. So they have to do it, even if it is impossible. Pin said that he was planning to go on a trip with Elizabeth. She was very surprised and asked, "A trip?" Drew asked if she could ask where they were going. Ping didn't hide it and replied that they were going to Aristotle's kingdom. Only by convincing them to join their alliance in the fight against the Dark Guild will he be able to truly fulfill his duties as a hero. And only when peace reigns throughout the world will he be able to live a peaceful life. And he also knew that as a legendary hero, it was the least he could do, and they would hope that the plan would work. Elizabeth, too, realized that Ping still wanted to carry out his plan to create 4 heavenly kings. But what did he mean by a quiet life, she wondered. A world for 2, Elizabeth thought. Before, she had been blinded by the desire to win and thought that Pin was just playing with these ignorant mortals and demonstrating his power to her. But in fact, he had been planning their future since their first adventure. Elizabeth said that since this was the last place, he should let her make the arrangements herself. If they don't obey, she will destroy their entire kingdom. Pin asked her to wait and not to be so impulsive. It is better to leave it to him. Pin said he hadn't promised her. This time it was his turn to restore peace. But while the plan was ultimately based on Elizabeth's reputation, resorting to violence now would ruin everything. Elizabeth lowered her head and said that it would be as he said, but suddenly the puppeteer asked them to make a request. She asked them to take her with them to Aristotle's kingdom. She can control the demon's red eyes, so she will definitely be useful to them. She also asked for help and said that she knew how to enter Aristotle's kingdom. The puppeteer noted that she had resigned as the head. She could still use her connections. The old man also said that he promised that no matter how difficult the task was, they would cope with it. The daughter also replied that everything was correct, and General Blanchet of the Elven tribe would take care of the sacred tree for her, so there would be no problems. Pin said they had misunderstood him. What he was asking for had nothing to do with Aristotle's kingdom. But Elizabeth asked, what was the point of them all taking part in this? She was going to make things clear to them now. Whoever spoiled her mood would bear the consequences. Pin continued that this time, when she went to Aristotle's kingdom, he planned to take only Alpha with her. Elizabeth immediately said that she wanted to make it clear that anyone who spoiled her mood would be held responsible for the consequences at their own risk. Pin asked her why she didn't wait for him at home. He would talk to Uncle Burrs and the others about what would happen next. Elizabeth obeyed and replied that she was not interested in their affairs anyway, and immediately disappeared. Pin told them that he wanted to ask them something. Burrs asked, "What's wrong?" "Let Mr. Pin tell you everything." Pin asked them if they knew of any hot springs anywhere. Burrs's daughter asked if the Elven tribe's healing spring would be suitable. They could heat it up with fire magic. Pin replied that he had been to the Elven tribe and was afraid that Elizabeth would not be interested. He needed a natural hot spring. Suddenly, the puppeteer said that she knew that there was one near the volcano in the demon realm. With a little work, it could become a natural hot spring. Pin was delighted and said that it was great. But could they help him clean it up and set up a spa? He wanted to surprise Elizabeth. She also said, of course, no problem. The volcanic zone is not far from the Demon Queen's dungeon. Maybe the legendary hero is hinting at something. Burrs also thought it was obvious that he meant to tidy up. The new evil spirit that Mr. Ping wanted them to deal with was right there. Burrs told him that they would also participate. Ji replied that if they all worked together, they would feel more confident. Pin was delighted and said that the hot spring issue was resolved then. No need to rush. They had a whole month. She told him to be sure that they would definitely cope with this. Ping went home and said goodbye to his friends. Burr said that in a month, the evil will descend upon the volcano of death in the demon realm. The legendary hero and the queen will definitely not take any action, so they can only rely on themselves. Jasha continued that this evil spirit might be a life form from another world in the Sea of Darkness. She would send them detailed information after collecting it. The puppeteer said that it was no wonder that when she practiced in the demon realm, the demon's red eyes always sensed the movement of a mysterious force. But Elf replied that fortunately, she still had a month to prepare, and during that time she was going to raise her to the level of the Demon King. Alpha asked, "Did they all hear that?" This time, Brother Pin is the only one taking him, and suddenly everyone used forced teleportation at once. But Elizabeth grabbed Pin's hand and said that at last no one would disturb them. Pin didn't understand and asked, what was the matter? Elizabeth replied that they would continue what she had not yet finished, what only lovers could do. A week later they set out, but Pin was completely exhausted and had no idea where he was. All this time he worked, did housework, but Elizabeth always came and said that they should maintain physical contact. All this time she told him that they had to maintain physical contact. Pin asked her at night if she was not used to resting in her own room. Elizabeth replied that she did not care. From now on, she would sleep with him. Pin kept thinking about how she could relax in this situation. And suddenly he took out his own miracle pills from his pocket. Alpha asked his brother what these were. Pin replied that they were pills he had prepared using herbs from his yard and the secrets of Chinese medicine stored on his bookshelf. Pin tasted one chocolate and immediately felt a surge of strength, and his whole body was restored. Afterwards, Pin was completely beaming and told the boys that he was alive. Alpha told the gentleman that he looked amazing and asked him to let him try it too. Pin replied that it was not allowed for children. He was also a sword. He didn't know what the side effects might be, and Elizabeth noted that her boyfriend really did have a lot of secrets. And just by establishing a closer relationship with him, she rose from the level of a demon god to the level of a saint. And when she increases her power by a few more stars, it will be time to go further and create the strongest child. Alpha looked at them and said that since that evening they really began to look more and more like each other. The dog told him to watch his language. His master rarely invites him anywhere, so he shouldn't do anything stupid or spoil their mood. Suddenly Z came out on their way and shouted, Pin said it was her, and they reached the kingdom of the gnomes. After the meeting they immediately came to the kingdom of the gnomes. They were very happy and immediately entered the city.